At Madison Square Garden, Michigan's game came down to the very last shot against John Calipari's Razorbacks. Brian Bush with the final call on WWJ. Frustrating for U of M, who had a 15-point first-half lead wash away. That ends their 7-game win streak. Danny Wolf was just short of a triple-double for the Wolverines, but said they got a little complacent and got their butts kicked on the glass. North Carolina offensive coordinator Chip Lindsey appears to be the guy for Michigan football's open OC position. Multiple reports say that U of M is in discussions with him to replace Kirk Campbell and turn around their statistics on that end of the field. Sharon Moore says they're looking for the right fit first and foremost. And the Tigers will be putting in a bid for Japanese sensation Roki Sasaki, as will probably every team in baseball. The 23-year-old sports a triple-digit fastball that's reached 102 miles per hour, a 2 ERA, and 11.5 K for 9 over 4 seasons in the Japanese Pacific League. At the Corewell Health Sports Desk, I'm Chris Villar. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket and Odyssey.com.
Chris Villar set the table well. We got a lot to talk about today. Good morning, Jim Costa, John Jansen, Heather Park, Gov, and Greg behind the glass on a Wednesday. Good morning.
Good morning. How are you doing?
Good.
How was, we all had a little party last night. I wasn't there as long as you guys were because Ruby had a basketball game.
Yeah, we missed you.
Thanks. But
No,
yeah.
I don't mean like we emotionally missed you. I mean like we physically didn't.
Oh, you guys didn't see each other?
No.
No, I was there literally for like 10 minutes because I had to go from there to Brighton.
He made an appearance. He shook some hands.
Shook some hands, took some selfies just to prove I was there.
Kiss some babies.
Make sure you
Yep.
you always make sure you see the boss.
Yep.
Right? Yeah. Hey, see this boss, see that boss. Hey, how's it going? All right, bye.
You take a slice of pizza for the road and you're out of there.
I did take a slice of pizza for the road, eating it, walking through the casino because it was downtown there at the Hollywood Casino. So that's my first time having been in Hollywood casinos.
I think it was for me too because I've done MGM. And
Right.
But
So, but did you enjoy the party? Both of you guys.
Oh, yeah.
yeah.
Did anything?
Salacious
Any dancing break out?
Salacious. No, there was no dancing that I saw, although I didn't stay till the end, and it typically would happen, after all the drinks are consumed and things like that. No, nothing scandalous.
Now, there's quite the line at the bar. People were getting boozed up, but I didn't see anybody go over the line. But I didn't stay the whole time either.
Yeah.
Man, it's been a long time since I've been to a bar. It took a long time to get a drink, and I felt like,
Really?
yes,
So
yes.
I got the drink tickets because I put in for the raffle, which I actually won something. I have no idea what it is.
I don't know what you won either. You weren't there to claim your prize. It was noted immediately. John already dipped out. Where is he?
So it was funny too because everybody knew I was going to leave, but I show up and I say hi. Make sure you say hi to the bosses, right? And then I sign up for the raffle, and instantly, like I'm just in my truck, I'm on the lodge, and Doug texts me that you won a raffle, and my first reaction was because I knew they were giving away Lions tickets. I'm like, ooh, Doug, what is it? He goes, it's in an envelope. I don't know. So I'm still thinking it's maybe his Lions tickets. Come to find out, somebody else won the Lions tickets. So
It could be concert or something else.
Well, okay, whatever.
I said it's Pistons tickets.
Oh, there it is, John.
Yeah.
Yeah, Wings tickets. I might be able to sit next to Costa for more than one
Maybe.
game.
It's
Yeah,
not really a prize.
Yeah. My other reaction was, damn it! Now they know I left already.
Yep. Broadcast for all to notice.
So what I won though?
Hey, speaking of Lions tickets, we have Lions tickets to give away today on the show to the Bills game. The
Awesome.
game that you just heard about that cost an arm and a leg to go to.
Yeah.
We have a pair today, and we have a pair on Friday. You're going to want to be listening a little later in the show. We'll give you the details to tell you how to win. You can play along, and maybe it's you
We'll
going
have
to
to
the game.
check those prices later in the week too. See if they keep going up. I mean, I don't think it's going to go. It's certainly not going to go down.
Again, is it the game of the year?
Well, it could be a Super Bowl preview. So if you don't want to see this in New Orleans, you get a chance to see it now.
Only slightly cheaper.
Right. It depends where you want to sit. No travel involved.
We'll get to it later in the show. The tickets, the game, more of it. Will Johnson on the show today as well. He's got a charity event coming up on Saturday. Great for the holiday, and we'll pick his brain a little bit. I know his teammate Mason Graham declared yesterday for the NFL draft.
Yeah.
We have some Michigan news to talk about as well. You guys hired an OC, John.
Yeah, Chip Lindsey, offensive coordinator at North Carolina under Mac Brown. All of them looking for new jobs, but he was there for 2 years. And so, I mean, you obviously look and say, okay, what did he do there? And 2 years ago, Drake May. Mm-hmm. Was it Drake May? Was it Chip Lindsey? Was it the combination? And obviously Drake May was going to be a good quarterback, whether or not, no matter who the offensive coordinator was going to be. But it is a part of Lindsey's resume, and they had a number one offense. They averaged over 32 points, almost 500 yards of offense that season. So, hey, we'll see. Now you got to do it at a new location.
Yeah, I mean, listen, he's got the credentials. I don't think anybody's going to have a strong opinion that one way or another. You want to wait and see. I think, but Michigan's doing the things you wanted to see them do. Quickly assess the offensive coordinator position, both firing Kirk Campbell and hiring someone with a track record. The next step's going to be portal, right? Getting receivers, getting some playmakers. You lose Colston Loveland, offensive line too, and really attacking this portal in a way that they didn't last year. And we understand timeline played a role, but now there's no excuses. Continue to be aggressive this offseason.
Well, yeah, you got to check all the boxes. And I'm glad this one was checked early on because National Signing Day happened last week. That was going to happen no matter, who the coordinator was. But for Sherrone Moore to, pull the trigger quick and be decisive on that and then be able to get into, have somebody in place so that when you do enter the portal, all these guys are going to ask the question, what type of offense are you going to run? Who's the coordinator? Who's going to be calling plays? Now you have all of those answers, and Chip Lindsey can actually be on the phone with these guys once it's all settled and talk to them about, okay, this is the offense. This is our plan for our quarterback. Sherrone even said yesterday, yeah, we do want to get a veteran quarterback in the portal as well. He talked about letting Davis Warren know. Davis Warren's practicing right now because everybody wants to know who's going to be. Jaden Denegal entered the transfer portal. Offensive linemen have. We've seen other guys enter the portal. Who's going to be the starting quarterback? If you're a receiver, you want to know that. Is it going to be Underwood?
I would imagine, with the money.
Oh, sure.
It's going to be Underwood, but they're going to hit the portal just to have depth at the position?
Yeah. Got to have some depth, got to have some experience. And, whether that adds to the development of Underwood or it just gives you, because Underwood is a mobile quarterback, what happens if he gets dinged up? You got to have somebody else come in.
Hitting the portal, something that the basketball program did.
Yeah.
Tough loss last night.
Yeah. Kids were asking me, who are these guys? I'm like, I don't know. They're all new.
Well, we were texting about it last night. It was one of the only local things to watch in sports, and Michigan's playing Madison Square Garden, Arkansas. There's a number next to Michigan's name. Hey, this program's 8-1 to kick off the season. So it was something that we were paying attention to. Clearly, the story was hot start, fizzled out in the middle, couldn't get it back late.
Well, it was the same thing against Iowa on Saturday where they had a 16-point lead in the first half, and the problem is turnovers. 17 turnovers on Saturday, 17 turnovers again. You turn the ball over that many times, you make it really hard, no matter how good you're shooting. And they were shooting lights out. They were shooting over 60% for most of the game.
Yeah. And
you do that, and yeah, you can see why you're building a lead, but then why do you give the lead back? Well, you keep giving them the ball. You keep giving them points, easy opportunities. And so that's the most obvious thing you're looking at. Go, why did they lose that lead? Well, kept giving them the ball.
The majority of that starting lineup, it's all newcomers, right? And I'm not going to make excuses for the turnovers. It's got to be better. But I see the upside of this basketball team. I mean, obviously, they're 8-1 going into last night. But, John, they've got 2 7-footers they can play with one another. How many teams can go pick and pop, pick and roll with 2 7-footers? With Wolf having the ball and Golden setting screens. And that just feels like a team that when you get into a tournament situation, teams will not have seen that. And that's a huge advantage once they get 30 games under their belt.
Oh, yeah.
And Trey Donaldson, underrated from Auburn. I think is going to be a guy that can help them close out games as the season goes on.
Yeah, I mean, this is still a team, even though they started out 8-1, and in some of those games maybe they should have won by more. They should have beat Iowa more. Who cares? Wins are wins, losses are losses. And this is going to obviously be their second loss. But I think this is a team that will start to grow together, understand each other, work better together, and they're playing. I want to say good basketball, but it's good compared to what we saw last year.
Oh, it's night and day. I mean, if you're a Michigan hoops fan, you're suddenly awake again.
But you can't say good basketball when you turn the ball over
Yeah,
17 times,
I
if
know.
that makes sense.
And it was one that got away last night. They should have
Yeah.
beat Arkansas. We should be talking about a 9-1 Michigan Wolverines
Right.
team that could be in the top 10. Still may end up there before the season's over. I mean, Dusty May has hit the ground running in Ann Arbor.
Certainly has.
All right, 248-539-9797. Mention we got Lions-Bills tickets. Listen later in the show for your chance to win them. Will Johnson going to join the show 8:35. Michigan Corner. Get some info on his charity event coming up and maybe the latest on his future. John, coming up next, the future for the Tigers. An update on Alex Bregman and where the Tigers stand. It's 97.1.
Hey, you guys, Heather here. These days, online scammers are everywhere. Whether it's those fake missed delivery texts or an urgent bank alert, these scams just look more convincing than ever. But the good news is you can protect yourself from online scammers without being a tech expert. That's where McAfee Total Protection comes in. It's designed to help you live a worry-free life online. And worry-free means you don't have to wonder if that text message is a scam, if new threats will pop up on your PC, if it's okay to click that link. It just lets you know that you're going to be safe, and it means you can go ahead and manage your finances. You can shop online. You can do whatever you want without fear because McAfee provides award-winning protection you can rely on. You can trust McAfee to help keep your devices, privacy, and identity safer. Visit McAfee.com/online protection today to get award-winning online protection for just $39.99 your first year. That's McAfee.com/online protection. Cancel anytime. Terms apply.
I've got good news and I've got bad news when it comes to Alex Bregman and the Detroit Tigers. Good morning, everybody. It's 97.1. We'll get to the power surge coming up bottom of the hour. John, we'll start with good news, right? Every festive mood, Christmas music.
Yes, please.
I am seeing that the Tigers are one of 4 teams mentioned in pursuit of Alex Bregman. Everybody knows connection to A.J. Hinch, third base, Gold Glove, right-handed bat. This is good, right?
Yeah.
One of 4 teams. The 4 teams currently linked to him are the Astros, where he just played, the Red Sox, who appear to be the front runners, and the Yankees, who did not get Juan Soto, and you think they're going to, of course, be aggressive in free agency. So that's the good news. The Tigers mentioned one of 4 teams. Here's the bad news. John Heyman, New York Post, saying Detroit's interest in Bregman, but he may be pricey. Quote, pricey. Too pricey for the Tigers.
Well, okay. I mean, we're gonna.
No one wants to hear that.
No, we're gonna keep dancing this dance. And okay, nobody really believed that they would be in the market or that Soto would want to come here. Get it? But at some point, you've got to be in the market for some pricey players. Like, what is too much, and what's the budget? That's going to be the big question that everybody has, because we heard once I'm so sick. Can I walleye?
Yes.
Can we had it on Twitch yesterday? People kept saying walleye. Like I want to let it play out, because I want to see how they're going to construct this roster. But I'm starting to lose faith that is it simply going to be, well, we're going to have some more young guys this year. We're going to let them develop. We're going to have some more young guys in 26. We'll let them develop. And then are we literally 2 years away after we just made a run to the playoffs? We can't build on that and then allow those young guys to come along as well?
The numbers. Bregman wants more than $200 million. It's over 6-7 years. Probably 7 at 200, whatever. About 30 apiece. And it seems like Houston's not willing to go there yet. Maybe Boston will. I don't know why Detroit would be hesitant. I understand 6- and 7-year deals. You may get burned a little bit on the back end, and we've seen that. He's 29 years old. Is he going to be playing his best baseball at 36? Probably not. But are there 4 or 5 good years ahead of him? Yes. Don't you have to kind of pay the freight? Like, this is what free agency is. Guys don't want to sign for just their prime years. They want a little extra at the end. That's the whole goal of free agency, is to get as much money as you can. There's a bidding war. Do you want to win any of these bidding wars? Are you actually serious about taking the team from the ALDS to the ALCS and more? Because I would tell you, with these young players who you're currently underpaying, and that's just the way baseball works, you can overpay for a couple guys. Your payroll is laughably low. Alex Bregman, the answer can't be he was too expensive. I will not accept that answer. If you actually want him and your payroll is this pathetic, you overpay and get him, because you've been giving the fans a less than investment for years, even with Javi Baez. So it's probably going to be the excuse he was too expensive, and nobody wants to hear that right now. Not after they spend their hard-earned money going to the ballpark at the end of last season with the promise of more, knowing, hey, once the core is set, there will be a financial investment in this baseball team. Too pricey. That's not acceptable.
It is unacceptable. I mean, we keep talking about how low the payroll is, and yet there's always going to be an outlier that has a shot. But ultimately, the teams that are competing for championships, and correct me if I'm wrong, that's the goal.
Yes, John.
Is to win a championship. That's the goal, is to be a postseason team. And we saw how the fans responded. Like, did ownership not see that? Did they not understand that there were more tickets sold, there were more butts in seats, more hot dogs, more beers, more jerseys, more of everything, more eyeballs around the country, because what the Tigers were doing was fun. Winning is fun.
Yes, John. Yes, it is.
It's exhausting.
Later in the show, we'll have an update on a name they are pursuing, high-profile name they are pursuing more seriously. We'll get to that as well. Let's get to Heather's news.
So the mother of a teen involved in a fatal car crash in Grosse Pointe will not face criminal charges. So police say the teen drove recklessly, slammed into a utility pole, and then into a tree, killing his 18-year-old passenger. Now, the driver has been charged with second-degree murder, and the victim's parents were really hoping that the driver's mother would also be charged, and they allege that there was inaction and negligence on her part regarding her son's driving behavior. There was I remember talking about it, that there was text messages that she had sent to him before, like, hey, make sure you slow down. She gave him the keys to her BMW. That's what he was driving. And she knew that he had, a poor driving history, was doing some speeding and things like that in the past. So the parents of the victim really thought she was also responsible for his behavior. However, after a lengthy investigation, it was determined there was not enough evidence to prove beyond a reasonable doubt that any crime had been committed by the mother. So she is not going to face any criminal charges. This is always great to hear. A group of Lions players took time out of their busy schedules on Tuesday to spread some holiday cheer to some children in the hospital, which was really nice. So I think it was about 5 players went to the Children's Hospital of Michigan, spread some joy. And a lot of these people, their families were there too. These kids aren't going to be home for the holidays. They're going to be there in the hospital. So it was nice for them to spend some time with these kids, kind of chatting with them, taking photos, meeting their family, things like that. And a lot of the players just said, it hits home. Some had friends that were in the hospital when they were younger. A lot of them were impressed that these kids knew so much about football, and these kids are watching the Lions as well while they're there, which is pretty cool. And this hospital visit was just the latest, gesture of goodwill as they entered the holiday season. On Monday, there was a group of players that went Christmas shopping at Meijer in Detroit with a bunch of kids, which is always fun to see that. Of course, for Thanksgiving, players were handing out supplies for Thanksgiving dinner as well. So it's just nice to see them stepping out in the community and doing some good too.
Well, because we've seen the community embrace this football team, and it's great to see the players give back.
Without a doubt. This is pretty neat. So it might have been last week or 2 weeks ago, I talked to you guys about how somebody, the Secret Santa, dropped one of those really rare South African gold coins into the Salvation Army Red Kettle. And they've been doing this for 12 years. But this year, they also included a note that said, hey, I'm out of these coins. This is the last year I'm going to do this. Hopefully somebody will take over and start the tradition on their own. Well, somebody might have already taken over, because another one of these Krugerrands, these gold coins, was donated into another Red Kettle, this time in Canton. Of course, these are worth almost $3,000. We don't know who donated this coin, but it sounds like somebody else has their hands on these interesting coins. It's really cool for sure. In his new Netflix special, Jamie Foxx reveals that a stroke caused by a brain bleed is what left him in the hospital fighting for his life last spring. We knew something had happened, but he never had really opened up about it. Well, now he's explaining that this was back on April 11th. He had a headache, had asked a friend for, some aspirin, a Tylenol, whatever, some pain medicine. But before he could even take it, he was unconscious. And then he remained that way for almost 3 weeks and doesn't remember any of it. So he had this brain bleed, led to a stroke, then to a coma. He did say that it was oddly peaceful being unconscious, which I guess is interesting to hear. Yeah. Anyway, at the end of the special, he made sure to thank basically everyone involved, the doctors, the nurses, and everyone who prayed for his recovery. So
it sounds like he's lucky to be alive.
Well, yeah. And then he woke up. I was reading a little bit more. He woke up in a wheelchair, and he was thinking, oh no, not how you want to wake up, but at least he did wake up. But then from there, he did his recovery, and he's feeling good. So that's great news for sure. So kind of something we all semi knew. Working out is not only good for your physical fitness, but it's also good for your mental health. There's this new study that shows exercising for at least 30 minutes a day improves your memory the following day. Oh. I mean, there's been long-term studies about the effects of exercise and your mental health, but this was looked at more like the short-term benefits. So it concluded that, but there's more to it than just working out. So it's 30 minutes of moderate to vigorous activity, but also combined with good sleep.
Oh, yeah.
So you need at least, they say, 6 hours of sleep a night combined with that 30 hours of exercise.
30 minutes.
Yeah, did I say hours? Oh my gosh, you might kill yourself. 30 minutes of exercise will improve your cognitive performance the following day.
Oh, nice.
So
makes sense.
If we could get some sleep, we'd all be here, us, the three of us.
Can
it
I?
would be a little.
Is it 6 consecutive hours, or can you?
It is. It is
Oh
consecutive
well, that's
hours. Yeah, a little
right.
nap here, a little nap there doesn't cut it.
Yeah.
That's unfortunate. Heather with the news. Coming up next, the Power Surge. It's 97.1.
Hey, don't let the cold creep in. If you need your furnace service today, do what I did and call the Mastercraft Heating Cooling. Call Mastercraft Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. They've got all the best equipment, the best prices, and they offer same-day service. Plus, there's always that 5-year warranty, so you know you're covered. It's great. Save a bundle with their winter bundle, up to $1,500 in savings when you buy a new furnace, AC, and generator. All you have to do is call for details, or you can visit them on the web at mastercraftheating.com.
Well, here we are.
Yes, we are yet again. Week 15. Who were the top teams? We've got a lot to chat about because while there's not a lot of shifting, I think there might be some on the show that disagree with what I've done. And I did this because it's what I believe, it's what I see, and it's also what I hear. of what's going on in some of these franchises. But the teams that are just outside looking in, you got some 8-5. You even got some 7-6 teams that are. It looks like they might be coming up. We talked about the Rams earlier in the week. Now, what we saw against the Bills was a dominant offense. But if you allow 42 points and they obviously scored 44, you start to wonder, okay, what type of defense do they really have? And that, again, that's why they're 7-6. But then it raises the questions about the Bills. Who we obviously played this week. Tampa, 7-6 in an awful division, but they're a team with one of the ultimate competitors, maybe not the best quarterback, but an ultimate competitor in Baker Mayfield. Outside looking in, Seattle. Keep an eye on them because obviously the Rams, Seattle, San Francisco.
It's all jumbled up.
It is all jumbled up, but Seattle looks to be in the best position right now in the out west. At 8-5, and I'm curious your thoughts on Geno in regards. Is he a quarterback that you think could be dangerous in the playoffs?
He doesn't inspire much when I look at it. I think he's like a league average quarterback, and I think they're kind of a league average team. And Mike McDonald, I'll give them credit. Their defense has played well, especially as he settles in there. I think they're frisky, but less so than even the Buccaneers.
And it's interesting because as we talk about divisions, and we'll talk about the AFC West in just a little bit, but Green Bay, Minnesota, and Detroit. You and I both talked about this stat earlier in the week. 28-3 since October. The 3 losses are all in division. Now, obviously, the Lions don't have a loss, but it's the Vikings and it's Green Bay. And I mean, this is obviously the toughest division, which then you look back and to see what the Lions have done to this point. 4-0 in division. That's badass. And it's put them in a great position. Now, some of the other teams on the outside looking in, and these are all 8-5 teams. And I would love to hear your opinion. Washington, Baltimore, Houston, the Chargers, and the Denver Broncos.
Damn, there's some good teams in there.
There are some good teams because I do have a bonus this week.
Okay.
And it's not the MVP race like I did last week. I think we all agree Josh Allen, he's at the top of that list.
His to lose.
But of those 5 teams, do you think Washington, Baltimore, Houston, the Chargers, or Denver, of those teams, now not all of them are going to actually make the playoffs, but who would be the most dangerous out of that 5?
So I think the highest ceiling of that group is the Houston Texans. I like DeMeco Ryans. I like the personnel they have on defense. C.J. Stroud, he's finally got Nico Collins. If they could tap into that and get the offense going a little more, I think they have the highest ceiling of that group. I think the Chargers are a tough out right now, right? And there's good teams in there, but to me, Houston, number 1 of that group.
See, I would put Washington, Houston, Denver all in the bottom of that group simply because we've seen C.J. Stroud. Is he better than last year? Is he not as good?
Sophomore slump, maybe.
I still think he's a really good quarterback. Don't get me wrong. And Bo Nix is having a hell of a rookie season.
Are you going to say Baltimore?
I
can't say Baltimore in good faith. I've seen them. That defense is not vintage Baltimore, and I've seen them come up small in some big games.
But wouldn't you trust? Okay, not trust Lamar Jackson to win a Super Bowl, but we saw him in the AFC Championship game last year to win playoff games and beat those other quarterbacks. I mean, so that's one of the questions, and obviously you got Justin Herbert with the Chargers, and what do you make of them? I mean, if they had a receiver that could catch on a regular basis, they might actually be a little bit better. But that brings me to my 6. Number 6 is the Pittsburgh Steelers. At 10-3, Russell Wilson has rejuvenated himself. He's playing good, and they are. You talk about vintage defense in Baltimore, and it not being that. Vintage defense in Pittsburgh. That's why it's what saved them at the beginning of the season when Justin Fields was the starting quarterback. It's what's put them in position to be 10-3 right now. So they come in at number 6. Number 5, the Philadelphia Eagles.
Oh, slipping a little bit.
So let's review. Last week they were at 3. I've got them down at 5. And when you play the Carolina Panthers, we saw this a little bit with Kansas City. Carolina, I'm not going to sit there and say they're a tough out, but I think we all know that there's just something that's not right in Kansas City. And in Philly, we talked about it at the beginning of the week, there's just something that's not right. Is it Nick Sirianni? Because they fell apart this time of the year last year.
Did you see the quotes from Brandon Graham?
I did, and it's the relationship between A.J. Brown and Jalen Hurts. Now, okay, buddies at one point, apparently there's a rift in the friendship, no longer friends. Can you win a championship on a team that you're not buddies with? The answer is yes. Get over yourself, whether it's A.J. Brown or Jalen Hurts. Like, suck it up. You don't have to like the guy, and maybe he's not playing because A.J. Brown, you're thinking that Jalen Hurts isn't playing how you want him to play. He doesn't see you every time that you're open. Hello, welcome to what every other receiver that has ever played NFL football, college football, high school football thinks. It's ridiculous.
What I picked up on Hurts, he has stopped turning the ball over during their winning streak, but I also think he's become hesitant.
Yes.
And he's late on throwing passes. There was a really bad one to Devontae Smith last game where he just was late. Yep. He's looking indecisive. And you know what? I think some of this right now is they're just realizing if he's not better, then they have no chance of making the Super Bowl. So maybe it's sort of some sort of mental game they're playing there because they got nothing else to lose.
Yeah, and I don't know what is going on between Sirianni and Hurts or, what's the young offensive coordinator they got, the former quarterback from Dallas?
Kellen Moore.
Yeah, Kellen Moore. Like, I don't know what the relationship is between him and Jalen Hurts as well, but something has made Jalen Hurts tentative. He's almost playing scared. Now, I'm not going to sit there and say he's scared, but he is playing scared because he's not taking some of those throws. If you're going to win in the playoffs and you're contending for a 1 seed, you're not going to fall apart like you did at the end of last year. You can't play scared. You've got to go out there and make plays. Jalen Hurts is not making plays right now. That's why I've got him at 5. Number 4, the Minnesota Vikings. They just refuse to lose. They just won't go away. Nobody seems to want to beat them except, obviously, us. And
you all right
sorry
over
about
there?
that. Yeah, wrong button. I just coughed in Greg's ear. But Minnesota is just a team that refuses to go away.
Hey, Darnold threw 5 touchdowns last week. They won easy.
Well, they won easy, but here's why they're winning. They're winning in spite of Sam Darnold. Sometimes because of Sam Darnold, he's got flashes where he plays really well. There's other times where he throws the ball away, misses passes, but everyone else around him is playing sound football. Technically, they're good. Defensively, they don't make a lot of mistakes. They don't give you chances. If you're going to be a team that beats them, like the Lions did, you have to have multiple options. The teams that are losing to Minnesota that we think might have a chance, Arizona, they have limited option. They have Marvin Harrison Jr., and if Kyler Murray decides to not play his video games and study film, maybe he can make a couple of plays, but not enough to beat the Minnesota Vikings. Number 3, the Kansas City Chiefs at 12-1, and I know that the Bills lost. They're 10-3, but we're only 3 weeks removed from the Bills actually beating the Chiefs. There still seems to be something. They find ways to win. They're winning close games. They're a good team. They have who I think is still the best quarterback, the most dangerous quarterback, I would say. Not playing as the best quarterback, the most dangerous quarterback in the NFL in Patrick Mahomes. But number 2 is the Bills because they actually have the best quarterback right now, and that is Josh Allen. 3 touchdowns on the ground, 3 through the air. We saw what he did the week before, scoring 3 different ways, but he can't do it by himself.
So I just want to make sure we
Obviously,
understand
Lions
this.
at number 1.
Yes, Lions number 1. Chiefs win, albeit kind of gross late. Eagles win. Bills lose, and the Bills stay at number 2.
Yeah. Well, the Bills beat the Chiefs.
It's a lot of confidence in Buffalo.
Well, it is a lot of confidence in Buffalo, and it also is a lot of concern going into this week. And it's not that I don't think the Lions can win. I absolutely think the Lions are. I have them number 1.
Yeah, sure.
They're the
playing
best
at
team
home.
in the
NFL.
NFL.
They should win, but
they
this
should
is
win.
the toughest test in your mind that they could face.
It is, and I love the fact that the pressure is on the Lions to continue to win. You can't slip up. Now they do have, if they can lose 1 against any opponent and still be the number 1 seed, but and they've earned that right. But I do want to see them play against the Bills, see how they match up, and see where they're going. Now, the bonus is, and it's going to be quick, which teams can actually win the Super Bowl?
The whole thing. The whole enchilada.
The whole enchilada. And it's a very small number. I believe it's the Lions, it's the Bills, and ultimately it's Kansas City.
The cutoff at 3.
At 3. I think there's 3 teams that are in the running for a Super Bowl title. Now, if the Lions slip up and Philly gets there, Like, okay, they get there,
Yeah,
but I
that's the
don't
only
believe
other
that they
team.
win.
Again, because 11-2, offensive line, Saquon Barkley,
Right.
team that's went to the Super Bowl as recently as 2 years ago. I would include the Eagles as the fourth team, but the cutoff is right around that same spot.
But going to the Super Bowl, not winning
well,
it.
I think they could win it.
I don't think they can win it.
Interesting.
There's just too many issues going on with Hurts and A.J. Brown, Hurts in that offense, Sirianni in that offense. Like, I just don't get what's going on there.
Lions, Eagles, Buffalo, Chiefs can win the Super Bowl, and I also think the Steelers could. I think the Steelers are a very well-balanced team that could win ugly playoff games. I really do. Guess what? Top 5 odds, the core 4, I think that we all know. Who's the other that has plus 1,000 or better odds to win it all?
Are we disrespecting the Vikings?
Minnesota?
The Vikings?
No.
The Ravens.
Yep.
I'll tell you this right now, John. I mentioned the Texans. Keep an eye on the final month of the season here. The Texans play the Chiefs and the Ravens. They're coming off the bye week.
Yeah.
We're going to learn a lot about Houston and Baltimore down the stretch here.
Wish they were playing the Eagles.
I know, right?
Or Minnesota.
And that is the Power Surge. It's 97.1.
Oh, well, the awards just keep rolling in for Dr. Berkowitz at Michigan Hair Restoration. He just won the Macomb Daily's Reader Choice Award for 2024's Best of the Best Plastic Surgeon. So congrats to him. And you guys, it's pretty incredible that Dr. B is right here in Metro Detroit, making it easy to restore your hair by the very best. If you've been thinking about going to see him, you want to go do that now. He's going to have you looking younger and feeling more confident with a thicker head of hair. And the sooner you go to see him, the more options you're going to have. Dr. B has the most advanced medical therapies and natural pathways to stop your hair loss and improve thickness. And you know what? These therapies just keep getting better and better results for his patients. With treatment plans that fit almost every budget, Dr. B will create a custom plan that's just for you. And he's going to guarantee all of his treatments. So call today, mention 97.1, and you'll receive a complimentary natural hair remedy treatment at your consultation. That's a $1,000 value. For more information and to schedule your consult, go to MichiganHairRestoration.com.
We're going to talk some football after the power surge. How many teams can actually win the Super Bowl? And John teed it up perfectly. It's the Lions and it's the Bills. It's his first and his second best teams this week at Ford Field. And you've had the Lions number one for about a month now.
Yes, I have. And they have done nothing to disappoint.
Are they the best team in the NFL, or do they need to win this game for people to feel confident saying that? 248-539-9797.
I don't think they have to win this game. Obviously, you can't be manhandled and blown out, which I don't foresee any situation where that happens. But I don't think this is you have to have it game to prove that you could beat them in the Super Bowl. Would I prefer it? Sure. They all would. It would do wonders for the confidence level. But I don't think it's a must win.
Okay, you don't have to win this in the sense that if you lose, you can still win the Super Bowl. You're not eliminated. You can still get the 1 seed. You could still host every single playoff game up until the Super Bowl at Ford Field, and you would still be the NFC favorite. But I do think it's fair to say if Buffalo wins this game, they have the mantle as the best team. They go into Detroit and beat Detroit.
Oh, yeah.
They should be the number one team.
It would change. That's why I still have them at number 2. It's not in preparation for what might happen next week. It is because I believe that they are the second best team in the NFL. Now, can the second best team beat the first best team? Sure. I mean, we've seen top 4 teams lose to bottom 4 teams. It happens in the NFL. It happens on the road. It happens at home. So, would it change the power surge next week? Sure. But
would it change the people's opinions in the city?
I would be more surprised if the Lions lost to anybody else in the NFL than I would be if it was to the Bills.
Yeah, I mean, that makes sense. The Buffalo's your second best team. And Josh Allen's playing like a man possessed right now. Again, it's not his fault they lost to the Rams. They scored 42 points. He had 6 touchdowns, 3 through the air, 3 on the ground, the first to ever do it in NFL history. The week before, he caught a touchdown, ran in a touchdown, and threw for a touchdown. Also, first to do it in NFL history. He's doing this, by the way, and no disrespect to James Cook, their running back, but with an inconsistent run game. They did not run it well against the Rams last week. His number 1 receiver is probably Amari Cooper, but all of a sudden Mac Hollins ends up getting a touchdown catch. He's not working with the same complement of playmakers he's previously had, and he's playing maybe his best football because he doesn't have those turnover-worthy plays. He's taking better care of the ball. He's maturing as a quarterback, all while still keeping that level of explosive plays. We just talked about Jalen Hurts and how limiting the turnovers has taken away some of his edge. Josh Allen's found a way to do both, limit the mistakes and still have the big plays. So when he comes into town, you're facing the best of the best.
It's going to be a hell of a game, which is why we've been talking about the ticket prices, the anticipation of this, and the fact that it very well could be a preview of a matchup down in New Orleans at the end of the NFL season for the Super Bowl. This is, and here's where I think the game plan that the Lions had going into the game against Green Bay, very similar to the one that they're going to that they should have now for different reasons against the Buffalo Bills. You mentioned it. The Bills don't have a consistent run game. But Josh Allen is very good. We talked to Dan and asked him, what concerns you more, the run or the pass, the arm or the legs? And it's really, the answer is how he sees the field, how mentally he approaches the game. That's the big thing about Josh Allen. That's the growth that he's had throughout his career. He's always, in fact, he was probably had a better arm at 23 than he does now. It's it's not necessarily going to get better with age, but it's going to look better and it's going to be smarter because he sees the game differently. When he knows pre-snap, I got man coverage. All right, if something doesn't show itself right away, I'm just going to buy a little time in the pocket. I'm going to dance around a little bit, and then I'm going to take off running because everybody got their back to me. That is the level of play that he is thinking of. And that's where Aaron Glenn needs to outsmart him a little bit and disguise some things and go from man to zone and change things up, even post-snap. And you can run a combination of both. But offensively, how do you keep Josh Allen from scoring? You run the ball.
Yeah, keep it away.
You keep it away. You win the time of possession. You run more offensive plays. 76 versus 45 in the Green Bay game. Like, that's how you beat Josh Allen. You just simply keep him off the field. You possess the ball. You run more plays. You may have to go forward on fourth down every once in a while because you simply don't want Josh Allen to have the ball.
He may be having the best season of his career. Only 5 picks through 13 games.
Oh, it's clearly the best season of his career, and he's doing it with less.
I was just saying, and with less. I think this is the Super Bowl window in Buffalo is going to be long because Josh Allen's going to be there for a while. But this is probably the peak of Josh Allen's career right now. He's 28 years old. To your point, the game has slowed down to a point where he can manipulate defenses, and he's still young enough where he's athletic and can run and lower his shoulder and run over people. The time is now for Buffalo. I mean, that's what makes this matchup so great. Detroit's going to get some reinforcements back on defense. We don't have anything official, but John, it just would stand to reason. Some of these guys are going to be back this week on the defensive line, and it's going to be nice for this team because they're going to need all hands on deck to chase this guy down.
Oh yeah, and Dan also mentioned it, right? Discipline in your rush lanes. It's even if you don't have Aiden Hutchinson, right? The guy that can just simply win at the snap of the ball. Zadarius Smith has shown that he can. And they're managing his reps. He's more productive doing less than he was in Cleveland. So I think there's a positive there. But you're not getting home with everybody else as much. Now, if Aleem McNeil is there and DJ Reader is there, those are 2 guys that can push the pocket in the middle. But it's not about getting home. It's simply about keeping him in the pocket and making sure that you don't allow him to be what he does best. That's extend plays, whether it's receivers getting open late or just escaping the pocket, because in a foot race, it's not going to be DJ Reader and Aleem McNeil that wins. And I don't even think it's going to be Zadarius Smith that wins. It's going to have to be Jack Campbell that wins.
Yeah.
Same thing as last week.
He's played well. We got a lot to get to in the 7 o'clock hour. We had a ticket texter complaining about Bregman being, quote, too pricey. We will get to a name the Tigers are pursuing at 7:18 where price won't be a factor. Big name. Everybody in the league is going to chase him, but the Tigers are in on Roki Sasaki. We'll give you the latest at 7:18. Lions fans, are they the best team in the NFL right now, or do they need to win this game for you to feel confident saying that? It's 97-1.
Plenty of ups and downs for Wolverines hoops in New York last night. Up as many as 15, down as many as 18. They ended up losing by 2 to Arkansas, 89-87, with a game-tying shot clanging off the front of the rim at the end. Michigan falls in their first game as the number 14 team in the country after having won 7 in a row. Jared Goff thought that the heavy discussions and criticisms of the Lions' fourth down play at the end of their Packers game last Thursday was a little bit odd. And Goff on with Doug Karsch right here on the ticket. He also said that his handoff to Montgomery where he tripped happened in slow motion, but he got it done. As Michigan works to sign North Carolina OC Chip Lindsey for their own opening, talks between the Tar Heels and Bill Belichick apparently ongoing, according to reports, calling it fluid as the future NFL Hall of Famer ponders maybe his first foray into college coaching. And a former Tiger from back in the 60s, Rocky Colavito, has died at the age of 91. The popular slugger was shockingly traded from Cleveland to Detroit and played alongside Al Kaline, hitting 139 homers and driving in 430 RBIs in his 4 seasons with multiple All-Star appearances. At the Corewell Health Sports Desk, I'm Chris Villar. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket and Odyssey.com.
Listen, later this hour, we'll give you the info on how you can win Lions and Bills tickets this morning with us. Huge game. 2 best teams in the NFL. The Lions are the best team in football. I feel good saying that right now. I don't need to see the game this weekend to feel that way. Detroit's favored. They're at home. I expect them to win this game, even against Josh Allen at his best. having a career season, MVP season, I still think the Lions should get this done. Do you need to see them do it? Or are you cool with just saying right now, hey, we got the best team in the NFL. They play at Ford Field. They're the Detroit Lions. 248-539-9797. You're with me.
I'm with you.
You've been saying it for a month.
Yeah, the Lions are by far the best team in the NFL. Now, it doesn't mean that they're going to go 16-1 or that they could lose to any of the teams that are on the schedule. And I include the Bears in that it's not likely that they would go to Chicago, lay an egg, and lose to the Bears. But it's possible because these are all NFL teams, NFL games, NFL situations happen.
Texter says the Lions are currently the best team in the NFL, but yes, they need to win Sunday to maintain that status. Chase in Grosse Pointe. Texter says, did everybody forget the Bills just lost to the Rams last week? Why would we crown them the best team if they beat our injured team? Why would we put them ahead of some other teams in the league? Signed, Tyler. Well, if Buffalo beats Detroit and Kansas City and they have the MVP of the league, guys, take the fact that you're a Lions fan out of it. They would be rightfully crowned the current best team in the sport. That doesn't mean you can't topple them in the Super Bowl, but if they come into Detroit and win this game, they deserve to be the number one team in the NFL at that time.
Yeah, there's no question. I mean,
but this person says no because they just lost to the Rams and our team's injured. No excuses, guys. We haven't made excuses this entire way. They've won 11 in a row. There's no excuses.
I mean, the ultimate goal is winning. I mean, the same thing we talk about with the Tigers, right? The ultimate goal is winning. You have to win to be tabbed as the best team. And if you end up 16-2 and they end up 15-2 and they end up 14-3, quick math there. Does it mean that the Bills are better at the end of the season? No, because just look at what I have right now. I have a 10-3 team ahead of Kansas City that's 12-1. I have them ahead of an 11-2 Philly. And why is that? It's because I believe that they're a better team. And in a 17-game season that goes for 18 weeks, there's going to be highs and lows. There's going to be moments where you're playing really good, and there's going to be other times where you simply don't play good, or you might be beat up. That's part of the equation of where you get ranked on a weekly basis.
Texter says beating the Bills would be huge because he'd be able to rest guys the last week. However, if the Lions don't win, it's not all that bad, big picture. So just so we all on the same page here, Lions beating the Green Bay Packers was a great win for a bunch of reasons. One being it's the Packers, FTP. Another reason is you did it shorthanded and it really was a culture win. But just from a data standpoint, it was such a big win for their odds to get the 1 seed. The Lions can lose any of the final 4 games and get the 1 seed as long as they win the other 3. There's no one game that now becomes problematic. They win the tiebreaker over Philly in all scenarios where they finish 15-2. So that's great. They could lose this game. They could lose to Chicago. Not that I'm predicting it, but they could lose any of these games and still be all right, still have the bye week in the postseason as long as they only lose 1 game. And if they win this game, again, you're getting to where you're putting so much pressure on Philly, who you mentioned has some issues going on, maybe behind the scenes, and Minnesota, who we think is good but not this good. If they lose a game along the way and you keep winning, we may get to a point where not only is Week 18 a gimme, you may clinch earlier than that.
Sure. I mean, there's a lot of things that can happen. There's still a month of the season and so much football to be played, and there's also injuries that can happen. I mean, Josh Allen, mobile guy, we've seen him get dinged up before. In fact, last week, there was times in that game where it didn't look like he could use his left hand. Now, I mean, he's as tough as they come at that position. So you're going to see him play. But what happens if Josh Allen gets hurt? What happens if Jared Goff gets hurt? There's still games. Just because you're this late in the season doesn't mean that your best players or your most important players are immune from injury.
So I still think the Lions have one more box to check. It's the franchise quarterbacks. They haven't played like the true elite tier 1 QBs. They haven't played one yet. And so we need to see how they stack up against that sort of quarterback and that team. I think they'll be just fine. I mean, to me, the thing about this game is everybody was talking last week about it. You know, you're going to have to get into a shootout and outscore Green Bay. I think the same thing applies to this even more. Why? Buffalo's defense stinks. I mean, they've given up 35 to Baltimore and 44 against the Rams. That's the two best teams they've played when it comes from an offensive perspective. When they played good Miami, they nearly killed Tua the first time. After that, Miami's offense was anemic in that game. But then they played Tua in a full game, and Miami scored 27 in Buffalo on them. So I think their defense can be had. And this is actually another Lions offense game. And I expect some guys back, defensively, but
let me ask you this question, because TJ and I have talked about it on Mondays. We've talked about it a little bit on the show. We're never going to hear it from Dan or from the coaches or from Brad Holmes, but how many of these guys, if the season was on the line last week, would have been able to play? But because they knew that what they were going to need against Josh Allen, that they needed DJ Reader to be healthy. They needed, and Lee McNeil played last week, but Pascal, Onwuzurike, they needed them to be at their best on Sunday versus, hey, they didn't want to lose the division game, but they felt like they could win that game without them.
I don't know how to answer it. I mean, the Packer game was more important. I know Buffalo's better. I don't know how to answer it because it's.
But I guess, so we beat around the bush, right? Was it load management?
Well, it would be kind of dumb to load manage for the important game and for the AFC game to
well, but you know what I'm saying? Yeah.
I've been suspicious of them load managing at times during the Campbell regime.
There's nothing wrong with it if they are.
I'm not about the last game. What you're asking is if it was a playoff elimination game, would some guys have suited up? I believe Decker would have played.
Yeah.
I believe Reader would have played. I'm not sure about the other guys. I think they are legit injuries.
Sure, I'm not saying they're not injuries.
They're all right, but I think Decker, for what he's been through, here pushes through to play in that football game. I think Reader situationally is in to stop the run. Maybe doesn't play as many snaps. I mean, we're all speculating here and stuff. But to Jim's point, I don't think you were load managing against a division rival
with so much on the line. Again, the percentages and clinching and all that stuff. But I don't want to gloss over something Tom said. They're facing a franchise quarterback for the first time this season. We hadn't discussed that yet.
Well, that's why you want those guys back against Josh Allen. And I get the whole division and all that stuff.
But to Tom's, and not to do next week radio today, but just a bug to put in your ear, if they lose this game, will that be the thing that we go to and say that's the only thing that keeps this team from winning a Super Bowl is having to face a franchise quarterback? The one time they did, they lost. Quickly, it puts doubt in a season that's had very little, right? They've won 11 in a row. They faced every bit of adversity. If they were to lose this game, and again, they're favored, I think they're going to win. If they lose this game, they don't have a chance to face a franchise quarterback again, maybe until the Super Bowl. Like, who are the guys in that echelon? Allen?
Mahomes.
Burrow's having a great year. He's not in consideration. Who are the guys that you put like in that upper, like the tip-top elite quarterbacks in the sport?
That's it.
Lamar?
Yes, you got to include Lamar.
Yeah. Sorry, I was.
So
Lamar.
my point is they can't conquer that if they don't get it done this week. They can't conquer that until they would be in the Super Bowl faced with that very test for the only time again.
The only other quarterback that would be in that conversation, not because he's a top 5 or even a top 10 quarterback, but could have a top 5 type of performance and be that type of threat, would be Jalen Hurts.
You know,
because
I think
I
think a guy we're leaving off the list that has had success at times. It's still Stafford. The Rams' offense has given the Lions trouble the 2 times they've played. Yeah. I mean, so I think that list is small. I would still put 3. I wouldn't put Stafford in that group, but at this point, I put Stafford.
Is he the best
right now ahead of Hurts because Hurts is struggling?
Is Stafford the best quarterback the Lions have faced so far this season?
I would say yes.
I think so. I mean, Baker, depending on how you feel about Baker.
Oh, no, Stafford's better than Baker.
Okay.
But again, you're looking at Kyler Murray, Geno, Dak, Sam Darnold.
Love twice. Stroud, who's had the year step back.
Yeah. I mean, he's the best quarterback.
You know, you talked about next week narratives. If they lose this game, that will be one of them. The whole franchise quarterback, most likely, unless this game goes to a 10-3 game that nobody sees coming. You know, but my point is that will be the narrative.
Yeah,
and then people will judge a banged up Lions D instead of judging what the D would be most likely if you got to the Super Bowl healthier. Most likely,
you'd be ready for it. And listen, the other part of this would be the franchise quarterbacks are truly special players. I mean, there's only a handful of them to our point. 3 maybe is what we're counting here. For the Lions to get to a Super Bowl, they would face none of them. And then once you're in the game, like, isn't that all we've talked about is get to the game?
Well, the bugaboo, though.
Get to the game and you're right there. I mean, they may be within a possession and you feel like you have the better top-to-bottom team. Maybe you get got by a franchise quarterback one time, but it doesn't mean they can't win the Super Bowl if they lose this week. So, again, I think that's got to be part of the conversation.
Right. The thing is, though, in the end, you're most likely facing Mahomes, Allen, or Lamar. I mean, those are the top 3 odds to reach a Super Bowl. The reason the Baltimore Ravens are still the 5th highest Super Bowl odds are because of Lamar Jackson.
And I think in a roundabout way, that does kind of wrap the conversation up where, like, this game, you are the best team in football, but you have a chance to maybe take what would be doubt out of the equation by beating the best of the franchise quarterbacks this season, Josh Allen, an MVP campaign. All right, coming up next, an update on the Tigers in free agency. We told you about Bregman earlier. They're one of the 4 teams in on Bregman, but he's, quote, too pricey. Nobody likes hearing that. Roki Sasaki, who is this Japanese sensation? What did Scott Harris had to say? They're in. We'll get to that next. It's 97.1.
Hey, right now, going on at Planet Fitness, they have the 12 days of Fitmas, where you can get for just $1 down and $15 a month, you can have access to their entire facility, and it's about being able to reach your fitness goals. So start now. Don't wait for the new year. Don't wait for the holidays to be over. Get in the gym. You're going to maybe actually have some free time over the holidays to be able to make that happen. It's a squeaky clean gym. It's the judgment-free zone, and every single membership includes fitness training. So, and that's at no extra cost. If you want more, if you want to be able to go with somebody, you can get unlimited guest privileges, access to every single location, not just here in Metro Detroit, but across the country and across the state. It's the Planet Fitness Black Card membership allows you to do that. It also gives you access to the Black Card Spa, where you have the hydro massage chairs, total body enhancement. It's wonderful. Check it out. Go in there. And again, right now, $1 down, $15 a month gets you going. They've got new locations in Corktown, at the Briarwood Mall in Ann Arbor. They're everywhere. You want to find more information? You can find it on the web at planetfitness.com.
John, you like the classics?
Oh, I love the classics. Yeah. I mean, is that? Come on, have you met me?
Let's just teeing that up for you.
Yeah.
This is one of your favorites?
No, I'm not. I'm not a big fan of marshmallows.
Like in general, like s'mores. You don't.
I make s'mores for the kids. I make a wonderful s'more.
Okay.
I'm not a big fan of marshmallows. That's why I don't want them on my.
He got too many thrown at him in Michigan Stadium.
Yeah, that's what they used to do that in Madison. Put the batteries in the marshmallow.
Would they really?
Oh yeah. Throw them at you, ding off your helmet. Nothing. That and then they would have the mustard and ketchup squeeze bottles. Squeeze those on you. Yeah.
That's awful.
You know what you're getting into.
It's what makes college football great.
We're gonna get
marshmallows with batteries in them.
Yes.
Dun 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 dun.
Yeah.
We're gonna get into the holiday spirit coming up at 7:35. Last night was the Odyssey holiday party. Some stories, and we ultimately want to get into the worst holiday party mistakes that you guys have experienced. We know 'tis the season. John, it's also the winter meetings, and we've been giving people updates on the Tigers. And said yesterday it feels very small market. The earlier note was on Alex Bregman. The Tigers are one of 4 teams mentioned, but according to John Heyman of the New York Post, Detroit's interest might be limited because he's too pricey.
Yeah, it might cost too much.
Which, dude, your payroll is not even close to the luxury tax. It's not even close to the average payroll.
Is it just too pricey, or are they gun shy after? Is the franchise gun shy? Because it wasn't Scott Harris that signed Javi Baez. But he's the one that keeps him around.
But the answer is then you can never pursue a free agent again because Javi didn't work out.
Don't get mad at me.
I'm not mad at you, John. I know. But there is a name out there who is a name who won't cost a fortune that the Tigers are in on, where price won't be a factor. Are you familiar with Roki Sasaki?
I wouldn't say I'm familiar with him.
You didn't scout him in Japan?
No, I'm becoming familiar with him. And the question I have about Sasaki, isn't everyone going to be in on Sasaki? So, and let's make sure that we talk about the details. They're in on Bregman, but unlikely to get him because of the cost.
Yes.
What's the cost? Please explain to me the cost of Sasaki.
So it's a weird thing where he's an international free agent, and because he is under, I believe, the age of 25, he has to sign a minor league salaried contract.
Oh.
So this is not millions.
Right. So, again, everyone is obviously going to be in on Sasaki.
Yes, every team, and in fact, that's what Scott Harris is quoted as saying, quote, every team in baseball wants Sasaki. We do too. We are hard at work on a presentation to position this organization as appealing to him and his agent. We're going to be, it's going to be pretty fierce competition. Consider us interested in Sasaki. Some more backstory on this, John. Because everyone's playing from the same financial playing field, they can all offer the same deal and not a penny more. Detroit can make the case that we have Chris Fetter, that we have a great pitching program, that we get the most out of our pitchers. That would be argument 1. 2, I don't know if this hurts or helps or whatever, but Maeda on the team, they do have a Japanese player, and historically that has mattered. Japanese players' familiarity, it's a culture shift.
Sure.
Having someone in the clubhouse that speaks your language that can help you out, that could only help, I would think, the Tigers' pursuit of Sasaki. Also from his agent, Roki Sasaki's agent, quote, I think there's an argument to be made that a small or mid-market team might be more beneficial to him as a soft landing spot coming from Japan, given what he's been through, and not having an enjoyable experience with the media. I don't truthfully understand everything that he's been through. I know he lost his father at a young age. I don't know if the media over there was hounding him about something unrelated, but apparently there's a consideration to not going to a giant media market where he would be hounded. So that would, in theory, hurt a place like New York or LA, the Dodgers, small to medium market. Tigers are in the mix on him. I don't believe he's going to end up here, John, but there's the latest on Sasaki.
I think the number one, if all money is going to be the same on all Major League Baseball teams, then the big selling point is obviously going to be Chris Fetter.
Yeah.
And also the track record of this is how we handle young arms because he's had some injury issues.
At 23, hasn't logged a ton of innings, has dealt with some injuries.
All right, so you can insert a number of different examples of how they're going to be cautious, the innings limits that they've had guys on, and how they've dealt with guys with injury issues, how they've been, how they've stuck with guys that have had injury issues. But I think if he's going to be picking and choosing, what is the other thing that will would be a deciding factor? Now, okay, you've got the Dodgers, you've got the Yankees, you've got some of these teams, right? They're going to go out and spend a bunch of money. Willingness to build a team.
Yeah.
And it's not good. I don't know at 23 he's going to fully understand that because it's a business and you learn more as you go, but his agent certainly does.
He's quoted as saying, I don't have it right in front of me, but he has been paying attention to teams that are headed in the right direction, teams that are – the Tigers made the playoffs last year, advanced in the playoffs last year. I'm curious how the pitch will go, just so people understand about him. He's thrown 100 miles an hour, fastball, splitter, slider. He's considered to be the number one international prospect this offseason, and the Tigers, like everybody else, will be in on him. The other note, last note on the Tigers. Jeff Greenberg, he is the general manager of the Tigers below Scott Harris in the org chart. Greenberg said yesterday, we're probably set for now on starting pitching outside of Sasaki. Skubal, Olsen, Cobb, we have 7 or 8 additional guys on the roster. So do not expect a high-profile starter. It's Sasaki, or this is the group. I know.
Walleye.
I know. Let's get to Heather with the news.
Well, Detroit City Council President Mary Sheffield is running for mayor. At a packed Union Hall on Tuesday, she made her candidacy for mayor official. And if elected, she would be the first woman to represent the city as mayor. Now, during her announcement, she emphasized that her campaign is rooted in unity, and she aims to build upon it through public and private partnerships and through collaboration between city council and the mayor's office. Her campaign slogan is "Together we can, together we will." She says it is intended to reach Detroiters of all incomes and backgrounds. And she's got 5 key focus areas that she is going to, focus on: addressing property tax reform, walkable and vibrant neighborhoods, investing in safe communities, affordable housing, and economic development. Of course, the election will be held November 4th of 2025.
It's always election season.
Yes, it is. This is some sad news. A 61-year-old Waterford Township man became the 13th drowning victim in Oakland County this year. Yeah, the man's body was discovered under a dock in Maestay Lake late Monday night. Police were actually alerted to the area after a 911 caller reported hearing somebody yelling for help. Also could hear the sound of somebody, thrashing about in the water. Yeah. When they got there, life-saving measures were administered, but the victim unfortunately passed away. It's unknown how the man entered the lake, I guess why the man entered the lake. They do say alcohol might have been a factor. Sad news for sure. A terrifying break-in at Joe Burrow's home during Monday Night Football might have actually confirmed a major development in his personal life.
Did you see this, Sean?
Well, I know his house got broken into.
It sure did. So according to police, there was a call made about a break-in at his Ohio home right around 8:14 p.m. Happened on Monday while he and the Bengals were in Texas to play the Cowboys, right? So he wasn't there. But a police report names Sports Illustrated model Olivia Ponton as the person who was at the scene when deputies got there. Now, she told police that...
Is a relationship status?
Yes, it is. So yes, serious note about the break-in, but also we're learning who his girlfriend might be. Big news, right? So she told police that when she got there, she noticed a shattered bedroom window and that the room had been ransacked. So somebody had been in there. She actually called her mom first, and her mom is the one who called 911.
It's terrifying to be in that situation, and I could care less.
I have a
about
question.
His relationship status.
I'm intriguing everyone here. I'm talking about break-ins, but also relationships. There's now they've never publicly confirmed that they're together, but there's been rumors swirling for a while.
Maybe just Joe had hired a house sitter that just happened to be a Sports Illustrated model.
Swimsuit model.
Hey, buddy, come on over. Can you keep an eye on my house for me?
Also, is it a little weird that she had her mom call 911? instead of calling when she could provide all the details herself?
A little bit.
One of these Gen Zers who's afraid of talking on the phone.
She can't go do a job interview by herself. She's got to bring her mom to that, too.
I don't know how to call 911. Will you do it for me?
I do have a phobia of making phone calls.
The
so
ultimate
maybe
introvert of that makes up the bulk of Sports Illustrated models.
I do make Colin call in my takeout orders. Like, I don't like calling. I don't like making phone calls. So, yeah, he usually calls. I mean, if I have to, I do it.
Kelsey's the same way. We do talk for a living. I like calling in the order. I'd rather call in the order.
So maybe she's like me, just has a little bit of phobia of making phone calls. Who knows?
Wow.
Heather with the news.
Little insight to Heather Park.
We'll get a little more of that coming up next. The holiday party last night for the company. We'll get to that. Plus, we'll tell you how you can win Lions tickets today on the show. It's 97.1.
Hey, why not dive into the best pool in history? That's Stadium Swim, and it's located at Circa Resort and Casino. That's in downtown Vegas. Catch all the biggest games at a viewing experience that's absolutely built for us, and that's sports fans. Chill in one of the 6 pools on 3 different levels for a perfect view of the massive 40-foot-tall high-definition screen. Again, that's Stadium Swim. It's America's favorite place to watch so many great sporting events, but right now it's football. Swim-up bars, instant-ready selfie walls, and one non-stop party. Score your perfect game day spot with cozy day beds, private cabanas, or you can grab a lounge at the center of the action. Reserve your spot today. It's 365 days of sports poolside. Located at Circa Resort and Casino in downtown Las Vegas, and it's right there on Fremont Street. Stadium Swim. All sports, all seasons. Book your spot today at circalasvegas.com.
All right, you want to know how to win these Lions tickets. That's why you're listening.
I do. How do I win?
You can't win them, John. And Heather, you can't win them either. I know Colin really wanted these.
He does.
That's why he showed up to the holiday party last night.
It was a joke, but he was hopeful that maybe we'd give away some Bills tickets, so that was his incentive to go to the holiday party.
Yeah. Did you tell him? Yeah, that's a possibility.
Yes, I did. Well, then he was actually surprised that we were giving away tickets at the holiday party. Not to this particular game, but
it was for Week 18 against the Vikings. But you guys can win tickets for this Sunday. 2 best teams in the NFL. Marquee matchup. Here's how to win them. In the next hour, 60 minutes, we will play a drop. When you hear that drop, you will call in. Don't call in right now. You won't win them right now.
Right.
It's not going to work. Don't text in when you hear the drop. Call in when you hear the drop. You're going to be listening for Dan Campbell saying, Sewell's giving me puppy eyes. When you hear that, Dan Campbell's voice saying that, you'll call in. It's your chance to win a pair of tickets to see the Lions this Sunday against the Bills and passes to the Lions VIP tailgate at Eastern Market by the Bullseye Group. It's the Lions VIP tailgate. All you can eat, open bar, 3 hours before kickoff. Go to bullseyeeventgroup.com for tickets today. And Heather, you know about that tailgate.
Oh, yeah, it's a sweet tailgate. Go hungry, go thirsty, lots of food, lots of drink. It's a great time. Plus, they've got a shuttle service that takes you right to the park. Yeah. Stadium, whatever you want to call it. Yeah. Ford Field.
To the game.
Yeah, it takes you right to the game.
Curbside.
So it's happening in the next hour, your chance to win them. We're going to talk about this holiday party. John, you showed up.
I did.
You were seen briefly.
Yep.
And then you left.
I did. Yep. Basketball game, which ended up being a loss.
I'm not shaming you for it. But everybody else was, because they go, oh, wow, he won a prize. Where is he? He already left.
I know. Everybody wants to give you a hard time. And they all know that you got 5 kids. They all know that it's a Tuesday night. It's a weeknight. Come on. Anyway.
But we want to know from you guys some of your holiday party stories. Who are you at the holiday party? Are you the John Jansen? You show up, you be seen, you make sure you've done your duty, and then you get the hell out? Are you the person that a little too much to drink? Are you the karaoke person? Who are you at the holiday party? And what are some of the horror stories you've seen going to your company's holiday parties? 248-539-9797. I have a list in front of me of the worst behaviors at holiday parties, and it's much of what you'd think. Inappropriate dancing, drinking too much, flirting with coworkers, that's a no-no. A list of the worst holiday parties. What have you guys seen? I have bringing an uninvited +1, bringing leftovers home. Do people do that? Like they scoop up extra food and take that home? That's
I mean, if the party's over, if they're just going to throw it away, why not?
Seen as a faux pas.
Really?
Wardrobe malfunctions, all kinds of stuff.
Oh, boy.
We didn't actually see you, John, because I got in about a half hour after the party started.
Oh, you were late.
Gone.
Yeah, we were late, too.
Oh.
But we stayed
Were you
for a
just in the restroom?
No, John.
You missed the leadoff home run.
I don't think you want to be the first one there, and you don't want to be the last one there. So we did about an hour and a half, and then got the hell out.
Lori and Debbie were the first ones there, I'm sure. I walked in, and there was Doug Karsh. Doug also left shortly after I did.
What was his excuse?
His son's basketball game. Okay. Those of us with families, that the more than just
I have
the
a
spouse,
family. I don't have
just
kids.
The spouse, yeah, do have responsibilities during the week and on weekends, as we heard from TJ Lang. Anyway, I don't know that. So we used to have these holiday parties in Washington that Dan would throw, Snyder, and they were always, epic parties. He would have some of them after the season, because the season didn't go as late as it does now. It's all been pushed back a little bit. Obviously, there's an extra game. So some of them were, just after the season, but he found out that as soon as the season was over, if you weren't in the playoffs, no one was showing up because everybody was gone. And so we would have them right before, and they were epic moments where Corey Raymer, here's one. Here's probably a faux pas. Corey Raymer, who was our center from Wisconsin, and he and I we're having a good time, having a couple of pops. I decided it's time for me to leave, and he disagreed. This is a black tie event, and so we're all gussied up.
Oh yeah,
and we come. I start walking out, and he grabs me by the back of my shirt. And by this time, shirt's untucked, right? It's
end of the night.
It ties off, right? Yeah. I mean, we're a little disheveled to begin with. And he grabs my shirt. And so I slap his hand away, and we start wrestling in the door. Red carpet's still there. We're on the red carpet.
Oh, no.
And so the limo, we'd rented a limo for the night, and the limo was there. So I make a dive for the limo. I'm running, doors open. I dive headfirst into the limo. Limo driver closes the door. He hops up on top of the limo.
No.
And I'm then through the sunroof, and I'm kind of pointing. I'm egging him on a little bit. He's on top of the limo, so we start wrestling. I'm halfway out the sunroof. He's on top of the limo. I end up pulling him through, and as he's going through, he was a little bit he was a little wider than I am, and so he got a little bit stuck. So he was stuck upside down, coming head first through the sunroof. So I guess I do have a story.
I was going to say, how many drinks deep is this story? This is great.
Oh, it didn't. Trust me, at that time, we didn't have to be inebriated, but we were at the time.
You guys were messing around.
Yes.
That's great.
Having a great time. So yeah, that probably was one that became somewhat of a legend in Washington, but now there's new ownership and free agency, so nobody remembers.
We didn't get that John Jansen last night.
No, that John Jansen does not exist anymore. That John Jansen did not have kids. It was very little responsibility at that time. So yeah,
some ticket texts have come in.
Match that one.
I can't match that one. Texter says, I treat holiday parties the same way I treat weddings. Goal is to be the second drunkest person at the party. No one remembers the second drunkest.
Well, that is a great point. That's a great point.
We didn't have, I didn't stay till the end. Heather, I don't know if you did.
Not to the very end, no.
I don't think we had anybody. They did the 2-drink limit for the free drinks. I suppose you could buy more if you really wanted to.
Sure.
But I didn't see anybody get overly
Well, I gave my drink
up.
tickets.
You gave them away.
Yeah, I gave them away, and I think I know Doug. Maybe he had a pop or two, but he was going to be driving, so I don't think he was. I think he gave his away as well.
So maybe someone was collecting those.
Yeah, I didn't see anybody doing any crazy drinking.
Certainly, you were able to buy more.
Yeah, of course.
Yeah,
if you
I think
wanted
you
to.
could help. Yeah, I think you could have as many as you wanted.
You wanted to have a good time.
Yeah, there was no limit.
No.
Like, I wonder if anyone stayed. Like, after the party ended. I mean, you're there at the casino.
Yeah.
I wonder if
on a Tuesday night you're just going to party it up.
There was lots of people there.
I know.
Yeah. As you know, Jim, not everyone has kids. Not everyone has to go home.
Mm-hmm.
Fair enough. 248-539-9797. Let's get to the phones. Tom in Hamilton. Tom, good morning. What's going on?
I was at a recent party with my wife's company probably about 15 years ago, and a couple of the ladies had recently had breast enlargements and got a little drunk and decided to let everybody touch and feel. So some of the ladies who hadn't had enlargements did the same.
Compare and contrast?
I feel like that's kind of a common thing.
What parties do you go to?
Not common, but like there's people I know who have had that done, and they're like, oh, you want to see him? You want to touch? Like, it's like, yeah, well, they're like proud of him. Not the opposite, though. He said that after it was other women that were just like, hey, that's not normal.
Wait. So, I mean, this is a thing where you get them enlarged, you get them enhanced, and then all of a sudden everybody gets to
Well, I mean, maybe it's just my friends that have done that. I don't know. I mean,
Tom, what was the reaction?
This is we're getting a good insight into Heather here.
I was saying, actually, the problem was my wife and I were like John, and we had left about 5 minutes before this happened.
Oh. So, okay,
exactly.
Now thinking back, if you're standing there with was it only the women that were allowed to,
Oh, no.
It was a hands-on experience.
So if your wife is standing next to you, you certainly don't.
You can't.
Yeah.
No, I couldn't.
Would
I
she
would
have?
been slapped pretty quickly.
Sure. For even looking.
Probably.
Yeah, that's where you need a good pair of sunglasses.
what was it like the next day at work?
Right.
I'm not sure. I didn't hear that. I just was listening to what happened after.
Oh, we lost you there for a minute.
At the end there, Tom. But we appreciate it. It's a great story.
That is, wow. So you have friends that have done this, eh?
Yeah, maybe it's. I don't know. I feel like it's.
No, you said you had friends that did this.
Yes. Then when they get their boobs done, they want to show them off and like check this out.
And they let people grab them.
Well, I'm not talking like random people or coworkers, but
like at a holiday party if they had enough drinks.
No, I don't. That's not what I meant. But
anybody outside of your significant other, that person is a random individual.
Not
okay,
a good
you
friend,
may be
not
friends.
Okay.
Friends of both sexes?
I don't know.
Oh, keeps the door open. I mean, it could be. You didn't say no.
Wow. That's a whole world I had no idea existed.
I think they're just proud of them. They just want to show them off.
John, this is why we do the topic. Because we get stories like this. We have you in a limo in a sunroof fighting a teammate. We have...
Wrestling. Wouldn't say fighting. Wrestling.
Okay, fine. We have stories, and we want your stories. Holiday parties are happening all month long. We want your stories from the past. Who are you at the holiday parties, and what have you seen? It's 97.1.
Hey, it's the wintry driving season again, and there are reckless drivers everywhere. You see them all over the road, and they can't seem to keep their own cars under control. If you get injured in an auto accident during this or any time of the year, you need an injury attorney who's going to be responsive to your needs and aggressive against the insurance companies. The injury attorney that you need to hire is David Femininio. You can pick up the phone right now and speak to David personally by calling 855-65-CRASH. Or you can always go to the website, getdavidgetpaid.com. That number again, 855-65-CRASH, or on the web at getdavidgetpaid.com.
last night was the company holiday party. And nothing quite as crazy as some of the stories you guys have passed along, but keep them coming.
Oh my gosh.
John told a story. Have you ever told that story before? Back in your playing days, wrestling around with a teammate, sunroof of a limo?
I don't know if I've told that one or not. I think Greg has heard that one. I think I may have shared that one with Stoney at some point.
It sounds familiar.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
We had the guy call in and say the women of his office got boob jobs and let everybody grab them. And then the women who didn't get the boob jobs also jumped in for comparison's sake. So we have more stories coming in on the ticket text. We want your phone calls.
That's a weird workplace, especially after that party. Things changed that night. Things definitely changed.
Texter says, at a Christmas party for a small pharmaceutical company in Livonia, the CFO got drunk, whacked out on cocaine, and got into a fight with a warehouse worker over trying to have sex with the warehouse worker's girlfriend. All the employees of the company found out the next day that the CFO had been let go.
Ooh.
People losing jobs over holiday parties.
Yeah, that's a major faux pas.
A couple of employees got liquored up and got into a fist fight. It would have been our company's last Christmas party ever. Unfortunately, the whole company paid for the actions of a couple knuckleheads, Dennis in Allen Park. We had our Christmas party at a museum, and my coworker got too drunk and broke some of the very expensive memorabilia trying to get a photo late in the night.
Uh-oh.
Oh, jeez.
Uh-oh. Yeah, that's the risk you run when you have a party at a place like that.
Someone give Heather a drink so we can hear more of those good stories.
I don't know.
Yeah.
I'm sure I've got more somewhere.
Says maybe Heather's been on the swingers cruise too. Oh, ticket texters are having fun. What time did Valeni show up? Reads the ticket text. You can guess the answer to that one. 1:30 never.
Oh, really? Huh. Was Rico there?
This one says, I bet Rico was the last to leave the party and brought the leftovers home. So you think he was the one tacky bringing the food home? I don't think Rico was at the party either yesterday.
Huh.
I didn't see him.
Nobody from the afternoon show?
I didn't see David,
Was David
or
there?
Kenny.
Yeah, none of them could go. I mean, if one can't go, none can go.
Oh.
Well, they were on the air when the party started, so I'm sure that's...
Yeah. It's only a half hour downtown. No, it was a nice setup. It looked like it was going to be fun.
It was a great party.
I wish I could have stayed a little bit longer. It just wasn't in the cards for me last night.
Leader from my company got in trouble for bumping and grinding too much tongue action with a couple girls on his team.
Oh, a couple?
So he's just swapping spit with everybody.
It's getting weird.
That's what happens at some of these holiday parties.
Oh, it's
It's the
uncomfortable.
alcohol. Oh, no.
Maybe that's why we had the 2 drink tickets.
Well, that's the thing, too. I mean, like, if you're going to a company party and, like, first of all, and this is something that my wife has helped me out a tremendous amount, like just showing up with what I wear.
Yeah.
And, I mean, it's just, you want to be professional. It's a professional outing, even though it's a party and they're going to be serving alcohol, but it's what you wear and how you present yourself to your coworkers. Your boss is there.
Yeah.
And I mean, for bosses, your employees are there. And
what did you dress like before that you needed the help here?
Oh, well,
for guys, it's pretty easy.
I would, but I would have showed up in Michigan
like Belichick
gear.
on the sideline.
Oh, not a hoodie, but yeah, I mean, I would have been, it would have been one of my dress flannels. But yeah, so
how did you dress yesterday? Because I didn't see you.
I had
You have like a blazer?
Like
down zip,
no, it's
half zip.
like a quarter zip.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Sweater.
Okay.
Yeah.
Something.
My dress pants, all that stuff. Yeah.
Okay.
So yeah, it was. Yeah. It was work appropriate, but it's also like when you're going to these, you're still representing yourself to your company, and I just think if you're going to drink too much, like there's a time and a place.
Some people can't stop themselves, especially open bar at some of these things. Oh, we're going to celebrate the end of year rager, and you're not in your 20s anymore.
How much
and
do
this
you like
isn't
your
the place.
job?
Yeah, well. But speaking of how people dressed, Greg shows up sporting, I've never seen you wear this, a holiday sweater. Is this a new item, or did you get it a few Christmases ago?
This is a new item
Okay.
that my wife got for me. It is a Picture of the Step Brothers photo with Dan Campbell and Jared Goff's heads photoshopped on the two characters, and Dan Campbell is wearing a Santa Claus hat. It's adorned with all the ugly sweater frills and the decorative footballs and snowflakes.
Well done.
Honolulu.
Is there a picture that you could share with us off air? I mean,
several people do have a picture. Mark Ryan, can I get an amen? Took a picture. Debbie took a picture of me and Jimmy. So there are out there.
Okay.
The funny thing about this is that there is a customizable nameplate on the back. When Sarah bought this for me, she left it blank, thinking, okay, we don't want to put people's names on the back, whatever, however she feels about it. So the people who sent this thought that meant, well, we'll put the person who ordered the sweatshirt on the nameplate on the back.
Oh, so they did it by themselves.
Mm-hmm. Yes. Yeah. So on the back, this shirt says Sarah. So I am wearing an ugly Detroit Lions Christmas sweater with my wife's name on the back.
That's perfect. She labeled you.
Yes. Mm-hmm.
She put you out in the world with a very with a sweater that was going to garner attention, and she said that the company did it, but she may have just marked you.
He's mine.
Yeah.
That's what she did.
Hands off, ladies. Sarah owns this one.
And you're going to see this sweater, and you're going to want to get a piece of this. But no. He's taken.
But on a sweater like that, that's kind of perfect, right? It fits. It just seemed like the Christmas sweater. I'm here with my lovely bride. Oh, what's her name? Turn around. Sarah.
We'll get more phone calls, more ticket texts on this. I puked at my last Christmas party, signed Dan Skipper. You guys keep them coming. Your holiday party horror stories. And who are you at the holiday party? We'll mix in some Tigers. We got Will Johnson coming up, Michigan Corner at 8:35. He's got a charity event going on for the holiday, and we'll get the latest on his future. It's 97.1.
Brought to you by Twin Peaks. Michigan basketball fell for the first time since November 10th last night, giving up a 15-point first-half lead at Madison Square Garden and lost 89-87 to Arkansas in the Jimmy V Classic. Vladislav Golden led the Wolverines with 17 points as Michigan shot over 57%, but they had their 7-game win streak snapped. Head coach Dusty May explained what happened when the Razorbacks surged mid-game. U of M's next game is in exactly 1 week against Oklahoma in the Jumpman Invitational. Michigan football is keying in on a new offensive coordinator. Multiple reports state that the program is working to hire North Carolina OC Chip Lindsey, who's been with the Tar Heels for the past 2 seasons and also had head coaching experience at Troy. And the Tigers' deal with veteran pitcher Alex Cobb is for $15 million for the 2025 season, and President Scott Harris also said that they would put in an offer for top international star Roki Sasaki out of Japan. Harris claims every team wants him, and they're not excluded. At the Cornwall Health Sports Desk, I'm Chris Villar. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket and Odyssey.com.
We'll keep collecting those stories from your holiday parties. Will Johnson joins us at 8:35, Michigan Corner. Still got those Lions tickets. Be listening for your chance to win them.
I was excited to talk to Will.
Yep.
He's a great kid.
Yeah, and the event he's got going on, by the way, is a cool event for people. You're going to get a chance to make a difference this holiday season. We'll give you those details with Will coming up in about 30 minutes. John, the Alex Bregman stuff, I want to put that out there for people. I think we can have a conversation. I want to check in with Tiger fans, and we want to hear how you guys feel about this offseason. I said yesterday, everything feels small market. It's not over. Still could make a move. And Alex Bregman's the guy that makes the most sense. They don't have a long-term third baseman. Jace Young's going to take some fielding over at second base. he hasn't played in the majors consistently. They have a need at third base. Alex Bregman played for A.J. Hinch and won World Series. He's a right-handed bat. Good defender, too. Gold Glover.
Yeah.
And he's available. The latest on Bregman. There are 4 teams believed to be in the mix. 1, Houston, where he played last season in his entire career. 2, Boston. They would move Devers over to first. They are very interested. They might be the front runners. The Yankees didn't get Juan Soto, and they are mentioned for Alex Bregman. And the Tigers have come up. But according to John Heyman, New York Post, he's too pricey. Costs too much money for the Tigers. Look, there's a number of reasons to not add Bregman. Maybe you don't feel comfortable with a 7th, 8th year. Or you don't think he's going to age well, whatever. But to say we're broke, we can't afford it, that can't be the explanation. Too pricey cannot be a reason to not add a player that you otherwise think is good, helps the team, and pushes you forward. For a team whose payroll isn't approaching the luxury tax, isn't even league average, is one of the lowest in the sport, too pricey can't be a valid reason not to add a guy who you think makes this team better.
And it can't just simply always be term. It can't always be, well, what happens in year 6 or 7? Because if that's the case, you're never going to sign any of these guys. There are you just have to build it into the budget. Hey, by the time they get to year 6, maybe we've won a World Series, maybe we've competed for a couple of World Series, and it becomes worth it. And you just have to deal with, okay, a year or 2 at the end of 1 or 2 guys' contract, because everybody else is going to be doing that. They find a way. Why can't we?
Yeah, again, the Javi Baez contract, not a good one. But you can't let that stop you from handing long-term deals out forever and ever and ever. You can't be afraid to get better. You can't be afraid to compete.
So that deal was bad from the beginning.
Yeah.
And so you didn't have to wait for year 5 or 6 or 7 for that one to be bad. But if you're afraid of signing somebody who is 30 to a 7-year deal, there's going to be 27 other teams that'll do that. You know, or maybe not everyone, but there's going to be other teams, other franchises that are going to sign that player away from you. And you're never going to get a bite at the apple because they're always going to go for more security. And there are other teams that will live with the fact that, hey, year 6 and 7 might not be great for this individual, but we need them for the next 5.
Yeah, again, 4 or 5 years to be competitive. All these free agents always want you to tack an extra couple years on for security. They have leverage. They're free agents for the first and maybe only time in their career. This is just how free agency goes. So when you read quotes from Scott Harris like, oh, the prices are more than I anticipated, paraphrasing, but effectively, you know, the idea that these salaries are spiking more than we had anticipated. Spend, compete, try, push the team forward. Don't spend to just spend. Bregman's a good baseball player. The best teams in baseball are looking at this guy, right?
Yes. And I mean, he's gonna get paid. And whether it's the total dollars or it's the number of years. And if you don't want to pay for those years at the end, then take the same amount of money, squish it into 5 years, and you know, you can move on after that 5 years.
Yeah, it appears like he wants $200 million, which would be a 7-year deal because he's about a $30 million give or take. That's the estimate. And it sounds like Houston has been unwilling to go there. Maybe Boston will hold off. But Detroit should be in the mix with all these teams offering market rate. See, that's what I go back to. It's the market rate.
It's the cost of doing business.
This is what it costs to add premium free agent players on your playoff baseball team. And I'll remind them, they were a playoff team a year ago.
Yeah.
Act like it. Oh, it's too pricey. That's from John Heyman. That's a respected reporter in the game saying the Tigers are in, but he might be too pricey.
And there's a lot of different ways that you can, you know, get to the ultimate goal in the end game of being a team that in a franchise that competes for World Series. And okay, it's not Scott Harris's fault that we are a fan base that has struggled for a decade. He's only been here, 2 years?
Yeah, that's not his fault.
All right. But I think you do have to take into account how long the fans have been at this. Now, it's not, if you're trying to build a winner for the long term, year in, year out, competitive team, there is something to be said for developing your young guys and then next year. Because he said, I like the talent level that we have at all levels of the organization. That's great. it doesn't mean that you have to wait to win. You can sign some guys now, and it's not a 37-year-old for a year or a 35-year-old for a 2-year deal. You can sign some guys that are going to be here when all the young reinforcements also get here.
Here's the Scott Harris quote that I was referencing. I want to get it right. Quote, free agent prices continue to rise at pretty staggering rates. We're always engaged with every agent, and we're engaged with all the teams on different trades. When we find something we actually like, we'll jump on it. Jeff Greenberg, the team's general manager, confirmed yesterday that they're basically done with the starting pitchers. Alex Cobb was the move they're going to make. If they can get Sasaki from Japan, great, but they are not looking to add any other starting pitching. So they added a 1-year starter, and Sasaki would not be an expensive deal. It has to be a minor league deal. They are not going to invest significantly in the starting pitching, and I don't know that they're going to invest significantly in the hitting. So where are they going to invest?
So let me ask you this. And I don't know if Job is going to be there at the beginning of the season or not. And he'll certainly be one of those guys that's got a clock. And it's going to be a lot shorter than everybody else's. But Skubal, Olsen, Cobb, Job. At some point. And maybe it's early June when that happens. That's not a bad rotation.
No, a couple notes, though. Job will probably have some kind of innings limit in his first big league season, and Cobb is 37 and has had injury issues. I think they can get the most out of him, but I don't know if he's logging major innings. They may be, again, doing what they did last year, which is just finding a way to get as many innings out of this staff as they can, which is okay, but they needed to hit more. Like, that's what held them back last year. Right. I don't doubt that Fetter and Hinch can play matchups and bullpen and find arms and develop arms and get the most out of the pitching staff. No one has disputed that. It's, hey, Game 4, Game 5 playoff series, can you knock guys in? Do you have any bats that can get a big knock against a good pitcher? And this team doesn't have them. Just for context on Bregman, okay, because he's the guy I've really started to fixate on here. Bregman had a 4 WAR last year. Only 2 Tigers had a higher WAR than him. Tarik Skubal and Riley Green. If you can add a player who'd be the 3rd best guy on this team at a position of need for the foreseeable future, I don't know why price is really coming into question here. Your owner's rich. Your team doesn't have a high payroll where you're worried about luxury tax. This is a pretty obvious, just pay the freight, pay the market rate. I get right now playing the game, you don't want to jump out and overpay immediately. But if you get the asking price, highest and best, every agent puts it in, the Tigers can't fall short because it's too expensive. That's embarrassing.
Well, and I'd like to know what player, does this player even exist that fits the parameters that the Tigers are looking for?
Well, you know who the best player available, he's too expensive, was Juan Soto.
Right, but I mean,
my point is, there's no warts in Juan Soto's game.
Right,
but the price is higher.
But the parameters, 15 years, and okay,
the answer is no one's going to be. You know what they want? They want a 5-tool player who doesn't want to make a lot of money. That's the perfect player for them.
Right.
That just maybe grew up a Tigers fan and will take a severe hometown discount. He's a 5-tool center field superstar or catcher or shortstop. You can play all the positions, and he's young, and he'll sign a short-term deal for no money. That's who they're looking for. That guy doesn't exist.
I truly question whether they have a problem, and Chris Ilitch has been burned by it, actually, paying the bad years. And it's part of doing business now.
Boo-hoo.
So that's Bregman, for example.
Boo-hoo. You may have to suffer a couple years on the back end. Boo-hoo.
That I honestly, truly wonder if that's. You'll never get the right answer on that.
Right.
You'll never get the truth, but the evidence is there with Miggy and now Javi.
Right. But Javi, that deal is completely different because that was bad from the beginning. Like every single year has been bad.
But there's still, the bottom line is Chris Ilitch owes Javier Baez $64 million still. Right?
Yeah.
Am I supposed to feel bad?
No, you're not.
Okay.
What I'm saying is they are behaving like a team that doesn't want to pay the bad end. That's why they have the back end of a contract to a guy. You're paying them, they're not performing to what they used to, but you still got 2 years left on a deal. That's why they're not doing anything long term. I truly believe that.
But so again, the player that they can sign doesn't exist because all of these guys that are signing right now, and for the term that they're signing for, even Soto, 15 years, like what is he going to be in year 13, 14, 15 of that deal? Like the Mets don't care. Right. And I understand that they're in a different stratosphere, but whether it's Houston making that decision or if it was St. Louis or if it was any other team that ends up signing these players, they're willing to deal with years 6 and 7 of that Bregman deal.
I want to be clear, too. I'm not defending what they're doing.
I know.
I'm saying what I think they're doing because it doesn't make any sense. Here's where it makes no sense for me right now is if you don't address the infield in some capacity in free agency with a pretty big name. That's why when, Jake Berger got traded last night to the Rangers, that's the guy that I thought they were going after because he provided on a cheaper level what you can analytically do compared to other players in this game. That's the players I think they're after. But if they don't get anybody in the infield, if the infield is this next year, it's the same as last year.
Yeah.
That's criminal. Right?
What do you mean? They were all going to turn into all-stars. That's how they're acting, that they're all going to turn into all-stars.
We can't block them. You got to let them grow.
He's
getting mad.
It's 97-1.
Hey, when it comes to an IRS collection or audit, you need a law firm that specializes in the resolution of all types of tax problems. And when dealing with the world's largest civil law enforcement agency, your case can take a lot of twists and turns. Your first call, your only call, should be to an experienced law firm like Abraham and Rose. They're prepared to advocate on your behalf, no matter if it's civil or criminal or even the Michigan Department of Treasury, whether personal income tax or business payroll taxes. You're going to need a real team of local lawyers, not some tax organization with the random individual that you're never going to meet. Visit abrahamandrose.com today or call 248-539-5040 so you never personally have to deal with the IRS.
Phone calls, ticket text, your reaction to the latest Alex Bregman news. Jon Heyman, Baseball Insider. The Tigers are interested in star free agent third baseman Alex Bregman, but ultimately Bregman might be pricey for Detroit. I don't want to hear about pricey. Team that's been saving on payroll for years.
I will say this, and I know we've been all over the Tigers, and rightfully so. Bregman's still out there.
Mm-hmm.
A lot of guys.
Yes,
are still
Alonso's
out there.
Still out there. Sure, yeah.
And I'm just going to ask the question. I'm not saying this is what's happening. I just want to offer another possibility. What have we said about the Lions organization? Brad Holmes, whenever they make a draft pick or they sign somebody in free agency, there's not many leaks coming out of the Lions.
Mm-hmm.
And is Scott Harris just simply running a tighter ship than we have seen in the Tigers previously, where, when it happens, we're all going to be shocked. We'll be shocked because, one, it happened, but we also didn't hear about it happening.
No. I don't think it's that he's running. I mean, maybe he is running a tighter ship. I don't believe that to be the case because publicly he's telling us prices are too high.
I'm just
so
but again,
is
it misdirection?
Well, maybe he's lying to us, which teams do. He wouldn't be the first general manager
I'm just offering another. Because there is still time. There are guys that can be signed. It's not over. It's not. The season doesn't start today.
But John, all I've tried to stress is we can only do the show we can do today, and we can only go off of what the teams provide to us and what the insiders leak out to us. And everything that we are quoted, they're done adding starting pitching outside of Sasaki if they're fortunate enough to get him, and that's not an expensive move. They spent 1 year on Cobb for $15 million. That was their offseason for starting pitching. Keep in mind they had like 1.5 starters down the stretch at the end of last season. That is what they have acted on. It's what their general manager echoed yesterday. They're largely done. They've got their frontline guys. They've got some depth. They like their starting pitching. And then we hear the quote from Harris about, prices are higher than we anticipated. Then Heyman says Bregman's pricey for Detroit. Like all of it is like I don't feel like I don't want to be gaslit by, I'm not saying you are, but by anybody that I'm like making something up here. Like this is the world we're living in. This team does not invest in their baseball team in a meaningful way.
Wow, that's sweet. That's really sweet. When he said that, did you picture Penei Sewell in your mind, like just
doughy dog eyes?
Yeah, just kind of standing in the back of the huddle and batting his eyelashes at Dan Campbell.
A little bit. But I don't feel like I'm crazy. Is all I'm saying. I don't want to feel like I'm crazy.
I'm not saying you are. I'm not trying to paint you as being crazy. I'm just simply saying, is it possible that there could be a different outcome? That they might actually sign somebody, and it's. Are we hearing that it's pricey and they're making those statements on what Scott Harris has said? Is it possible that there's some misdirection going on in the public eye, but behind closed doors, Scott Harris is actually working on a deal and Chris Ilitch says the track record's not there, but Chris Ilitch has said, here, you can go ahead and spend this dollars.
What I hope is happening is if they're interested in Bregman, which is a report from Heyman, that they are playing the game, that everyone is trying to lower the price.
Yeah.
So Houston is kind of holding a firm line here. We're not giving a 7th year. We're not going up to $200 million. And then Scott's like, well, I'm not going to sprint out in front and poorly negotiate. It might be too pricey for us too. But the problem is all it takes is one. If Boston says, F it, we want him, you end up with nothing because you weren't willing to compete in the negotiating room because he was, quote, too pricey. You don't want to pay market prices. That just feels inexcusable to me. It feels embarrassing from a team that it's the Old English D. They made the playoffs last year. It's got a great fan base. Like it would be embarrassing to conduct business where you are pricing yourself out of the market. That would be embarrassing to me.
Yeah. No, I mean, I agree. It would be embarrassing. And it's not the way that you operate to win championships.
All right. We got Heather's news. Let's get to that.
So a local thief is in custody after fleeing from a Taylor Target and crashing his vehicle.
Oh boy.
So here's the story. This is a former employee who was fired earlier this month from that Taylor Target. Well, he has since returned several times to steal from the store. but was never caught until Tuesday. So this time, the suspect went inside before the store opened. He was dressed as an employee of the store, right? So it looks like he belonged, knew what he was doing. He then tried to open a register. Couldn't do that. But then once an actual employee noticed what was going on, they called the police. The guy fled the scene, sped away in his vehicle, and then ultimately crashed his car. And in the car, police did find some of those stolen items: a PlayStation 5, Apple AirPods stolen from the Target, some expensive items. Now, the investigation is still ongoing, but they say this guy is most likely going to face numerous charges. So you wonder why he got fired in the first place. Maybe for stealing. I don't know.
It's a good place to start.
Who knows? A retired police sergeant has been arrested after he fatally shot his tenant inside a home on Detroit's west side. Yeah, I don't have all of the details, but on Tuesday afternoon, officials said that a landlord-tenant dispute led to this confrontation and shots being fired. And once at the scene, police found a 40-year-old victim on the ground suffering from multiple gunshot wounds. Taken to the hospital where he ultimately passed away. Now, the shooter was identified as a former sergeant who's in his 50s, has been retired for 8 years. He was taken into custody, and the gun used in the shooting was also recovered. Obviously, more to investigate there
gotta get some
as
details.
well. Yeah. Joe Burrow's home was broken into while he was away for the Bengals Monday Night Football game. So he wasn't at home. You know, this has been happening.
Yeah.
There's
People
been
are
like
targeting professional athletes' homes.
because they know their schedule, right? I mean, they know when they're not going to be there. Police have confirmed that his home was burglarized shortly after 8 p.m. They say they went in the home, cleared the home, and obviously they're going to continue to investigate. They're hoping that neighbors have some footage maybe from security cameras. But the one thing they can't confirm from all of this is Joe Burrow's relationship status. Because that is something that I don't know if I would say is the bigger story, but it's definitely a story coming out of this whole house break-in. Because police reports name Sports Illustrated model Olivia Ponton as the person who was there at the scene when deputies arrived. And it was actually her mother who called 911 to report the break-in. So now those questions are swirling. Is this who he's dating? How long have they been together? We want the juicy details.
Yeah. I mean,
obviously, we want to find out who broke into his home, but we want more.
I
She
think we
was
can connect the
also
dots.
able to say, I guess she noticed that there was a bedroom window broken, that the bedroom had been ransacked. She was able to tell police items that were missing. So she was there to help out, except she just couldn't make that 911 call herself. Well, you know.
Yeah.
All right. So people tend to drink more alcohol during the holidays, which could also mean that there are going to be more hangovers during this time of year. But you guys, there is some good news. There's a doctor from the UK who claims she has a simple, guaranteed cure for hangovers. And it's all in a breakfast sandwich.
Oh, a greasy breakfast sandwich?
Well, there's 4 key ingredients that this sandwich needs to have.
Okay.
It needs to have bread, but not any kind of bread. It needs half whole wheat and half white bread. Okay.
Okay. Why half and half?
Well, the whole wheat's better for you, but doesn't always taste as good as the. It's more to help your stomach, whatever. The whole wheat is healthier. The bread's really not the most important part. Bacon.
Of
there
course.
you go.
It's called
I'm in.
a
Grease.
lifesaver,
Yeah.
right? It's
Yep.
got the protein. It helps the liver break down the alcohol. Bacon can also help replenish salts in the body that
Yes.
obviously you need after
yeah.
you've been drinking. Now, the hero of the sandwich is the egg.
Okay.
Okay, you got
course,
more protein, right? But it also has other nutrients,
Nature's
the vitamin A, D.
multivitamin, yeah.
So you got that. But then the rest is the avocado. Now you might think, it's just extra, but she says, no, it plays a very important role
fat.
in the sandwich. Yes, and the potassium.
Oh,
It's
okay.
got, which is also very good for after you've been drinking. But yes, the healthy fats are really
Sure.
also the key. So it's a simple sandwich,
Yeah.
but that's apparently guaranteed to cure your hangover.
But, I mean, I'll try it. Not that I'll have a hangover, but I would try
It's
it
a good
anyway.
sandwich
It's a good
anyway,
sandwich,
yeah.
I would try it without the
without the
bacon.
bacon.
I don't like avocado either. I mean, I
You really have
Do you like eggs?
very
Yes, I love eggs.
small ingredient list
I do.
to draw
I
from.
really do. It's quite simple to grocery shop. I will eat the avocado if it would really help cure my hangover.
Well, just put some
but-
Swedish fish on there instead.
Yes. Now you're
I
talking.
think we're going the wrong way.
Ketchup. Dip it in the ketchup. Yes. Not with the Swedish fish. Those on the side.
They're already red.
The eggs,
Yeah.
I would dip in ketchup. Yes.
Heather with the news. Will Johnson next, 97.1.
Hey, if you're in need of a midweek boost, FanDuel, America's #1 sportsbook, they've got you covered with the Hump Day Parlays Reward Stack. Now every Wednesday you can get a parlay profit boost on everything from spreads to over-unders and even player props. So don't let the weekend have all the fun. Take advantage of the Hump Day Parlays Reward Stack, and who knows, it might just become your favorite day of the week. Look for the Hump Day Parlays Reward Stack in the FanDuel app to find your profit boost. And if you're new to FanDuel, visit FanDuel.com/Jansen to get signed up and make every moment more with FanDuel, official sportsbook partner of the NBA. Must be 21 or over and present in Michigan. Opt-in required. Max wager amount applies. Bonus issued is now a Trouble Profit Boost tokens. Restrictions apply, including token expiration. See terms for both offers at sportsbook.fanduel.com. If you have a gambling problem, call 1-800-GAMBLER.
We have a winner for those Lions tickets. You can stop calling in about them. Greg is turning people away left and right. Cody and Livonia won the pair.
Cody, who are you going with?
Oh. I mean, are you,
I'm just throwing it out there. If you need someone to go with,
you're available?
sure. I can be.
Really?
I mean, not like
You'd
a
go to-
date.
no,
but I would,
of course not, but
sure.
I thought you were asking for Colin.
Oh, well, I was asking for myself. Colin could go too, sure, fine.
You got Lions fever. You went
but
last
there's only
week.
2 tickets, so obviously Cody's going. So
I
there's
know,
only
but
one other one. So
Colin could go with Cody, but I was asking for myself.
We know, yeah, you were asking for yourself.
Yeah.
So you're literally going to call home and say, hey, Colin, you're going to need to watch the kids on Sunday because I'm going to the game with another dude.
Yeah, that would go over real well. But, you never know.
Cody heard the drop, the phrase, Sewell's giving me puppy eyes from Dan Campbell, called in, won the pair of tickets to see the Lions and the Bills, plus passes to the Lions VIP tailgate at Eastern Market by the Bullseye Group. Go to bullseyeeventgroup.com for your tickets today. And if you're not Cody and Livonia, but you do want to go to this game, Friday we'll be giving away another pair for Lions fans to win.
Mm-hmm. Looking forward to it. Mm-hmm. Love giving those tickets away.
So there you have it. We'll get to your Power Surge coming up 8:50 here, John.
Yeah. See who's number one. We all know who's number one. A little teaser, right? It happens to be a local team.
It's the Lions.
Right.
It's going to be the Lions.
But there is some shuffling in the Power Surge.
Well, and then there's this conversation about like what's at stake this week with the Lions, right? I mean, they're the number one team, but a chance to beat a franchise quarterback, maybe the one thing in the back of your head.
It's a statement game.
Well, if there's any doubt, and there's not much, if there's any doubt, you go, well, they haven't faced one of the truly great quarterbacks that they'd have to beat in a Super Bowl. You get a chance to face Josh Allen, who to many people is the MVP of the league. Get him at Ford Field, get a chance to make that statement.
Yep, beat that defense. That's really what it's going to be because Josh Allen's going to score.
Oh, yeah. I mean, it could be another one of those games where the offense go for it on a 4th down. Keep the ball. Keep away.
They scored 42 against the Rams, and the Rams scored 44. So maybe it's the Lions. Maybe it's another 52-point game. I mean, I wouldn't necessarily expect that, but
hard to bank on those days.
Yeah, but once these games get going, they become an animal in and of themselves, and you find a way to win. And if it's just we've got to match score for score, the Lions are up for it.
Well, that's what we pointed out last week with Green Bay. And again, Detroit's defense should be healthier for this game. But you felt like, okay, fine. If there's a game on your schedule that has to be a shootout win.
Yeah.
Reminder, the Lions have the number one offense in the sport. And they're not like one-dimensional. I mean, if they have to possess the ball on the ground and just, 10-play drives, 12-play drives, they'll do it. If teams really overcommit to the run game and you can't get it going on the ground, Goff is going to take what the defense gives him. And it could be 3 yards that turn into 10 yards. It's St. Brown yards after catch. It's Gibbs after catch. It's Laporta. It's J-Mo. It's Tim Patrick even, right? I mean, it speaks to that this team is deep offensively.
And that's what I love. And that's why I think Jared Goff, while he may not be the MVP of the league, whether it's Josh Allen or it's Saquon Barkley or if Lamar Jackson has another late push. But I think he might be the perfect quarterback for this year, this system, or not just this year, but that's where we are right now, for what Ben Johnson wants to do with this offense and how it's been built. We talk about Goff-proofing the offense.
Yeah,
they certainly did that, but I think he has utilized every single tool at his disposal, and even when he is throw the ball at the feet of a receiver or running back or throw the ball away, he's made really good decisions. Now the interception last week was a bad throw, and we've seen those happen, but in large part he does a really nice job of distributing the ball, not being greedy, not saying I need these amount of throws to J-Mo because it's going to get me the most yards.
Yeah, you've had the Lions as the number one team for about a month. Yeah, 4 weeks or so. And some of that was just that Kansas City was the reigning champs and you're giving them a show of respect for a while. Yeah. But eventually it became obvious. Like, they're winning nail biters. Detroit's blowing people out and winning every which way possible with adversity. Detroit's the best team in football. I think there might be Lions fans who, if they lose this week, would go, that's our issue. If we have to face Allen, Mahomes, or Lamar in the Super Bowl, are those guys so singularly great that's the only kryptonite to the Lions football team? Now, if you beat Josh Allen this week, and they're favored, I think most people think they'll win, you kind of remove that.
Yeah.
If there was any doubt at all, and I don't think we live in a city anymore that doubts this football team, but if there was even a sliver of doubt, you have a chance to squash it on Sunday.
Yeah. I mean, and the question at the beginning of the year was, can you beat a mobile quarterback? Can you beat one of the better quarterbacks? And they just simply haven't had that opportunity. That opportunity presents itself. This is also when this run kind of started, the Thanksgiving game.
Absolutely. We'll get to the power surge before the hour's done. We are joined this morning by Michigan corner Will Johnson. He has a great event coming up on Saturday, December 14th. It's the Will Johnson Champions Circle Toy Drive. And this is cool. It's at the Somerset Collection in Troy, center of the mall, right across from Santa. So there's Santa and there's Will Johnson. It's going on from 1 to 5 on Saturday. And there's no tickets, no registration required. Bring a toy to donate. Toys will be donated to Sound Mind, Sound Body, and other local charities. First 300 people in line in the 1 to 3 time slot get an opportunity to take a photo with Will Johnson. And we're grateful for this event, for giving back, and for some of his time this morning. Will, good morning.
Good morning.
Hey, Will, when you have an event like this, why is it important? Because we see all the NIL deals, we hear about the collectives, we see what you guys are doing, and some of the money that's coming in. Why is it important to be a part of an event like this and give back to the community?
I think it's just always important to give back, and as much as you're giving, to just give to others, especially this time of year. There's so many people in need, and we all have so much, and have been given so much. So it's just important to get together and get back to the community and make sure the community sees that spirit and what you can do for others right now.
You and Santa Claus sitting there, people encouraged to bring toys. Did you have a favorite toy that you were given for Christmas growing up?
I used to love wrestling growing up, so I would say like little wrestling action figures. That was my favorite growing up.
Favorite wrestler, who is it?
Rey Mysterio.
Oh, there you go, 619.
Yes, sir.
What's did you have one that you're going to send to Santa this year? What's on the Christmas wish list for Will Johnson this year?
I don't really have much. Just seeing the family and having a healthy and great holiday this year.
Well, everyone wants to know with your teammate Mason Graham declaring, where is your head at in terms of your pro future?
I'm still definitely thinking about that. A lot of things on my mind right now, but I'm making that decision here soon, and let everyone know what I'm gonna do here soon.
Are there people that you're leaning on for guidance?
Yeah, definitely my family, coaches, obviously God to make that decision, but yeah, definitely my family and coaches, and just taking my time with it and doing it at the right time.
How's the health? Everybody is we asked that question to Sharon Moore all season long.
Every week.
Yeah, I mean, I know it's been a tough season for the team. It's been tough for you because you haven't been able to be out there. How have you handled these challenges, and how are you feeling today?
Yeah, it's been tough because I haven't really got to talk about it the last month and a half about what's been going on, but it's definitely getting a lot better. Still limited in doing a lot of things as far as activity and sports and running and doing things like that. So I'm still working my way back into that, still rehabbing. But yeah, I'm really just trying to get back to where I can start doing more activities and start progressing in that way. So it's definitely getting better, but still not where I would want it to be right now.
At this point of your career, you've never lost to Ohio State. What did that game? I know you weren't able to be out there, but what did that moment mean to you?
It was amazing. I mean, it always feels good to beat those guys, and that's what the season's about, is playing that game and beating those guys. We work every day, all year to prepare for that game, and the way we prepare for that game showed up on that Saturday. The way we practiced, the way we prepared, that's the way the football game was played. So it was just great to see us go out there and out-tough them and outsmart them and just have a better game than they did, and especially with all the hype they have. And the way I was able to watch it, I was able to see how much they were hyping up Ohio State before the game and all that, and not showing us much love. So to see us go out there and get that win as an underdog was amazing.
Oh, they were licking their chops. They thought they had it made. This was going to be their chance. In your mind, why did the rivalry flip so dramatically over the last 4 years?
I think it just comes down to the culture, the preparation throughout the whole year. I think we really, no matter what's going on, we had a down year this year, but no matter what, we always made sure we were ready to play that football game. So that's just our focus. I mean, you go on every screen in the building that says, what are you doing to beat Ohio State today? So just our culture, the way we're built, is to go out there and win that game, and it's been showing the last few years.
We'll get you out of here on this. Just the decision that you still have to make. You said you're still check in with people. You haven't made the decision if you're going to go pro quite yet. I don't know if you've made the decision whether you're going to play in the bowl game yet. Obviously, health will be a factor. What are the other things that you're weighing before you would make that decision?
I mean, just talking to my coaches, making sure everything is clean and good on that side of things, and just making sure the timing of everything is right. And yeah, it's just something I want to just sit down with my family and coaches and make sure we're all on the same page with everything and make sure it's the right decision for me.
Well, Will, we appreciate your time, and obviously we love seeing people give back to the community. Your event coming up on Saturday, December 14th. Anything else you want to plug? Make sure people are aware of it.
No, I would just say the toy drive and the toy giveaway will be 1 second.
You're good. I've got the notes in front of me. I'm not putting you on the spot. First 300 people in line, 1 to 3 p.m., have an opportunity to get a photo with you. And again, there's no ticket or registration required. People just need to bring a toy, and the toy will be donated to Sound Mind, Sound Body, and other local charities. Just didn't know if there's anything else that people should look out for. But again, grateful for your time today.
All right, thank you.
It's Will Johnson, Michigan Corner. It's 97.1.
Hey, when it comes to managing your finances, you need a bank that gets you and is genuinely interested in your success. That's why I bank with First Merchants Bank. Whether it's your business banking or day-to-day personal banking, First Merchants Bank is 100% interested in helping you prosper. First Merchants bankers are attentive. They're going to sit down with you, ask you a bunch of questions, and once you answer, they're going to build a financial plan that fits your unique situation. And when you make the switch to First Merchants Bank, you're also going to get access to their highly rated mobile banking app with innovative personal finance tools. Plus, they're deeply connected to the community's needs. No one knows it better because it's where they live and work, and it's their community as well, and they volunteer and donate to local causes to ensure that we all prosper together. This is the difference of a 100% interest in you. For a better banking experience, visit firstmerchants.com. That's firstmerchants.com. First Merchants Bank, helping you prosper. Member FDIC, equal housing lender.
Brought to you by the Sam Bernstein Law Firm. Michigan made a furious rally at the end of the Jimmy V Classic last night, eventually coming up just short against Arkansas, 89-87 after a last-second miss. They were down 18 with about 10 minutes to go, but did get back into it. Roddy Gale Jr. explained how they rallied. One problem is they were up 15 in the first half and gave that up. But the Wolverines are now 8-2 on the season after the loss. They'll be back on the floor in 7 days to play Oklahoma in Charlotte. At the Corewell Health Sports Desk, I'm Chris Villar. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket and Odyssey.com.
All right, you heard from John. You know his best teams. You know the top 2 teams are going to play this week, Lions and Bills. How many teams can win the Super Bowl? Is it just 3, 4, 5?
Yeah.
And then the obvious question is, are the Lions the best team in the NFL right now, or do you need to see them beat Buffalo before you can declare that? 248-539-9797.
I mean, every time they beat a team, it adds to the resume.
Mm-hmm.
This would be a nice add to the resume. That'd be a top liner, right? You put all your best stuff at the top of the resume, and then everything else falls off of that. This would be the biggest win that they've had this year. I mean, in terms of an opponent, not maybe the most meaningful, but the biggest win.
Oh yeah, I mean the other ones we'd point to would be winning on the road in Minnesota.
Yes, yeah, winning on the road in Green Bay.
Yeah,
obviously, all 4.
The Houston game on the road, coming
games,
back down 16. Yeah, they've had some really good games this year.
Open up with the Rams.
Overtime.
Seems like a long time ago.
I know, it does feel like forever ago. But you're right. This is the second best team in football. And if Buffalo wins, they can stake claim to be the best team in football. If they come into Detroit and beat the Lions, they're the best team in football. They beat Kansas City. They beat Detroit. They're the best in football. If you don't like it, you get a chance to rematch them in the Super Bowl. Right? I mean, that's what's at stake here.
Yeah, I mean, so is it at stake?
Bragging rights, the title of being
yeah.
the number 1 team in the NFL, which is worth absolutely nothing other than to
For now. Yeah.
For arguing on the internet and on sports radio.
It's like me talking about Jake Bates at the beginning of the year. Are you okay with him? Yeah, for now. Like, okay, this is a for now topic because there's so much football to still be played. You've got to make it through the gauntlet that is the playoffs. Hopefully all of those games are at home. And then ultimately it's the Super Bowl. And there's so many more factors that will play into playing in the Super Bowl. If that happens, the Lions will have, 2 bye weeks by that point.
Yeah.
Because the week 1 of the playoffs and then the week before the Super Bowl.
Goes without saying, really could use a bye week.
Yeah. Well, this 10 days, we'll see how they use it.
Who do you anticipate? Again, you're spitballing, but who do you think is going to be back realistically? Guys that were on the fence last week, 10 days could be the difference in getting them back. So that would be Reeder. It would be
definitely
Pascal.
Decker.
Decker's missed a couple games. Hope to get him back.
Decker, Ali McNeil. That one's a weird one, right? The concussion protocol, because you just never know. It's such a wild card. DJ Reeder. Did he say last week that between Pascal and Onwuzurike, Pascal had the better chance of being available? Ultimately, they both weren't. So I would think Pascal might be available. And so those are the ones that I would expect. Maybe Mosley.
Well, he was a healthy scratch last week, wasn't
he? Yeah, but it's,
I think
was it one of those where, he could be ready, but one more week would be better.
I also wondered if they just wanted to carry more active D linemen just to have the bodies, knowing they didn't have the starters. Once they get the starters back, they may feel comfortable carrying an extra defensive back, and that could be Mosley on game day with the active roster. Yeah, I think there's a lot riding on this game from a perception standpoint. There's not as much from a practical standpoint, John.
From a practical standpoint, there's probably less riding on this than any of the games remaining.
Yeah, because the only AFC game left.
Yeah.
They can lose any one game and still get the 1 seed. Green Bay was the big game. Green Bay was the game that really practically put them in position now where they can trip up one time. And more than once if they get other teams tripping up around them. It hasn't happened. Philly doesn't lose and Minnesota doesn't lose.
So when you look at both of these teams, and in regards to the matchup, are the Lions the best team in the NFL right now? I'm not even sure it's close. Could this game be close? Sure. Could they possibly lose this game? Yes.
Yep.
It doesn't diminish what I think they can ultimately do in the playoffs and ultimately winning the Super Bowl. But as a team, if they get even a couple of those guys back on defense, let's just say it's Reeder. That's the only one that's back. And now I think looking at this team, because they're not a great rushing attack, and you are going to want to take a very measured pass rush. And, you got to be disciplined in your pass rush lanes, which may mean you don't actually get home, but if you keep him in the pocket and you affect him as he's throwing the ball, that might be the biggest way to defend Josh Allen. That I don't know how this team finds a way to beat the Lions, because the Lions are better defensively, and I think they're better offensively. Is Josh Allen better than Jared Goff? Yes. That's not much of a debate.
Yeah.
But in the offense and with the weapons that Jared Goff has, with the offensive line that the Lions have, to me, it's just a matter of time. You have 60 minutes, and it's just a matter of time before that Rubik's Cube is solved and we beat you.
So the question for Lions fans, and we'll get phone calls, ticket texts. Some of you guys are already on hold on this. The Lions, are they the best team in the NFL definitively? You're confident saying that even before they play Buffalo? Or do you still need to see them beat Buffalo? Because that's maybe the last thing you need. They beat a franchise quarterback. They take down one of the elite of the elite. Josh Allen playing the position better than anybody in the sport right now, the MVP favorite. Once that happens, then you confidently say it, or are you already there? 248-539-9797.
I'm already there. I mean, I think I've planted that flag that they're the best team. And we didn't even talk about special teams. I know they're banged up there as well, but Sione Vaki has been a great add on special teams. He's a do-everything type of guy. And I don't know where he is in the Pro Bowl voting. I know at one point he was the leading vote getter for a special teams player, but it's more Dave Phipp. And I think that's a guy that we don't talk about enough.
We don't.
For what he has done on special teams, how he continues to coach up and manage is maybe the wrong word, but when you're a rookie and you haven't made field goals before, you haven't even kicked field goals before except for the Michigan Panthers, managing the expectations that Jake may have for himself, I think that's part of what Dave Phipp has mastered.
Really good punter, and the kicker, the unknown, but he's been as good as you could ask him to be. He isn't perfect, but near perfect. He's made 3 game-winning kicks, and he's got the leg to make from 50+. I mean, there's really not much more you could ask of him at this point in the season.
I kind of want to see one. I don't know. I mean, end of the first half, so it's not a game
like a
winning
60-yarder.
Yeah, like just hey, this is as close as we could get. It's fourth and forever, and let's just Jake, let's see what you got.
248-539-9797. The second question was, how many teams can actually win this thing? And Tom in Flat Rock says, I don't believe in Kansas City. You guys both mentioned them, but they're flying too close to the sun. My Super Bowl caliber teams are the Lions, the Bills, the Steelers, Eagles, and Packers.
You know what's funny with the Chiefs is I think this is probably their most down year since Mahomes has been the starter. And the comparisons have been made to the Patriots and Brady and Belichick, and I think they're justified. To me, the Chiefs winning it this year would be like the year the Brady won it the last time with the Patriots. And ironically, that was against Jared Goff. Like that, of all the Patriot teams that won Super Bowls.
It was a low scoring.
Yeah, that was just, they won it because they're them.
Like Moxie won it more than like production. Yeah. They weren't some high-flying offense.
I mean, that's the worst Super Bowl in years.
It was low scoring.
Yeah, but they methodically, because of the Patriot way and the best quarterback and the best coach, won. And that's all the Chiefs have. And so while I agree with Tom and Flat Rock, I wrote them off last week, remember? So that was a kiss of death. But they could still win it just because they have the best coach and the best quarterback.
Phone calls, ticket text, Lions fans. We'll hear from you next. 97.1.
Hey, Founders Brewing Company has been making high-quality beers right here in the great state of Michigan for over 25 years. With a focus on using the highest quality ingredients, you can always count on Founders to deliver extraordinary quality in everything they release. With that focus on quality, they set out to create a beer that lets you have it all, and that's All Day IPA. Here's what you get. It's a refreshing and deliciously flavorful beer, easy drinking and high quality. All Day IPA is an IPA that is naturally brewed with an array of malts, grains, and hops, creating a delicious citrusy taste and a clean finish. It's the perfect beer for anyone looking to make the ordinary extraordinary and the good times great. Speaking of great times, All Day IPA is the absolute perfect beer for anyone on game days, whether you're at home, at the tailgate, or in the stadium. Visit foundersbrewing.com to find All Day IPA. All Day IPA, it's all in the taste. Founders Brewing Company, Grand Rapids, Michigan. For 21 years old or older, please drink responsibly.
Let's talk about your teeth. Some of you have skipped going to the dentist and maybe just stopped going altogether. It can be stressful, but it doesn't have to be. Brightside Dental, there's no judgment. They're not going to lecture you about flossing 3 times a day if you haven't been perfect about your dental care. But get in there and get yourself taken care of. Use those dental benefits before the year ends. Exams, cleanings. If you want to fix your smile, there's braces and Invisalign deals for new customers. $1,500 off braces for new patients and Invisalign for as low as $59 a month for 60 months. 9 Metro Detroit locations, including the newest in Trenton. Give them a call, 1-800-PAINLESS. Go to BrightsideDental.com. That's Brightside Dental. No judgment, just care. The snowman. Come on, John. He hums along. I thought we were going to get him. We got the rest of the month to get you. Christmas karaoke coming to a station near you. That's 97.1. Jim Costa, John Jansen, Heather Park, Gov and Greg behind the glass on a Wednesday. 9:35, we will get back into the Tigers. There are some encouraging signs for one big name. The Japanese pitcher. Tigers are going to pursue him, and they have a case to pursue him, and we'll get to that at 9:35. And we'll also mix in the Bregman stuff because that's the other side of things, and people aren't happy about that. But we're talking Lions right now. It's Bills week, and we've asked the question, are they already the best team in football, or do you need to see them dethrone an elite quarterback first? Because they have the chance to make that statement and remove all doubt when they face Josh Allen and the Bills.
Yeah, I mean, it's checking more. We always want to check as many boxes as possible before you get to the playoffs. All right. Hey, you're in the playoffs. You've locked that up. Check the box. You've won in the division. Check the box. You're in the catbird seat to win the division. But that box still needs to be checked. And playing against an elite level quarterback, that box needs to be checked. And you could say, well, you did it somewhat against the Rams. I don't know that Matthew Stafford is. You could call him. He can play.
He's not elite, but he's very dangerous.
He has some elite skills and can be. And he's the guy that went out last week and beat the Bills.
Right.
And so you look at it and you put everything together, and this is just the next opportunity this team has to make a statement.
They can't lose the Super Bowl this week. They can lose Super Bowl favorite status for whatever the hell that means.
Yeah, nothing.
Let's get to Perry in Garden City. Perry, what's up?
Hey, what's up, man? Hey, John, I agree with you on both fronts, man. The Lions, I'm already convinced, are the best team in the NFL. And what I like best about that is that they don't care if you think they're the best or not. They just going to go to work, show up, and put Louis Belt straight to ass. You know what I'm saying? And I also agree with you about Dave Fipp. We don't give him nearly enough credit. Mm-hmm. We could be looking at like a modern day Harbaugh. You know what I'm saying? He was a special teams coach, very good at managing, got the best out the group, and you see what he's doing as a head coach in Baltimore. I believe that Dan Campbell is on the precipice of being the best coach in the NFL. They not only develop players, but I believe he develops coaches. I believe his coaching tree is going to flourish. He's modern day Bill Parcells, okay? And if you look at this team, man, I love it. They take on the personality of their coach, and they've beaten individuals or beaten teams every way that he said that they would beat a team. You had to take the Rams out to the deep water and drown them, right? Outlast them.
Yep.
Had to get knocked down by Houston and get up and take chunks out of them, and at the end, you was the last one standing. And then we went down and we took the three-toed, one-ass cheek Cowboys, Titans, and Jaguars and just put belt to ass. And it's full throttle, pedal to the metal, man. I'm so excited, man. I just can't wait, and I believe that this game is going to decide the MVP status. I know Allen is a dog, but this game in the national spotlight game of the week, this is going to decide who is going to be the MVP. And I believe Jerry is going to come out on top.
You know what it is, Perry? It's a big narrative game, right? MVP, Coach of the Year, Super Bowl favorites, like all of those
100%.
things are going to be declared after this game. They won't mean anything because they aren't settled. But, John, from a narrative standpoint, if Goff throws 4 touchdowns and Allen throws 2 picks and he shines, he would probably be the front runner to win the MVP. Dan Campbell's already the front runner for Coach of the Year when he says he's the best coach in football. He doesn't have a Super Bowl, but what he started with and what he's got right now and the way they've won all different ways and handled adversity, he's building the case to be the best coach in the NFL. And then obviously Super Bowl favorites, they already are. A win just cements it.
Yeah, and it will be interesting to see if, is there going to be a Dan Campbell coaching tree? That's way too early to discuss that. But Ben Johnson was a tight ends coach. Now, he was here before Dan Campbell got here, but Dan Campbell kept him. Dan Campbell promoted him to offensive coordinator. I believe this is Dan Campbell's offense.
Yes.
Aaron Glenn came in, but when you're talking about coaching trees, it is on the same side of the ball. What type of coaches will Dan Campbell be coaching?
We're not going to turn away anybody who wants to talk Lions football, so if you're on hold, we can keep the conversation rolling after the news. We'll also get into some Tigers baseball. Roki Sasaki's this Japanese phenom. Everybody's got a shot to get him. Scott Harris has said they're going to pursue him. We'll tell you why they actually have a chance to land him coming up at 9:35. Let's get to Heather's news.
Well, if you play Fortnite, you could be in for some money. Fortnite players who were tricked into unwanted purchases are now starting to receive refund checks. So back in 2022, Epic Games agreed to pay a total of $520 million to settle complaints revolving around children's privacy and payment methods on, obviously, its really popular game. So it's alleged that the game made these basically like deceptive design tactics to trick players, including kids who were a lot of the people playing the game, into making these unintended purchases, right? Spending way more money than they actually thought they were. Well, now the first batch of refunds are being sent out, totaling more than $72 million. On Monday, the FTC announced that it was sending payments to eligible customers who submitted claims. And the average refund is about $114. Now, if you think you were a victim of this, you can still apply for a refund online. I'm guessing you need to be able to prove that. I don't know how it works, but I'm sure you need to be able to prove that you spent money. There's a time frame, right, between January of 2017 and September of 2022. It could either be that you're an adult and your child made you get your credit card statement. Yeah, it was like, what is this? So you could still be in for some money as well if you think that's you.
3 words are the best defense here. Confirm every purchase.
Yeah, for sure. 3 employees at a Cracker Barrel in Maryland were fired after the restaurant sparked some outrage over its treatment of special ed students who were visiting on a field trip. So the field trip involved a group of 11 students and 7 staff members, and they were visiting Cracker Barrel as part of the school's community-based instruction. And basically it allows kids to perform practical skills and socialize with the public, obviously outside of the school setting. And once they got to the restaurant, they were refused service, and the staff asked the teachers that were there to remove Cracker Barrel from a list of approved places for this field trip. So Cracker Barrel was approved. This is where one of the places they could go for this. Obviously, they didn't like how they were treated. And now executives are calling the service unacceptable. They have launched an internal investigation. But people are mad. Like, they flooded their Yelp reviews just with really negative reviews. Parents of some of these students are hosting a protest there. It's made a big impact. Cracker Barrel says that it has let go the general manager that was on duty that day, as well as 2 other employees. Now, they do say that it was all due to poor communication, that they were understaffed. Part of their, restaurant wasn't open. They didn't have the seating available. It wasn't because of who they were. It was because the restaurant itself couldn't accommodate anybody because it was so busy. But anyway, that's what happened. This is an interesting story, a little confusing, so try to bear with me. There's a man who won $197 million in the lottery.
Wow.
But now he's suing California because he says he is entitled to twice that amount.
Okay,
so last week, a missing lottery ticket worth $197 million expired. It expired on Saturday because nobody claimed the prize, right? The winner never came forward. Let me take you back a minute. About a year ago, in December of 2023, 2 tickets were sold at a gas station in California. It hit the big jackpot of $395 million.
Right.
Months went by, nobody claimed the prizes. In June, a man came forward and submitted one of the winning tickets, right? So he won $197.5 million. Well, last week, after this ticket expired, actually, it was one day before it expired, the same guy who won filed a lawsuit claiming that he is the one who purchased the other ticket because it makes perfect sense. They were both purchased at that exact same gas station.
But did he have the other ticket?
No.
Well, then how can he claim it?
But if it's not split between the two tickets.
It's not split. So he would have had to have purchased two tickets with the same exact numbers.
Right.
Which frequently happens.
Sometimes.
People
yeah.
have
You
lucky
get split
numbers.
winners.
Yeah.
But
no,
it's going to be weird for someone to buy the same ticket twice, though, right?
At the exact,
I want the same numbers twice. Why wouldn't you split your odds and get two different sets of numbers?
Right. You would typically want to get two different tickets.
Yeah, but some people have lucky numbers.
They do.
And they just want to bet their numbers.
And this is what this guy says.
He's got to prove it.
I've been playing the same numbers for 30 years. This ticket was bought at the same gas station. I bought the other winning ticket with the exact same numbers. It has to be mine. But of course, he doesn't have it to prove it. But he is suing either way. Who knows what
He's got the money
happens.
to go through a lawsuit, so
he does.
might as well throw it away.
No, don't waste all your winnings on this lawsuit just to get more money. You just won a ton of money.
Right.
But
but if you're spending hundreds of thousands to win another hundreds of millions, it might be part of his
question
thought.
was, though, so let's just say it was two different people that bought these tickets.
yes.
The winnings would be split.
Yes.
If that other ticket is not produced, don't all of the winnings go to the one ticket that was produced?
It's a good point. If the other person never shows up, all the winnings should go to the only person who won.
Who won?
No. I don't. Yes and no, but I don't think so. If they know for sure multiple tickets were sold with that exact same winning number, you're not going to give. Somebody else technically was the right vote.
If it went unclaimed for the entire period,
and you can't
no,
claim
then
it anymore.
goes to the education. It goes to all the kids in California schools.
We'll see you in court.
Heather with the news. All right. Lions fans on hold, plus this story about the Japanese pitcher that the Tigers are in on. They've said they're in on him, and here's how they could land him. It's next, 97.1.
Hey, make your first NBA bet an absolute swish with FanDuel, America's #1 sportsbook. FanDuel has all your favorite bets from who's going to win the game to how many points a player will score. Plus, check out newer bets like number of dunks in a game, assists, or three-pointers in the next 3 minutes. It doesn't matter if you tap into FanDuel before the game starts or after it's already tipped off. You can pick up a W whenever you want. And now is the perfect time to get in on the action because right now, new customers can bet $5 and get $150 in bonus bets if your first bet wins. All you have to do is visit FanDuel.com/Jansen for your chance to score $150 in bonus bets. Have a ball betting ball with FanDuel, official sportsbook partner of the NBA. Must be 21 or over and present in Michigan. First online real money wager only. $5 first deposit is required. Bonus issued as now at trouble. Bonus bets that expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. If you have a gambling problem, call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Talk about Lions and Bills. We'll be doing that all week. The narratives. MVP, Coach of the Year, Super Bowl favorite. Lions are the best team in the NFL. We've been saying it, but do they need to beat the franchise quarterback before you can say it without any doubts? They haven't faced one of the elite quarterbacks this season. And that group is, Mahomes, Allen, and Lamar? And they would face one of them likely in the Super Bowl. So that's why this is such a big game. Outside of the obvious, keep winning, chase the 1 seed, there's a lot on the line. Jared Goff could leapfrog Josh Allen in the MVP race, depending on how the two play. And Dan Campbell's the favorite to win Coach of the Year. I don't care the team was supposed to be so good. John, the reality is they've dealt with so much adversity with high-level injuries and just volume of injuries that, I think they can just continue to cement the case for a clean sweep.
It would, outside of what the Lions want to accomplish, because if they're going to lose one, this is the one, and it makes it much easier to still be the number 1 seed. But outside of that, this is the one game where they can really, it's staking the claim and making it a no-doubter. We are the best team in the NFL. We are the Super Bowl favorites. We've beat the best that people have thrown at us. We've gone on the road. We've done everything we've had to do, and now we're going to do it against what many people believe is the best team on the other side of the bracket.
Leave no doubt. We'll get to the phones in a second. I did promise an update. The Tigers' offseason has left little to be desired at this point, John. We've looked at a lot of these quotes and have said, I don't know if they're going to do anything. There is a high-profile player that the Tigers are in on. Scott Harris has talked about Roki Sasaki. He's the number 1 international player. He's a pitcher from Japan, and everybody in baseball is going to be chasing him. Harris said as much, quote, every team in baseball wants Sasaki. We do too. We're hard at work on a presentation to position this organization as appealing to him and his agent. It's going to be a fierce competition, but consider us interested in Sasaki. His agent has said there's an argument to be made that a small or mid-market team might be beneficial as a soft landing spot coming from Japan, given what he's been through and not having an enjoyable experience with the media. So Detroit's case is pretty easy. Everybody has to offer him the same minor league level contract. Detroit can throw a little more money, international bonus pool or whatever, but everybody's working. No one can sign him to a $300 million contract, so the Dodgers don't have some inherent advantage. Detroit could say, hey, we can give you that mid-market. We're not going to be in the New York media. You're not going to be in the LA media. You could be in a mid-market. And more importantly, we have a track record of getting the most out of pitchers. We have a Japanese pitcher on the staff who I think they were more than fair to a year ago, and I think we will have your best interest at heart in getting the most out of you. I think that's the case, right?
Your number 1 sell is Chris Fetter.
Yeah.
There's no question. But he's not the only pitching coach that could be good for Sasaki.
Yeah.
And so then you look around and you say, okay, well, what would entice them to decide that Detroit is the landing spot? Check in the positive column for making the playoffs.
Winning.
And a young team that you believe, even if they don't do anything, these young players are on a track to improve. Not that they're going to be a playoff team this year, but they're on track to improve. I think the other issue is going to be, though, how committed is ownership and this franchise to adding players around whoever it is that they bring in. Like when you're talking to free agents, it's they want, not only do they want to see how much money and how many years are they going to make that much money, it's if two deals and if 28 deals are all the same, what are you going to do to make this team better and help us win?
Yeah, again, the financials of this, because MLB rules dictate that foreign professionals under 25 and with fewer than 6 years experience must sign as international amateurs, Sasaki's contract will be a fraction of what it would be if he could receive a contract as a major league free agent, which is what I think it was Yamamoto did a year ago coming over from Japan. So this does level the playing field. This does open it up for teams that are not big spenders. And I know that's the frustration for a lot of Tigers fans, but in this instance, they are on a relatively level playing field to pursue Sasaki. And then, you throw in the fact that you are winning, that you do have a good pitching program, that you have resurrected careers, plural. Yeah, it feels like this would be a decent spot for him. For people who aren't familiar with him, he throws 100 miles an hour. He has not logged a ton of innings. They got 200 innings over the last 2 seasons, so he's not a sure thing, but this is a guy that makes a lot of sense for the Tigers, and I think they've at least got a puncher's chance to land him.
Right, but again, what are you doing to sell your franchise? on a prospect like this because he gets to choose.
Yeah.
Everybody's going to be in it because it's not going to cost a lot. So whoever wins, I don't know that this is, it's not Victor Wembanyama. Like no. it's not that type of a franchise altering.
It's not Shohei
signing, right?
Yeah,
but it is a guy that could be very impactful once out of every 5 days. And if he's going to get to choose, I always think, why would he choose Detroit?
Yeah,
and if it's because of Chris Federer, hey, that's great. But if it's in regards to, are you willing to spend on your roster to continue to improve? There are just things that you have to do to make your house look better than others.
Yeah, it's a great point. So, the Dodgers have said he's a major priority for them. And their sales pitch is obviously proximity to Japan. They've got Shohei. They've got Japanese players. There's a great deal of familiarity there with the organization. And, yeah, they're not going to be shy about surrounding him with the best team money can buy, and that's not a claim that Detroit can make right now. So we want feedback on that, too. 248-539-9797. Back to the phones. Let's go to Rob. You're on a cell. You're on 97.1, Rob.
Hey, good morning. Good morning. Hey, I'm just going to look through this. Look at this through a different lens. You can only beat the quarterbacks that you play, right? And if you look at, and I'm looking at this run as a 2-year run. We've had a great 2 years, and I don't think we're done. I think we've got a great program moving forward. But you can only beat the quarterbacks you play. We've beaten the last 2 Super Bowl winning quarterbacks. We beat Mahomes at the beginning of last year. We beat Stafford twice. We haven't played. You're right. This is the next step. But we're beating the elite quarterbacks in the league. We're beating the high money contracts. The Dak Prescotts. We're beating those quarterbacks with those high dollar contracts. Jacksonville didn't count because they had sorry butted Mac Jones in there. But we're beating the quarterbacks that we're playing.
Yeah,
we are.
It's a good point. And every time that Jared Goff has faced Patrick Mahomes, Goff has won.
Yeah, but he hasn't beaten. Has he beat Josh Allen? I know he didn't on Thanksgiving a couple years ago.
Yeah, I don't know.
As a Lion, Jared Goff is 0-1 against Josh Allen, and he's 0-1 against Lamar Jackson.
It's outside the 2-year parameter of what he was talking about.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
In terms of Josh Allen.
Okay.
The 2-year run.
Yeah. No, it's just, I'm not saying they can't. I'm just pointing out, Josh Allen came into Ford Field and won. Lions are much better now than they were on Thanksgiving Day a couple years ago.
Oh, sure.
And Baltimore really took it to Detroit a year ago. Now, I don't think Baltimore's defense is nearly as good as it was a year ago, and I'd welcome the chance to face them in the Super Bowl. I'd bring anybody on, but those are questions that this team hasn't answered yet. There are very few questions they haven't answered yet, but those are some.
And I'm really excited to see them be tested against a quarterback at this level. The defense. I just want to see them tested, and I want to see Aaron Glenn. What's the game plan, and then what's the execution on the field?
Ticket text pouring in on the Sasaki conversation. How real is it? Do they actually have a chance? Texter says, couldn't this Japanese pitcher just stay longer where he's at and then get a bigger deal in a couple years? He could. He's choosing not to.
Right.
He's choosing to make the transition now to the majors, which does mean he's going to make less money, but wants to get here now. Texter says, no way in hell the Tigers will get him. They're the cheapest organization in baseball. Our selling point is we went on a lucky run and the Twins collapsed.
Well, both of those things are true.
You guys tell us. What do you think? 248-539-9797. I'm trying to find a name they can actually get because this is not one that's going to cost $30 million a season like Bregman. We've heard the reports. They're interested, but are they going to pony up enough? This is not one where money is going to be an issue. So is this someone they can actually land? It's 97.1. Guys, we talk about football season. We talk about watching all these big games. And the reality is, you get to this time of year, and it's cold out, and you want to go somewhere where you can have a good time. How about checking out Circa Las Vegas, where they've got this great pool, 3 levels. You can see this big screen the entire time and appreciate the games like never before. It's a sports fan's paradise. We're talking about Circa Resort. Make your appointment now. Head out there and take a look at all the amenities that they have to offer. And it might be you want to ditch the cold right now and watch some of the football games in Sports Fans Paradise. Or maybe you start looking ahead to March and you are looking ahead to all the basketball and a chance to plan a weekend with your buddies. Do that now. Circa Las Vegas. Check them out. They're not on the Strip. They're on Fremont Street. And you got a great chance to watch all the big games for all the sports fans. That's Circa Casino. That's Circa Las Vegas. Check them out. Make your plans, circalasvegas.com. A reminder, if you didn't win Lions tickets today, don't worry. Listen Friday. We got another pair for Lions and Bills.
All right.
Big part of the
merrier.
show. Yep, exactly. Big part of the show today. If you missed any of it, rewind. We've been talking a lot about the Lions and the Bills, and we'll continue to do that this week. We have mentioned the Tigers as well. The winter meetings are going on. Everybody wants to see this team get better. I think that's something I got to remind myself of sometimes. We fight about this. We all want this team to get better. And I have frustrations because a lot of the quotes have indicated that they are not seriously going to pay for impact players. So the name we brought up most recently doesn't require them to overpay or really throw around big dollars. It's Roki Sasaki. He's a Japanese pitcher. Everybody's going to have a chance to bid on this guy. It's really not going to be about money. So Detroit then has said, we're going to pursue him. Scott Harris has said everybody's going to chase him, but we're putting together a presentation. So the conversation is, can they actually land this guy? Where if money is not the top priority, he could wait 2 more years in Japan and come over and make hundreds of millions. He's coming now. And his agent has said it doesn't have to be a big market. He may actually prefer a mid-market. Well, Detroit's made the playoffs. Detroit's got a good pitching program. Detroit could slot him into the rotation this season. And if it matters, like Kenta Maeda, they've stuck by this guy when he hasn't been very good. And I don't know if that makes a difference or not. I don't know that there's this assumption that just because you have one Japanese pitcher, they all want to come and play for you. But it doesn't hurt that you've treated his countrymen well.
Right.
That doesn't hurt their bid when they try to land Sasaki in the next month here.
I mean, again, you want to make your house as nice as possible.
Yep.
So
Company's
that when
coming.
somebody comes to buy it, that you know they want to move in.
Yeah.
And that's what they're trying to sell to Sasaki right now. And how good does the Tigers' house look compared to everyone else's? And I think so. There is an international bonus pool money.
Yes.
And they are
Tigers have quite a bit, yes.
Well, they've got 7.5 million, a little bit more than that. And Evan Petzold posted last night, just as a reminder, the Tigers will sign Chris Rodriguez, who's the number 4 prospect in the 2025 international class. The signing bonus for Rodriguez is expected to be more than $3 million. So you subtract that from the 7.5 that they already have, or that they're allotted. Now you got 4.5 left. And is somebody going to go all in on just one? Can they go all in on just one? There's a lot of this that you get into the weeds of the rules of Major League Baseball.
And we could, just for the clarity of it, yes, teams have between $5 and $7.5 million in international pool money. I think the Tigers are on the high end, and they have, to your point, allocated, earmarked some of it. My point was just, without getting caught too far in the weeds, if someone's offering 5 and someone's offering 5.5, or someone's offering 4 and someone's offering 4.5, like, he's turning down hundreds of millions. I think the decision is going to be made more on fit than it is going to be just who offers him the most money.
Right. What's going to be the best fit to get me from where I am now to where I want to be in a couple of years, signing that big money contract?
Exactly. And I think the Tigers,
maybe the only thing is Chris Fetter. Like that's the reason. And it would be a great reason.
I mean, look at Jack Flaherty and where his career was headed until he got. I mean, and there's more examples too, but that's just the most recent. So that's the case. I'm not telling you they're going to get him. I just think in a world where they're not willing to spend big money, this is actually an impact guy that fits the parameters of what they're willing to do.
It'll be interesting to see it played out. Yeah. And I don't know, is there a deadline?
The 15th of January, excuse me, okay. I think is when he has to have signed by.
So no answers soon.
Could be soon.
Yeah,
probably not.
A lot of things could be soon.
Yeah, could be. Probably not.
Bregman could be soon.
Could be soon. How about this? We come in tomorrow and they sign Bregman and Pete Alonso and cornerstones of the infield, cornerstones of the franchise. Put the young players all around them, and AL Central title. Here we go.
Yeah. If we were running the franchise, we'd have this thing figured out. That's why I always want to look at it from a different perspective.
Yeah.
And, okay, the way that we're coming at it is in regards to just spend money and bring guys in. And not just to spend, but bring them in, guys that are proven players that still have, a little bit of runway. There's also the thought that what Scott Harris is saying publicly may be a bit of a smokescreen. What he's saying to agents might be different. We don't know because there's not enough track record. What we do know is that since Chris Ilitch has owned the Tigers, there hasn't been a lot of spending. And when it did happen, it didn't go to the right guys.
All we can go off of is the moves they make, and until they make a move, what's being reported and what they're saying. And you're right. I guess we have to leave open the possibility that Harris is saying one thing and doing another behind the scenes, using it for leverage, right? The idea is we're not going to overpay for, we'll use Bregman because he's been a name all show. We're not going to overpay. We're not going to chase our tail. We're going to let the market come to where it's going to be, and then we'll make a competitive offer and try to get him. John, I don't know, but I know everything we've heard is Harris has looked at these prices and he said, whoa, effectively. Like,
right. Yeah, he
whoa.
said that. Yeah. That's been his public reaction. What's been the reaction behind closed doors? And that's one that we don't know.
Yeah. Doug Karsh has come into the studio. You saw him at the
I did see him.
Party.
Last night. Yes, proof I was there.
Did my directions help, Heather?
Kind of, but it was a little confusing, to be honest.
It was. And I was trying to get to a game, so I was in a hurry, and you were in an elevator, and the doors were closing. I'm like, go left and keep going left.
Just keep
and
going.
I'm like, and I'm running up the stairs, and I'm thinking to myself, that's not going to help. He's going to be walking around the casino.
Yeah. No, I know. As soon as I walked in, I just asked somebody, I'm like, hey, where's this restaurant? Yeah. And they're like, yeah, it was kind of the same thing. Hey, go to the end of the hall, make a sharp left, quick right, and then go all the way to the end. And then when you get all the way to the end, you actually have to look left.
And then you have to.
Because there wasn't a lot of signage. Like the only sign was pretty small.
Right there. Yeah.
Like
basically,
right when
once
you got
you're already there, yeah.
Past the guards, over the
exactly.
drawbridge.
Yep.
We made it, though.
Pay toll.
We still don't know what John won last night.
No, have no idea.
Where's the envelope?
I think Lori has it. I don't know. I guess I see her
Lori
back there.
runs
Yeah.
Promos. Yeah.
She'll probably try and make me feel guilty, which won't work.
You had to be present to win or something like that.
No,
Okay.
we were told we didn't have to be. Both.
Right.
There were several of us that had kids' games that we wanted to get to. So
How dare you guys be fathers and support your children?
I know. I know. This is the last go around, though, man. Son's a senior.
Soak it in.
Yeah. Same with Ruby.
Unless he gets drafted.
You never know.
Oh, I'm pretty sure. Pretty sure I do know.
What are you going to talk about today?
We're going to talk about sports and stuff.
Awesome.
Yep.
I like sports and stuff.
We actually are going to go down to the winter meetings and talk to the Birchie kid and get the latest. AJ Hinch is sitting down with the media as we speak, so we'll get a recap of that coming up at 11 a.m.
Perfect. Carson Anderson next, 97.1.
Hello and welcome to the Karsch and Anderson program. I am Doug Karsch. Gator out today. He'll be back tomorrow. Hope you're having a great Wednesday. Great Wednesday. Heard their Michigan basketball lost last night in what was a wild game against Arkansas. Regular season college basketball doesn't move the needle all that much, but that was a wild affair, which included Michigan building a 16-point first-half lead, only to see it turn into an 18-point second-half deficit, only to cut it back to 1 and then lose late on a couple of empty possessions late in the game. Nonetheless, it was a good watch, and I still think that team has a chance to be exceptionally good. Turnover problems are a problem for that squad. We got the Red Wings off today. They are back in action tomorrow in Philly. Pistons back in action tomorrow at Boston. And we start to turn the page here a little bit and look forward to this game against the Buffalo Bills this weekend. It feels like the Lions, when their schedule came out, we thought it included some incredibly tough games, and this was one of them. And this likely will be a game that challenges the defense quite a bit, as Josh Allen and the Bills' offense is incredible. And they put up a huge total last week. They're the second highest scoring offense in the NFL, of course, behind the Detroit Lions. And both teams, Detroit and Buffalo, have questions defensively. It'll be, of course, indoors on a fast track here in Detroit. And that could be another shootout, another race to 35 kind of football game. We'll preview that a little bit as the day goes on. Look, saw something today. Got some feedback from a listener, and I really thought, well, this is interesting. This is interesting because I suspect that it'd be true of many people out there. And that is this crazy development with our NFL team. What is many people thought of was simply impossible. And that was that the Detroit Lions turned into one of the best teams in professional football. I think a lot of people have been resigned to the fact that it just simply was never going to happen in their lifetime. And now those of us that are witnessing it are leaning into it and enjoying about as much as possible. But it doesn't come... it comes with now different ways to approach, like we talked about Thanksgiving, how, the game is going to be different this time around. And we were kind of laughing a little bit about how, you're going to have people that are just parachuting in that never watch Lions football, that watch them on Thanksgiving as part of tradition, and we'll see that they're good and be asking questions like, hey, why are they good? But now we're approaching the Christmas season. And I got this feedback from a listener, and it kind of got me to thinking, and I want to hear from you at 248-539-9797. Listener wrote, I have a wooden Lions Christmas ornament that I've had for 30 years. It is a tradition that the placement on the tree depends on where the Lions are in the standings at the time the tree gets decorated. Okay. So first of all, it's a great tradition. He's got a Lions ornament that typically probably sat near the bottom of the tree, depended where they were in their season. So this is kind of irrelevant to what the topic's going to be, but I think it's funny. So he writes, he's got this ornament for his tree, and he puts the Lions ornament on the tree relative to their record. The better the record, the higher it is on the tree. And that's where it sits for the holiday season. He writes, I was out of town this year when my wife and daughter decorated the tree. At the time they did so, the Lions were 11-1. The ornament was placed at more of an 8-4 level. I've not moved it because while the sugar plums of my 2024 Christmas dreams are Lions Super Bowl victory, I'm choosing to be humble yet hopeful. So they're 11-1, and the family put the Lions ornament more of an 8-4 kind of place. Cool tradition. But the question we have for you is just like we did for Thanksgiving. We are 2 weeks from Christmas today. It's 2 weeks from today is Christmas, or whatever you celebrate, right? It's all coming up. How have the Lions impacted your holiday? And we're talking about in a variety of ways. Is it Lions decorations are now prominent in your home? Do you have one of those classic red and white Christmas stocking caps, except it's Honolulu blue and white? Did you have to get one of those this year? Is your tree a Lions-themed Christmas tree? We've talked about this a little bit, and we'll bring it back today. Is the search for Lions gear as a gift the hottest item out there? Is the Bears game just before Christmas becoming the centerpiece of a Christmas celebration? It's a few days before Christmas, but the Lions-Bears game on a weekend, on a Sunday, I'm starting to think about, and I'm going to propose to the wife, that maybe we host a little something with the family that day. How is the Lions' resurgence impacting your holiday in any way? In any way. 248-539-9797. The Christmas gift thing, I know it's a hot item. Somebody told us, actually, they called, and maybe somebody can verify this, but maybe it's true of more than just, but somebody called and said Bronner's was out of Detroit Lions Christmas ornaments. They'd sold out. So maybe others can speak to whether or not they're having problems finding them. Or do you see them out there? Have the shelves been restocked? It's obviously, it's completely changed to have a team that was expected to be good. So everybody went into the season kind of locked in, and they've rewarded us with an incredible 12-1 start here. And we work our way through the week, building to the crescendo of Sunday, although it's been the last two Thursdays. But you know what I mean? We build up to game day, and it's taken over. It's taken over. So how have the Detroit Lions impacted your holiday and your holiday plans in any way? 248-539-9797. Get to your phone calls and feedback on that. If you want to send over ticket text, the same number. Also take your tweets at DuncanGator971. Different ways of taking the show. And I'll mention YouTube and Twitch because we've got the streaming chat on both sites where you can participate there. And, of course, we read some of your comments from there as well. So 248-539-9797. You tell us how the Lions have impacted your holidays. We'll get to some of your phone calls and feedback coming up. Also this week or today, we'll probably get some injury updates as we prepare for this Bills game. We want to see what the story is with DJ Reader and Aleem McNeil and Levi Onwuzurike and Josh Paschal and Taylor Decker. And is there any update on Anzalone or Barnes or Fatu Melifonwu and all of the laundry list of players that are out have a chance to come back? 248-539-9797. The Karsh Gator out today, 97-1, the ticket. Doug Harsh, Gator out today. How have the Detroit Lions impacted your holiday plans? In a variety of ways. We just read the one email we got from a listener who puts their Lions ornament on the tree relative to how their season is going. The bad seasons, the Lions ornament sits near the bottom of the tree. This year it's moved its way up the tree, near the top of the tree, although in his opinion, his wife and daughter place it not high enough, but that's irrelevant. The point is how the Lions impacted your holiday, whether it be your shopping list. The Lions tickets. Are Lions tickets? Are you getting anybody Lions tickets? Because I got to tell you, I've heard, and maybe somebody can verify this, I've heard lower bowl tickets for this weekend's game against the Bills are pushing four figures. Like you're talking about $1,000 to get a lower bowl ticket. I went to get family tickets, and I got them through the Lions, and I think they hold some back for dynamic pricing. I don't know. I don't know that for a fact, but I was like these. Well, they wanted good seats, and good seats are not cheap. But I mean that's what happens when a team gets good. 248-539-9797. Does that Bears game right before Christmas become part of your holiday plans? Do you start to plan for an early family gathering for the Lions-Bears game? Shopping for gear. 248-539-9797. Lion-themed trees, and holiday decorations. Let's get to your phone calls. We go to Brandy. You're on 97.1 The Ticket. Hi, Brandy.
Hi, how are you?
Great, Brandy.
Yeah, so we have we call it our Lion's Den in the basement, and we have a tree that's decorated with the blue and white lights, a little gnome, Lion's gnome, and then we have a Believe sign that goes with that.
I'm kind of intrigued by the Lion's gnome. Where did you find a Lion's gnome?
Someone gifted it to my husband, actually.
Really?
Yeah, we host every Sunday. Everyone comes over and we watch the games, and we have full gear, and someone gifted that to him at one of the games.
Wow. Well, I can't imagine Christmas and the spirit of the holidays is not complete until you have your prominently displayed Lion's gnome.
Absolutely. Everyone should have one.
Yes. Cool. So is this all new, like this year? Is it more than ever? Is it, or do you always do this kind of setup?
So it's new this year. We actually started last year when they started on their run hosting, and we said we would host till they lost, and then we hosted right till the end. And then started the tradition again this year. And actually the game they lost, we didn't host because we were at a family party, so it's on us.
Yeah. We've all said it,
so
Brandy.
And then this year we decided that we would have a little display that represented the Lions, and we are all in.
Yep, sweet. Well, thank you for sharing, and enjoy your holiday. 248-539-9797. Matt on a cell is next on 97.1 The Ticket. What's up, Matt?
What's up, man? So I got you something as well. I told Kenny I'm traveling for work. I was in Georgia, so I got him a Georgia Bulldogs thing.
Nice.
And I got you. I believe you're a U of M fan, so I got you something U of M, and I'll drop it off to you guys when I come back.
That's very kind of you, man.
I'm down here. Sorry, Doug, man. I'll something else.
You're all good.
I'm down here. I'm down here in New Orleans for work, and I'm going to be here for the Super Bowl and Mardi Gras and all that. And I was here watching the Saints game, and I was in a bar, and I have my Detroit, True Grit hoodie on with the Lion. And the fans here were not very appreciative of my support for my team.
Really?
So, yeah, they didn't appreciate it, But they're going to have to get over it because when the Lions come here to the city in February and win the Super Bowl, there's going to be nothing they can do.
Look, man, I mean, it's intriguing because I think the Lions they've become an incredibly popular team. They have appeal outside of its own fan base. I've talked about how, Matt, I've got cousin Ray in New Jersey, and I've got cousin Scott in San Diego that now stream the show, listen to the show, and admit that our team is fun to watch. So there's appeal. There is appeal, but not everybody's going to love it. If you're a hardcore fan of another team, I can see why they don't like it.
Okay.
Yep.
If they don't like it, maybe their team should be better.
Wow. Well, historically they have been, Matt.
No, I know, but I'm outnumbered here, so I would never tell that to the Saints fans. But I'll have backup in February again when the Lions come here, because the city's going to be flooded with Lions fans.
Well, I don't want to get too far down the road, Matt. Thank you for the phone call and thank you for the kind gesture and gifts. I don't want to get ahead of ourselves, but I think we all know that if the day ever comes that our NFL football team is playing in the last game of the NFL season, I think we all know that town will be absolutely infiltrated by Detroit Lions fans. I mean, I think we all know that if our team makes it to that last game, the number of people that would make the trek without tickets would probably be some sort of record. I mean, that's one of the issues, of course, that hasn't impacted us forever. And if that day ever comes, but one of the issues that has never been our problem has been the price of tickets for the last game of the professional football season. But I know more than a few people that have said that if the Detroit Lions ever play in that last game, big if, but if they do, they are going. They are going without tickets just to be there, to be as close to it as they can, and they'll just watch it on TV. And if they get a ticket, great, but they're not counting on it just to be there. And so, Matt, you are fortunate, and it sounds like you're already going to be there. I can also tell you that there is a chance that certain radio shows might be there if the Lions are ever fortunate enough to get to that last game. And if it is in New Orleans, if you've ever been to New Orleans, and Gator and I had the good fortune of going to New Orleans for the Harbaugh Super Bowl, Baltimore versus San Francisco. We were down there, did the show from down there that week. We had a riot and had no rooting interest. None. So I can't even imagine what it would be like if our football team is there. That's down the road, but you know what? The wise ones start planning for that possibility in case that scenario presents itself. Feedback coming in. We're asking, how have the Lions impacted your holiday? From a Lady-O in Wyandotte. Got the mother-in-law a Lions shirt. Never seen her sport one, and it's easy this year because they are great. From Adam in Brighton, I found Lions gifts at my local gift shop on Main Street. I found some Dan Campbell earrings and a religious candle depicting Jared Goff as Jesus. Really? We might have to bring this up to Jared Goff. I planned a trip to San Francisco as a part of our gifts to each other. Plus, I'm not a big New Year's Eve guy, but my wife is. So we'll be celebrating New Year's Eve in San Francisco. That's from Lee in Livonia. 248-539-9797. Let's go to Sheila next on 97.1 A Ticket. Hi, Sheila.
Well, hey.
Hey.
I'm just super excited. My husband listens to you every single day while we're at work. We own a trophy shop in Clinton Township.
Awesome. What's your husband's name?
My husband's name is Dave.
Okay. What's up, Dave?
Yeah. So he asked me to quickly call. He heard that you guys were talking about decorating for the Christmas season. Yep. We used to decorate every year. This is going back 35 years ago. And then when the Lions started to tank and get really bad, he said, I had enough. We boxed everything up, had it in the basement. We moved. We've had 4 kids. We now have 6 grandkids. We pulled everything up out of the basement, started decorating it. Our house in the front has white poles. We wrapped them blue. We made large ornaments here at work that have Detroit Lions on them, and our front windows decked out in blue, white, and silver.
Wow. Okay, so let me back up. The point of the context question here is, what year? Do you remember what year, Sheila, you guys boxed up the Lions stuff and you thought for good?
David, come here. What year did we box everything up for good and said, you've had enough? He wouldn't let me throw it away, but he had enough of it.
Okay. What would you? Does he know what year it was?
All right, let's see here.
Because this stuff could be really old. All right. Sorry, I didn't mean to ask.
It was early 2000s.
Early 2000s.
Because only my 2 older kids remember seeing the Lions tree, but the younger 2 didn't even know it existed. They thought we were joking about it until we brought everything up.
All right.
Glass ornaments.
I was about to say, how's this stuff held up? Is the stuff look like ancient? Is it like antiques?
Oh, no. It held up really, really well. I mean, it looks so good. And the joke is he's always loved the Lions. Yep. And we've been together 35 years. And I always tell people, if he can love me half as much as he loves the Lions, we're together for life. I kid you not. We work together. We've had our business now for 18 years side by side. People say, how can you get through it?
Well, you've managed. You've done, at least you haven't boxed him up and put him away, so that's the good news.
No. Usually I like to joke that he's got a ball and chain in the back that I keep him attached.
Nice. Well, that's the foundation of every good marriage. Sheila, thank you very much for calling, and have a great holiday. How have the Lions impacted your holiday? 248-539-9797. Your shopping, your decorations. Are you planning trips, tickets? It's different this year. How's it impacted you? We talked some Major League Baseball at 11. AJ Hinch meeting at this hour with the media. Our Birchie kid is there. We'll find out what the Tiger manager has to say. Get a sense if there's a pending move. It feels like nothing big. I get a sense something's going to go down. Just a hunch. Soon. We'll talk to the Birchie kid from the winter meetings today at 11. Hey, if you're in need of a midweek boost, FanDuel, America's #1 sportsbook, has you covered with the Hump Day Parlay Rewards Stack. Now every Wednesday, you can get parlay profit boosts on everything from spreads to over-unders and even player props. So don't let the weekend have all the fun. Take advantage of the Hump Day Parlay Rewards Stack. Who knows? It might just become your favorite day. Look for the Hump Day Parlay Rewards Stack in the FanDuel app to find your profit boost. New to FanDuel? Visit FanDuel.com/Doug. FanDuel is the official sportsbook partner of the NBA. Must be 21 or over and present in Michigan. Opt-in required. Maximum wager amount applies. Bonus issued as non-withdrawable profit boost tokens. Restrictions apply, including token expiration. See terms for both offers at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Seems so somewhat appropriate that we're talking about Honolulu Blue Christmases. How have they impacted your holiday in any way? We read the email we got from a listener about their Lions ornament that is annually goes on the tree based upon their record as to where it sits on the tree. Most seasons it sits near the bottom of the tree. This year it's made its way towards the top of the tree. So whether it be Lions decorations, whether it be shopping for tickets, whether it be planning a pre-Christmas family event, are you moving it up to the Sunday before for the Bears game? Are you having to get tickets? Are you planning road trips? What is it? How have the Lions impacted your holiday preparations? 248-539-9797. And we did kind of talk about this, and I don't want to get carried away, but we did kind of talk about the idea of road tripping to the last game, even if you don't have tickets, just to be there. If, capital IF, as Bill Belichick said this week, if they are going to get there, because you kind of have to start planning for that stuff ahead of time. It's typically not, oh, let's just wing it, although some people I'm sure will. 248-539-9797. And I don't even know. That's probably getting a little carried away, to be honest with you. There's a lot of football to be played. Let's get back to your open line calls, 248-539-9797. How have the Detroit Lions impacted your holiday? Jose, you're on 97.1 The Ticket. What's up, Jose?
Good morning. How are you guys doing today?
We're doing great. Thank you.
Love your show, guys. Really enjoy listening to it. I'm on the road all day, so I get to hear you all day long.
Great. Thank you.
Yep. Yeah, for me, it's impacted because normally during the holidays, I'm asking for Lions gear or Lions, shirts, things like that. My running joke with the family is I never change teams, even during the 0-16, is because I can't afford to replace my wardrobe. But
understandable.
This year, I plan on giving all the grandkids and my kids, and everybody gets Lions stuff. So I'm giving it rather than getting it this year. It's going to be expensive, but hey, well worth it. I'm enjoying this time of year. My God, how long have we waited?
We waited a long time. Have they? You said for kids and grandkids? Is that what you said?
Yes.
Yeah. Have they asked for it? Have you? Is this gonna go over well?
Well, the teenage boys a little harder because they have other teams they're dedicated to, but they've jumped on the bandwagon somewhat with the win. So, but the younger kids, they're all into it. I got 7 grandkids altogether.
Wow.
So it's going to get expensive, but it's well worth it.
Is it easy to find?
My grandkids, they're all for it. I yell out, "Go Lions," and you hear them roaring in the background.
Is it easy to find?
No, not as easy as it used to be.
Yeah, I bet.
Yeah,
I bet.
And it's a bit more expensive now than it used to be too. So, but well worth it. Well worth it.
Awesome. Cool. Well, enjoy the holiday, Jose.
Likewise.
248-539-9797. We do have some breaking news as a post to social media from Will Johnson, a Michigan defensive back. He's declaring for the 2025 NFL Draft, which comes as no surprise to very many people. Got hurt this year and sat out much of the year, but he's on his way to the NFL. He's expected to be a first-round pick. We wait word on Colston Loveland and maybe Kenneth Grant. I saw another mock draft today where he was not a first-round pick, Kenneth Grant. The not first-round guys feel like those are the guys that might be susceptible. I mean, look, it's a mock draft. Who knows? But what it really means. But we talked about it yesterday. One of the things, if you're a college fan and you struggle with NIL, one thing that NIL can do is keep your guys in college if they are sort of borderline thinking about leaving. Heck, you can make good money staying if the NIL and the collectives at a given school ponies up and decides that they want to keep a guy. So Will Johnson is gone. He is on his way to the National Football League. Local kid, made good. Congratulations to him. 248-539-9797. Pat has sent us a tweet of his Lions-themed Christmas tree. It's actually kind of a Charlie Brown. He says, my Charlie Brown Lions-themed Christmas tree, it goes up when the Lions ornament, it goes up when the new Lions ornament arrives. So I guess he orders one every single year. Feedback to the Carson Anderson inbox. These are via ticket text from Chris in Grand Blanc. I bought tickets to the Bills game 3 or 4 weeks ago. Lower level cost us about $750 a ticket after fees. Will be my wife's first game. Another one here from Will in Monroe. Doug, we have a Lions Christmas tree theme. My wife and I even painted the inside of our garage, Honolulu blue and silver. All Lions, everything. Go Lions, longtime fan. Another one here. My wife has the same Jared Goff candle sitting on the mantle and has had to light it twice this season. So the Jared Goff, and somebody sent me a picture of a St. Jared of Detroit, yes, that depicts him in a robe with the number 16 in his face. Depicts him as Jesus, my word. 248-539-9797. Bobby, you're next on 97.1 A Ticket. What's up, Bobby?
Hey, how's it going? Great show. Love you guys.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Yeah, no problem. So this holiday, last year, we went to the opening game against Kansas City.
Yep.
We have decided to make it a tradition. This year we are going to San Francisco, and my son and his best friend for Christmas, they asked for Jahmyr Gibbs, Montgomery jerseys, and Sonic and Knuckle costumes.
Wow.
So they are going to wear them to San Francisco, and we're going to go spend the holidays with some of our best friends. It's going to be awesome. Can't wait.
If we hear some of these Lion ticket prices for home games, you kind of wonder if even it might be cheaper to go on the road to see him play. Like I bet you the net of a trip to Chicago, like you're going to San Francisco, obviously, but the more I think about this, I wonder if somebody on the price of gas at hotel and Bears tickets might be cheaper than trying to get Lions home tickets.
Well, the flights were expensive given that it was the holidays, but we bought the tickets before McCaffrey and all them went down.
Yep.
Like, they were getting ready to come back and everything. So the tickets were pretty pricey at the time, but it's worth it. It's now officially, as my kids would call it, a yearly tradition.
Oh, that's cool. It can be an expensive tradition, but it's awesome.
It's great. Love it.
Bobby, have a good trip. How has the Lions impacted your holiday? Kitech writes in via Twitch, Jared Goff has risen. Ha ha. Hellborn Elfchild on Twitch. Doug, my dad, who always urged me not to be a Lions fan because they were so pathetic, I bought him a Lions hat for Christmas. 248-539-9797. Yeah, I mean, somebody said $750 for the Bills tickets. They bought them weeks ago. I haven't even looked at the buy-in price. We're planning on really talking about that, but I'm not surprised. I did hear earlier in the week that you better probably be spending north of $1,000 if you wanted good seats for the Lions game, lower bowl seats for the Lions game against this Bills team. And yeah, here they are on SeatGeek for $356. That is the buy-in. No, that's up to $406 for standing room only. Standing room only is $406. Upper deck, you're looking at $424 is the buy-in price. And lower bowl, it's not $1,000. You can get them for, this is on SeatGeek. I see $529 is the cheapest for lower bowl. So that's prior to fees. I always got to forget about that. Just one ticket, go to checkout. Let's see what this comes in at. A ticket for $529. I got to log into my account. Sorry. Just trying to, because fees are ridiculous. I'm going to guess it's probably pushing $700 when it's all said and done. I'll work on that later. 248-539-9797. How have the Lions impacted your holiday? In the meantime, the news with Will Johnson. Michigan appears to have an offensive coordinator, and I now see my favorite portal target for the Wolverines. Guys enter the portal. I'm like, that's the guy I hope they can go get. We will get to that today at 10:48. Coming up at 11 o'clock, we'll talk some baseball from the winter meetings. The Birchie kids down there. A.J. Hinch met with the media this morning. We'll find out how he feels about this plan, which doesn't appear to be going big, which is disappointing a lot of people, and I understand why. But we'll get the Birchie's take from down there in Texas at 11 o'clock. Here on Carson Anderson, Gator Out today, 97.1 The Ticket. Did you run the turkey trot? Are you working to burn off that extra helping of stuffing from last week? Well, we respect that, and you should be running, walking, and lifting in workout clothes from Show Some Respect, a Michigan-based company with a mission to make the highest quality workout clothes out there. I've got them. My favorite is the long sleeve performance tee. My wife wears them as well when she's working out. Show Some is founded on respect. Respect everyone with the courage to compete on the field or in life. Go to showsomerespect.com and use the promo code Doug at checkout. It's high-quality stuff. I really like it. Showsomerespect.com. SHOSUM respect.com. All right, I was able to log in and find out what my out-the-door price for a lower bowl ticket for the Lions Buffalo game. The get-in out-the-door price after fees was $705. I'm sure there are other ticket carriers, secondary market people that have different prices, but that's what it was on SeatGeek. So take that for what it's worth. 248-539-9797. Asking you how the Lions have impacted your holiday preparations based upon an email I got from a listener saying that they put the Lions ornament on their tree relative to the record when it's near the bottom and they're bad record, and near the top when they have a good record. It's higher up the tree this year. But whether it's decorations or gifting or road trips, or you're planning a holiday family gathering around the Bears game or whatever it may be, how have the Lions impacted your holiday? In the meantime, I mentioned this before the break. So news that Will Johnson is entering the NFL draft came out this morning. You additionally have what appears to be the addition of an offensive coordinator, Chip Lindsey, who was at North Carolina last year. The offense was 23rd amongst Power 4 teams in scoring, which is good, not great. But he, of course, was also the play caller for Todd Monken at Southern Miss. They built the top 15 offense there. Monken now the Baltimore Ravens OC, which might be the tie-in terms of going to the Ravens. The Michigan program seems to get a lot out of the Ravens. And he gets Chip Lindsey. That's the tie-in. He was Georgia's offense coordinator. Monken was. So you're getting a Monken-type protege. And I don't declare a defeat or victory over these kinds of hires. There's a lot to learn. He did have a top talent at quarterback in Drake May, and they had a top 10 offense last year at North Carolina when he was calling plays, and he's getting Bryce Underwood. So let it rip. See what happens. In the meantime, the portal. You see names that go into the portal, and you think about positions of need, and every fan base, everybody that covers teams, you go, okay, what makes the most sense for our team? And for Michigan fans, I saw a name, and I'm like, that's the guy. If they can get him, that would be the guy that I would target if I were on Sharon Moore's staff or Sean McGee, their general manager who handles a lot of this stuff. And that is USC wide receiver Deuce Robinson. 23 catches, 396 yards, 5 touchdowns, but the ability to go get a contested ball. He's 6 feet 6 inches tall. He's an outfielder on their baseball team, which tells you what kind of speed he has. And that is, this year, I felt like the number of contested catches made by Michigan wide receivers, you might be able to count on one hand. A taller target and a guy that I thought when we saw him earlier this year, I thought that guy's going to be a star. Saw some highlights and watched a couple of USC games as the season went on. That would be the number one guy I would be after if I were the Michigan Wolverines. Deuce Robinson. 248-539-9797. Let's get back to your open line calls. We go to Juan. You're on 97 on the ticket. What's up, Juan?
Hey, good afternoon, Doug, or early afternoon, I guess.
Yeah.
Hey, we got a couple of cool Halloween, Christmas traditions with the Lions. One of them is we've been doing a Lions for the last few years, and we don't take it down until their final game of the year. So my hope is we take that thing down mid-February and it's all crusty. That would be the ultimate.
Okay, so last year, this is your tradition. Last year it stayed up longer than it ever has before.
Correct. Yeah, okay. And trust me, there were some needles on the carpet by the time we got that thing down.
Yep. Okay. Sure.
So this year I hope it's even crustier. And we've also got when my sister and I were young, we bought my mom a ceramic lion for her birthday. She had a July birthday, so she was a Leo. So once my mom's passed away, I've had this lion for about 10 years now. It's about 3 foot tall ceramic lion, goes in the living room next to the fireplace with a lion's head on it. And again, I hope that thing's sitting out there till February again this year.
So is it specifically a Detroit lion, or is it just a lion?
No,
okay.
It's just a big lion. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, just a big lion.
And you put a lion's hat on it for the.
He's got a lion's hat on it. We put a chain on it, so he's ready for game day every week.
Hold on, a chain? You put a chain on it?
One of the plastic blue chains with a big lion emblem on it.
Love it.
See the fans wearing in the stands. We've got one of those for it.
Sure. Well, that's awesome.
He's ready to go.
Yep.
Ready to go. Thanks, Doug.
Yep. Have a Merry Christmas. 248-539-9797. Paul is next here on 97.1 The Ticket. What's up, Paul?
Hey, Merry Christmas, Doug.
Merry Christmas to you.
My son and I have scheduled a road and rail getaway to Chicago to watch the Lions kick the Bears in the tail again. And we're driving over to South Bend, getting on the South Shore line, taking that from South Bend into the stadium. We have first row seats in the 400 level, which is the upper level, and we're at the 35-yard line. All in, we're at $850.
All in. Wait a sec. When you say all in, you mean both of your tickets?
Our planned gas, our planned rail cost, our tickets, and fees.
Okay, and you said you're in the first row of which level?
First row of the 400 level.
First row, 400 level. Okay.
At the 35-yard line.
So I just said one buy-in ticket, lower bowl for the Lions-Bills game was $705. You're doing a trip to Chicago, gas, train, ticket, and fees, $850 for two.
Yeah.
Wow. I mean, like I said, I wondered if it would be cheaper, and clearly it is. I do have a number of questions here. What is the South Shore line? I'm familiar with the Amtrak line that goes, well, there's Toledo to Chicago, and there's obviously from Detroit all the way through to Chicago. What is the South Shore line?
It's the line that runs all the way from South Bend into the Central Station in Chicago. It's part of the CTA, part of Chicago Transit Authority.
So it's like a subway goes all the way out to.
It's essentially a commuter train.
Okay, gotcha. So it's not Amtrak.
And it runs every other hour. So our depart time will be 9 a.m. It gets us in an hour and 35 minutes to Soldier Field.
Is it now? Where does it let out? Is it? You said Central Station. Do you mean Union Station or Central Station on the Chicago subway line or something?
The end of the line is Union Station. We actually take the museum exit or museum station, which gives us about a 3/4 of a mile hike to the stadium.
Yeah, that's awesome. Good for you.
Yeah. It's a great trip. I'm telling you, we're just going to really enjoy yelling our lungs out.
Is that an out and back in one day trip?
We're doing it overnight Saturday night, and that's included in our total fees.
Wow. Well, that is way cheaper than trying to get a ticket to a Lions home game. So
because the hotel in South Bend doesn't require a 2-day purchase. It's a one night. You're in and out.
That's smart. Cool. Well, have fun, Paul. Report back. I'd like to hear how it goes.
Shall do. We'll send you some pictures by the ticket text as well.
Love it. 248-539-9797. Feedback as well. How have the Lions impacted your holiday? Here's another one here. Going to the Chicago game, spent $400 for a pair of tickets, $400 for hotel Thursday and Friday, but it's all worth it as I plan to propose to the girlfriend out there. Also, have you seen the trend of people doing cardboard cutouts of Jared instead of trees this year? I have not. People do cardboard cutouts of Jared Goff instead of Christmas trees? That's funny. Dustin and Al Park writes in, I bought my family tickets to the San Francisco game as soon as they were available, and then I bought everyone Honolulu blue hoodies to wear to the game. San Francisco, look, that stadium looks to me to be in a terrible place. It's obviously good enough that they've hosted Super Bowls. So maybe it's just one, but it's it feels like everything I've seen of that stadium, and I'm not trying to poo-poo your trip, man. I'm sure you're going to have a blast. That stadium's looks like it's out in an industrial park way outside of San Francisco. I mean, I'm sure you can go have a good time anywhere, but if I were a San Francisco fan, I'd think that our stadium and where it is, it looks lame to me, but I don't have a ton of knowledge about San Francisco. Blair writes in, wife and I are surprising our kids with a trip to Chicago the weekend before Christmas. Got tickets to the game about a month ago. I'll be warm, right? Well, Blair, you'll be warm if you make good clothing decisions. Bundle up. Always easier to bundle way up and take stuff off as opposed to, dare we say, having to buy a sweatshirt at the game, which would likely be a Bears sweatshirt, and it would likely be way overpriced. So bundle up, my friend. 248-539-9797. We'll get to some Lions stuff on the field a little bit later on. Question about this team, that at 11:30. Whether or not they've got enough to close the deal. Because there's one trend that I've found rather concerning. Don't know how real it is of an issue, but something to pay attention to. Maybe not so much this week, in their game against Buffalo, but the following week might be something that we need to be paying attention to. We will get to that coming up today at 11:30. We go down to the winter meetings next. Just a reminder, you can stream the show using the Odyssey app. Download it for your mobile device today, AUDACY. Then you can listen to the show anywhere in the United States. And as you hear, we get lots of calls from outside the Metro Detroit area. Also, you can stream with our website, 971theticket.com, where yesterday Evan posted the Champ and Chump of the weekend. Stream with video, youtube.com, search up 971theticket. Also, twitch.tv, same thing, search up 971theticket, and you can participate in streaming chat on both YouTube and Twitch. It's Carson Anderson, a winter meetings update. AJ Hinch met with the media this morning. What do you have to say? We'll find out next here on 97.1 The Ticket.
Well, as of earlier this morning, there was no decision from Michigan star Will Johnson on either his pro future or on if he'll play in Michigan's ReliaQuest Bowl in a few weeks. However, he has now officially declared for the 2025 NFL Draft. He will forego his senior season in Ann Arbor, told The Ticket that this injury still is not exactly where he wants it to be, and was going to sit down with his coaches and family to determine what's best for him. The Lions have plenty of work to do in order to prepare for the 10-win Buffalo Bills on Sunday. That begins in Allen Park as they attempt to get healthier and find a way way to contain quarterback Josh Allen, who has 9 rushing touchdowns in 13 games beyond his 23 passing scores. Detroit fans hoping to see the Tigers make some moves sooner rather than later. President Scott Harris says that they will put in a bid for Japanese sensation Roki Sasaki. Also, they're reportedly going to be in on the running for slugging third baseman Alex Bregman, though insider John Heyman believes that he may be too pricey in the end. Harris did explain what they definitely want to do. That's from MLB Tonight. The winter meetings continue in Dallas today, and the NBA Cup quarterfinal games continue tonight. It'll be Knicks versus Hawks and Rockets versus Warriors for the right to advance to Las Vegas. The Bucks and the Thunder punched their tickets to Sin City last night. At the Corewell Health Sports Desk, I'm Chris Villar. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket and Odyssey.com.
Carson Anderson, Gator out today. Get back to some football stuff. 11:30. Lions and Bills coming up on Sunday. First look at that game. In the meantime, we sent the Birch Kid down to the winter meetings in Dallas, Texas, where I'm sure he is tearing up the town, as he is known to do. What's up, Will?
Hey, what's going on, Cars? Is this inside Dallas, Texas with Will Birchfield?
It kind of is. Rather than inside Allen Park, yes. Inside the winter meetings. We got you on, obviously, to update what's being said and what's going on with the Tigers. And A.J. Hinch sat down with a bunch of you guys today. What was the tenor of the discussion?
Yeah, so we just finished breakfast with AJ. I think that's worthy of a siren on the afternoon show, but it's mostly an off-the-record session, but, we had some laughs reminiscing about the days of Jacoby Jones and Harold Castro and Ronnie Rodriguez, and it was sort of jarring to consider how far they've come from those days, and I know they still have a long way to go, but I think the reason the Tigers feel confident about where they stand is that the young players that they're attaching their hopes to now are so much more worthy of those hopes than the players they used to pin their hopes to, say, 3, 4, or 5 years ago. They do feel like they have a talented young player at every position that's either in the big leagues or arriving in the big leagues soon. But they also know that they still need to make at least one meaningful upgrade to this lineup this winter. And while it hasn't happened yet, I do feel pretty confident that it will happen at least before spring training begins in March.
Do you get a sense at all of whether AJ or Scott Harris understand a growing frustration from the fans because it doesn't feel like they want to step into, even average salaries for Major League Baseball? It's coming across to the fans as them doing this on the cheap. Do they have a sense for that?
Yeah, I think Scott Harris definitely does, because every time he's asked any question that relates to the payroll, he sort of chuckles and says, the payroll question again. And I wonder if AJ even feels some of it himself. I don't want to talk for him, but he did come from an organization in Houston that was spending like one of the highest payroll teams in baseball over the final 3-4 years of his tenure, and that led to obviously tons of success for the Astros. And the Tigers aren't really even acting like a middle market team yet. It's discouraging, I think, for fans when they see the Tigers linked to a player like Alex Bregman, but only with the caveat that he might be too pricey for their budget. This is a team that right now only has about $80 million committed in payroll for next season, including all of their arbitration-eligible players who will be re-signed, and there is space to make a move. I think that they could make a move on the trade market, maybe even more likely than the free agent market. I asked Scott Harris last night, are there moves that you guys feel you are more open to now that would cost you prospects than you were, say, a year ago or 2 years ago when he first got here? And he said, undoubtedly. He added that, the nature and the tenor of those conversations with other teams are wildly different, he said, than they were his first winter here. He said we're much more open-minded now to adding players than we were when I first got here. So I think that's where they may look to upgrade the lineup. And just to toss a name out there, someone that might make sense is Yandy Diaz with the Rays, who's, a veteran player who's under contract at a pretty minimal cost through next season, has a 850 or so OPS over the past 2 years, and would obviously fill their need for a right-handed hitter and a veteran in the infield. And he would cost prospects, but Tigers have prospects to spare now. And so I thought that comment was telling from Harris. Like he was adamant and confident that the Tigers are having meaningful trade conversations, maybe behind the scenes, that haven't come to light yet. So we'll see if that does lead to a major move in the next weeks or months.
I made a prediction that the bigger splash will come from the trade market than any free agent signings, and we'll wait to see if that indeed is the case. But the weirdest thing about this is if you can draft, develop, and put a competitive team on the field, that is a better way to do it than anything. To not overextend yourself financially, to maintain some financial flexibility at things like trade deadlines. That's the best way to do it, but it also seems like a long shot. And the crazy thing is, it feels like Scott Harris is putting more faith in the previous guy's prospects than his own prospects. Like he's showing faith in what Al Avila did more so than, because those are the guys that are basically here and ready to go. It's a strange dynamic.
Yeah, it is. I question how much private faith they have in Spencer Torkelson. I know publicly that they say they're committed to him, but I think they're working behind the scenes to come up with a more sure thing at first base, both next season and moving forward. And maybe they're just waiting for one of Harris's prospects in Jose Briceño to arrive, and maybe that's 3 years. And in the meantime, they find a veteran to plug that gap. I know they've been connected to Paul Goldschmidt. I don't know how realistic that option is. He does sound open to a 1-year deal. There's been a lot of buzz around his name this week here in Dallas, as well as another longtime Cardinal who would fit the Tigers' infield framework in Nolan Arenado. And again, those Arenado would have to be traded for, but the Tigers have the assets to go do that. The other name, Doug, that yesterday generated tons of buzz, maybe more buzz than any other, is Japanese phenom Roki Sasaki, who's a 23-year-old right-handed pitcher who is available to any team in baseball, because as an international amateur free agent, he is subject to those international signing bonus limitations, and the Tigers have as good a chance as anyone to sign him. And you don't often really ever hear Harris or this regime talk openly about players who aren't on their roster, but Harris had no issue doing that last night. And I thought it was interesting. He said, we have begun to brand ourselves as a destination for starting pitchers. And I'll just say that Roki Sasaki's agent spoke yesterday about how closely Sasaki has been watching MLB teams as he prepares to make the jump, and taking note of certain things like pitching development, and also noting that he may not want to be in a big market like Los Angeles or New York. He might be more comfortable, given some of the media scrutiny he dealt with in Japan, in a small market or a mid-market. And certainly the Tigers have acted more and more like a small to mid-market team recently. And so that could be another possible splash move on the horizon for this team. They really do feel like, with the successes they've had with guys like Flaherty and Michael Lorenzen, and obviously that cobbled together bullpen/rotation that pushed them to the playoffs last year, they have announced to the league and to pitchers who are available to the league that you can come here and really thrive as a pitcher with Chris Fetter and Juan Nieves and Robin Lund. So, it's not often that this team has had a real chance to land an international star from Japan. I think in this case, they really do.
Yeah, I mean, I was about to say, Birchie Kid joining us from the winter meetings in Dallas. You really think that's possible? Like, I mean, this is not a pipe dream. This is potentially on the radar, huh?
Yeah, I think reading the tea leaves of again, the way that Harris spoke last night, and all that they have done in the past couple of years to mark themselves as a pitching department that has made advances and can apply technologies and strategies that maybe other organizations can't, that they would appeal to Sasaki, who sounds like he really is a cerebral player who wants to end up with an organization that can allow him to make the most seamless transition possible from Japan to the majors. Look, he's obviously one of the most talented young pitchers in baseball, but that's still not an easy jump to go from Japan to the majors at 23 years old. And so if the Tigers are a team that can help him make that jump rather harmlessly, I think he would give them serious consideration. And I think the Tigers know that and are prepared to make that pitch to Sasaki when they meet with him at some point in the next 45 days.
Interesting. You sounded skeptical that the Paul Goldschmidt thing is really going to happen.
Yeah, I am skeptical. I'm mostly skeptical because his numbers have declined in a pretty significant way over the past 2 years. And while he would certainly be an upgrade at first defensively, which does matter, I'm not sure if his current trajectory continues that he represents a huge upgrade over even someone like Torkelson next season. And I know that's crazy to say, but if you look at Torkelson's numbers when he came back from AAA last year compared to Goldschmidt's numbers, really over the course of the season, they're not all that dissimilar. I mean, this is a guy who's down to a near 700 OPS, and I know he's just 2 years removed from an MVP season, but he's trending the wrong way at a pretty precipitous degree. So maybe he's a stop plug there, but I think someone younger, again, like Diaz or Christian Walker makes some more sense. I think the Tigers also have a bit of a dilemma on their hands, and I asked Harris about this also. Like when they're talking to a player like Christian Walker, who is a established right-handed hitting first baseman, what are they telling him about their plans for Torkelson? Because publicly they have committed faith to Torkelson, but if they can't go out and sit down with a player like Walker and expect him to be okay, splitting time with an unproven 25-year-old at first base. So I wonder if they're sending different signals behind the scenes, because otherwise they wouldn't seem like a likely destination for a player like Walker. But I think, again, that a trade feels more likely than a major free agent signing.
All right, well, final thing. What are they getting in Alex Cobb, and will they rue the day that they designated Akil Baddoo for assignment?
Yeah, we were just talking about that with AJ, and there's a chance, and probably a good chance because of Akil's salary, that he ends up staying with the organization. I don't know if any team is going to want to bring him on at his current cost, so he might be a Tiger nevertheless. And Alex Cobb, they're getting a 37-year-old veteran who, when he's been healthy the past 2-3 years, has quietly pitched really well, and Harris was the GM with the Giants when they signed Cobb to a 2-year deal back in 2022 and felt like they could unlock some things for him there, and he proceeded to have the 2 best seasons of his career. They like a lot of things about him. He induces soft contact. He attacks the zone. They talk about that often. Obviously, he has the 3rd highest ground ball rate since he entered the majors in 2011, second only to Dallas Keuchel and Marcus Stroman. So they think that he'll be a good veteran presence, and that if he stays healthy, they can take his game back to that 2022, 2023 version, possibly better. When Harris sat down with him for the first time this winter, he said, look, we have some pitching ideas for you that we think can take your game to an even higher level. So they obviously have proven able to do that in the past. But again, to me, and I think to you and others, like this Tigers offseason is going to be defined by whether or not they make a meaningful upgrade to the offense. And it hasn't happened yet. I don't think it'll happen down here. The Tigers actually take off today like most teams, but I do think there are significant trade talks going on behind the scenes, and at some point we'll see something come to light.
Well, later today, if they trade for Yandy Diaz or sign Roki Sasaki, we'll check in with you again, okay?
Yes, sounds good. I'll check in with those guys myself.
Thanks. Appreciate it, Birchie.
All right, you got it, Doug.
There's the Birchie kid from down there in Dallas at the MLB winter meetings. All right, look, I don't think many Tiger fans are on board with their approach, and I don't blame you. I'm not really either. Could it still work out? It could still work out. It's just they're going to do it their own way, and then nobody ever wants to hear that their owner at least is giving the presentation of being cheap. I mean, it just doesn't – what fan base is like, okay, cool. Unless you are absolutely killing it in the prospect pipeline. And it's great what they've done with the young players. And it's great what they did at the end of last year. But is there a degree of sustainability there? That's what everybody's worried about. We'll get to your reactions next. Back to the Lions at 11:30. Of course, it's open lines. Anything on your mind, fair game. It's Carson Anderson. Gator out today. 97.1 The Ticket. try and walk a very fine line here on the program of, we call them guardrails. We don't like to burst through the guardrails. Keep this thing on the tracks of reality. And I'm intrigued a little bit there of what the Birchie kid just told us from down at the winter meetings about the Japanese pitching phenom, Roki Sasaki, and how actually Detroit could be in play here. And I don't want to burst through the guardrails. I don't want to create false hope. But he's down there, and he thinks it's possible. And I'm like, is it? It just doesn't seem like this is the kind of move that the Tigers would get in on. His agent was asked about what he was actually looking for. Joel Wolf this week, and you heard Birchie mention, but here's the quote. The best I can say is he's paid attention to how teams have done in the past as far as overall success, both this year and past years. He does watch a lot of Major League Baseball. He's paid attention to what his World Baseball Classic teammates have done. He's talked to a lot of foreign players that have been on his team. He asks a lot of questions about weather, about comfort, about pitching development. He just watched what other Japanese players in the major leagues are doing and how they are doing. And Detroit does have Kenta Maeda. But he later goes on, the story goes on to say small and mid-market teams could be in the mix and perhaps even preferred by Sasaki, who, quote, has had a tough go, end quote, at the center of attention amid rumors and his desire to be posted. Said Wolf, there's an argument to be made that a smaller mid-market team might be more beneficial for him as a soft landing coming from Japan. I mean, that would be awesome to go get this pitching phenom. But I don't know how realistic it is. It could be a bit of a tenor changer as far as the perception. Perceptions, they matter and they don't. Like that, creating a buzz and building excitement and selling tickets and getting the buy-in and sending a message that you mean business. I mean, that's all great. But the truth is, it's about winning baseball games and trying to have a sustainable model for continuing to win baseball games. It is such a leap of faith to buy into essentially Avila's draft picks. And it's more than that. It's more than that. What the young players did last year was so much fun to watch. It was great. And if they're right on this one, right? If they're Colt Keiths and Riley Greens and Parker Meadows and Jace Young, and you know, guys that are on their way, Jackson Jobe and Max Clark, and if Kevin McGonigal is the next guy, Briseño, it looks like they might have really snuck one away from the Dodgers organization in Lorenzo. I mean, you could be looking at like a really, really good organization, but it's such a leap of faith. And there's the hit rate on prospects is so low that it's cool to have this many guys that everybody's talking about, but getting established major league stars is far easier to project success. So, you know, I don't want to sell false hope with Sasaki, but if there is a guy that could possibly come here, he might be the one. But I'm not expecting it. It's cool. Seed is planted. Think about it. But I want to see some direct links between him and Detroit before I start getting really fired up about it. All right. Something I want to get to. College football playoff. First round matchups. First round matchups are SMU at Penn State. Clemson goes to Texas. Tennessee goes to Ohio State. And Indiana's at Notre Dame. And we've all seen these point spreads. Favorites are like 7+ point favorites. But according to Ben Fox, FanDuel Sportsbook has put out point spreads regarding each second round matchup. So if Penn State beats SMU and advances to play Boise in the second round, Penn State would actually be an 11-point favorite against Boise on a neutral field. SMU would be a 6.5-point favorite against Boise in a neutral field. So Boise, who won their conference rather, and are in the first round bye, that would be in the Fiesta Bowl in Phoenix. Both Penn State and SMU would be favored in that matchup. Clemson's in Texas. The winner takes on Arizona State. That game would be played in the Peach Bowl in Atlanta. Should Clemson beat Texas in an upset, Clemson would be a 4.5-point favorite against Arizona State in the Peach Bowl. Texas would be a 13.5-point favorite against Arizona State in the Peach Bowl. Tennessee at Ohio State. The winner plays number 1 Oregon in the Rose Bowl. If Ohio State wins that game, they will be a 1.5-point underdog against Oregon. Remember, they played before, and it was a 1-point game, right? 33-32. Is that what it was? Oregon would be a 1.5-point favorite against Ohio State in the Rose Bowl. Tennessee would be a 4.5-point underdog to Oregon in the Rose Bowl if they beat the Buckeyes. And this one's interesting. Georgia awaits the winner of Indiana and Notre Dame in the All-State Sugar Bowl in New Orleans. If Indiana wins, Georgia's a 5.5-point favorite against the Hoosiers. If Notre Dame wins, Notre Dame is a 1.5-point favorite against Georgia. So a lot of these teams playing in the first round would actually be favorites should they advance. In fact, the only matchups where the teams awaiting that get the first round bye, Georgia would be a favorite against Indiana, and Oregon would be a favorite against both Ohio State and Tennessee. Intriguing stuff. We promised it. Let's get to some Lions stuff coming up. This matchup with the Bills, what we see, our early read on Sunday's showdown at Ford Field. That is straight ahead here on Carson Anderson on 97.1 The Ticket. Doug Harshgater out today. 248-539-9797. From an unnamed texter, Tigers won't make any decent moves. They think because of September, they can say, you never know because of last year. Keith in Oscoda says both the Dodgers and Yankees have had the league's least homegrown players on their roster. Detroit's way isn't the way teams build champions. Yeah, I think unless you can bid with the Dodgers and Yankees, and even if the Tigers spent more, they're not outbidding the Dodgers and Yankees. I mean, the Astros built from within, won a World Series, but supplemented with other players from the outside, like Justin Verlander. And, obviously Baltimore's built a hell of a team at drafting and developing. But, yeah, I don't know. I don't know what to do. In a league where there's no cap and there really is a vast, vast difference between major market teams and what the Dodgers and Yankees and Mets and the Chicago teams can do is really difficult to compete with if you're going to get into a bidding war. Can you spend more money? Yes. I'd like to see him spend more money. But I don't think any comparison to what the Dodgers and Yankees do are really relevant because unless you're going to play that game, and I don't think it's realistic for non-major market teams to do it. But 248-539-9797. Chris is in Flint, and he's on 97 with a ticket. Hi, Chris.
Hey, Doug. Thanks for taking my call.
Sure.
So I want to weigh in on the Sasaki thing and then the Tigers as well. I do believe every team has a fair advantage. Obviously, it's a minor league contract situation, so there's a cap there that everyone has to follow to get him in there. It's not like a major league contract in a bidding war. But from what I heard from his agent, Wolf, he didn't have an issue with major market media. The media over there was actually excruciating on him because he showed interest in leaving for the majors at such a young age, which doesn't normally happen there. So the last season or two, they were pretty hard on the kid. That being said, I still don't see the Tigers getting him. I see more along the lines of maybe the Cubs or the Padres, and obviously the Mariners always have a deep Oriental, background to get players like that, and Ichiro's doing some, promoting for it. I do think what the Tigers need to do is keep drafting the way they are, but you got to flip those prospects and bring in players.
Yeah.
And, there's always teams that want to do that, but what's Detroit, and I'm a Mets fan and a Tigers fan. What you have to remember is they're called prospects for a reason. You don't know what they're going to be. So if they look high on a list and you're a few players away from being consistent, you flip those prospects and you bring someone in
100%.
that's established.
100%. Couldn't agree more, Chris. And I think this offseason, my gut tells me a trade is more likely to bring excitement than a free agent signing. And, I think Ty Madden, Matt Manning, I think you got to give him somebody else to really stir the pot, whether it be a Kevin McGonigal kind of player. Does Jace Young have a market? I don't feel like, I don't know if Briseño and Lorenzo have moved into untouchable areas because they're monster fall league numbers. But you're right. The hit rate on prospects is low. And you can do a lot of great things if you draft well. But part of what you have to do is flip guys for established major league talent to an organization that isn't. It's looking to collect talent. And we've been on the other end of that, right? We've been on the other end of that forever. And, trying to hoard young prospects. That Dodger trade looks like it actually might work out for them. And it didn't win in the day. People weren't excited about Sweeney and Lorenzo when they came over, but they kind of are now. So that looks like it might have been a pretty shrewd move. And it might afford them to flip some of the guys that are in their organization to other teams. So we shall see. All right, I promise I get into Lions-Bills at this time. We await updates. According to those on the beat, it sounded like the feeling was offensively, Taylor Decker is trending towards coming back this Sunday against the Buffalo Bills. Defensively, Aleem McNeil, who left the Green Bay game, and Levi Onwuzurike are trending towards playing as well. The Bills are 10-3. What's interesting about Buffalo, okay? Let's start with this. That is a fan base that, like ours, has been tortured. in a different kind of way. They have been tortured. They have been a team that has come close. They've been a team that everybody knows they lost the 4 consecutive Super Bowls. They have competed through different incarnations for the AFC Championship since then. And they haven't been back, but they have been very, very competitive now in the Josh Allen era. And I actually feel bad for their fans. I think the 4 straight Super Bowl thing has got to be torturous, and I guess we'd love to have that problem. We've been tortured in a different way. But their defense is the big issue. Look, last week against the Rams, Matt Stafford had one of his better games since he's become an LA Ram. His quarterback rating for that game, his passer rating was over 132. The Bills couldn't handle Cooper Kupp, couldn't handle Puka Nacua, and really threw the kitchen sink at Stafford as far as coverage zones, man. It didn't matter. Stafford and the Rams passing game ate it up, and they got little pressure even when they blitzed. Their defense has got to be concerned going into a matchup with now the highest scoring offense in the NFL, the Detroit Lions. The other thing that's going on there is they're getting they got little to nothing out of the running back spot in that game, as the running backs had 6 RB carries for 20 yards. Their leading rusher was Josh Allen, but Josh Allen was great. He was absolutely great in that game, and he's this week's debate over he's the MVP. Earlier in the year, we had Jared Goff, then we had Derrick Henry, then we had Lamar Jackson. Now we've moved into the Josh Allen portion of the discussion that he could be the MVP. But, the Lions defense is going to have its hands full. But the Lions should be able to score. I like the Lions offense better than the Rams offense, and the Rams put up some big totals. So this could be another one of those races to 35. Will Bills fans travel to Detroit? Normally, I would think yes. I think it is incredibly difficult now for an out-of-towner to score tickets to Lions games. And so they will come into Ford Field, which will be jumping again and will be really, really hyped and live. And we all know we expect this thing to be this. I've talked about how I think it was a sleeping giant as far as tough places to play in the NFL. But if you think Puka Nacua and Cooper Kupp had a field day, Amon-Ra, Jamison Williams, Sam Laporta, now Tim Patrick, Jahmyr Gibbs out of the backfield, there's no reason to believe that the Detroit Lions offense will be slowed down. Goff is having an amazing year, completing over 72% of his passes. He's been really good. And one thing that's been consistent in the Bills' 3 losses, the opposing quarterbacks have had big days. Now, first it was Lamar, who did it in his own way, which is different. But they also lost to C.J. Stroud and Houston, and Stroud had a monster day, and Stafford had a monster day in last week's game. So it stands to reason that the NFL's highest scoring offense, with the potent passing attack that they have with Jared Goff, with the weapons out of the backfield and Gibbs and Montgomery, with the receiving core being what it is, with Amon-Ra and J-Mo and Patrick and Laporta. You mix in the running back's ability to catch the football, Brock Wright with the occasional big catch. They should have a big day as well. And we should see fireworks down at Ford Field on Sunday in a matchup in a game that is going to be really, really telling. Because, this is one of the best teams in the AFC. It's a team that any team in the NFC could be looking at and say that could be the team that could be representing the AFC in the Super Bowl. And, and a player like Josh Allen, they got a great one. And I'm sure that, the sting from losing that game to Kansas City at home last year, that had to be a tough one for them to process. They lost at home to Cincinnati the year before in the postseason. That had to be tough to process. They were the team that went to Kansas City and forced overtime against Kansas City. Wasn't that the late drive where Patrick Mahomes went 40 yards in 13 seconds and got him into field goal range? So, again, we're talking about a tortured fan base that has come oh so close. But let the torture continue this Sunday down at Ford Field. Got a big picture question. That's the look ahead to Sunday. Beyond that, I got a bigger picture question we want to get to today, and we will, and want to hear from you at 11:46 here on Carson Anderson. Gator Out today, 97.1 The Ticket. Make your first NBA bet a swish with FanDuel, America's #1 sportsbook. FanDuel has all your favorite bets from who will win the game, how many points a player will score. Plus, check out the newer bets like the number of dunks, assists, and three-pointers in the next 3 minutes. It doesn't matter if you tap into FanDuel before a game starts or after it's already tipped off. You can pick up a W whenever. And now is the perfect time to get in on the action because right now new customers can bet just $5 and get $150 in bonus bets if your first bet wins. Just visit FanDuel.com/Doug for your chance to score $150 in bonus bets if that first bet wins. Have a ball betting FanDuel, America's official sportsbook partner of the NBA. Must be 21 or older and present in Michigan. First online real money wager only. $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued as non-withdrawable bonus bets, which expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Happy holidays, everybody. Carson Anderson, Gator out today. He'll be back tomorrow. Look forward to seeing him. 248-539-9797. We got open lines here on 97.1 The Ticket. Okay, so look, we just kind of gave you the first look at what's going to happen on the field Sunday. Lions and Bills, and God, it's so funny how the approach to the season is so much different when you're at the top. When you're at the top, and how the feeling going into big games always feels like a test, and you have a chance to check the box. Hey, if this happens, we can handle it. Like the Detroit thing, winning on the road against good teams, check. Winning in bad weather this year, check. Beating divisional opponents, check. Now it's a chance to beat another one of the best teams in the AFC. To check that box, they've already beaten the Houston Texans. This would be a pretty big deal to also add the Buffalo Bills. Get that pelt. These are all boxes that you love to have. I mean, it doesn't mean much when you get to the postseason because every game is different. Situations are different. Rosters are dramatically different. But it really does help one's confidence in a team when they are, answering the bell over and over, all these different circumstances. And beating one of the better teams in the AFC will go a long way towards that. I mean, if they beat the Bills, they will have beaten two of the four division winners in the AFC. In Buffalo and Houston. Pittsburgh's likely to win the North, and Kansas City, I think, they already clinched the AFC West. So it would be impressive. But here's the big picture question that I have that has kind of developed that I don't know if it's time to put this into a concern category or is the sample size just too small to be concerned. And what I'm talking about is Lions offense is great. Okay, it's not perfect, but it'll lead the NFL in scoring. It's been great. Lions special teams, really damn good. They've helped contribute to that scoring. Field goal kicker has answered the bell with a resounding performance this year. Punter's outstanding. The coverage teams are fine. They have the ability to pull off a fake successfully. Like the special teams have been exceptionally good. It's about the defense. I've loved the improvements that they made defensively. But there's a recent trend that we have to be paying attention to. And I love Aaron Glenn. He's done a great job. But after the first half against Chicago, it's been a problem. Now, is it the injuries catching up to him? Sure, it could be. But in the last 6 quarters, the Lions defense, there have been 14 possessions by the Bears and the Packers. There was a kneel down. We don't count that. But the 14 real possessions have resulted in the following: 7 touchdowns, 1 field goal, 4 punts, 1 end of game scenario, which was the Bears botching that at the end of the game, and the 1 fumble that they forced last week against Christian Watson. So, look, that's the last 2 games. I mean, that's more than 3.5 touchdowns per game allowed. I mean, it is technically 3.5, but I'm talking about the last 6 quarters. 3.5 touchdowns allowed in a game would be the worst in the NFL. Okay? And that's what they've been the last 2 games. This is a small sample size, and it might be a direct reflection of the defense. For the season, Lions still exceptionally good defensively. They've allowed 1.6 touchdowns per game. That's their per game average, which is top 5 in the NFL. That's an incredible improvement from a year ago. That is forcing field goals. That is getting turnovers. That is getting important stops. Forcing punts. Like that is, they've spent much of this season looking like one of the better defenses in the NFL. And this is what I get into all the time. Things change. The 3.5 touchdowns allowed in the last 2 games and really the last 6 quarters would be worst in the NFL. And I don't know that it's going to get any better against the second highest scoring team in the NFL, the Buffalo Bills. In fact, it's probably going to be a shootout. So I'm not like panicked about this. It's just something I'm keeping my eye on. And we probably get a better sense for if the Lions do have defensive issues. Not this week, okay? Because Buffalo's been tough on a lot of people. But the next week against the Bears. The Bears game was a tale of two halves, right? The Lions dominant defensively in the first half, got leaky in the second half. And that's where the 6-quarter stretches come. So if you're doing an apples-to-apples comparison, what does the Lions defense look like in 2 weeks or a week and a half, I guess, against the Chicago Bears? And if they're still having problems, then we got, I think, a real concern on our hands. In the meantime, just something to note. But the question, the big picture question I have, and, I do believe offense wins championships, but that doesn't mean you get nothing out of your defense. If you get nothing out of your defense, then you're the Cincinnati Bengals. Last year, the Lions got enough out of their defense to be in the NFC Championship game. Do you think they have enough this year? Do you think they have enough this year to change things around? 248-539-9797. It's a very difficult question to answer because we don't know what they have, per se, given the injuries. Now, if you don't think right here, right now they have enough, who is it that needs to come back? Who is it that guy's return will make you feel that much more confident? Because the list of players that could come back, that have left games lately, Reeder, Pascal, Onwuzurike, McNeil up front. Alex Anzalone's expected back. Derek Barnes, they haven't ruled out his return. Fatih Melifonwu would help. Rakestraw is a guy that could help them. But if you'll feel much better about it when who comes back, if you don't feel good about it now. Now, maybe you still think that this defense is still better than last year's, hence they have enough. But I'm just keeping my eye on this trend in the last 6 quarters, which I'm not panicked yet. Not panicked. I'm just paying attention to. Just paying attention to. 248-539-9797. It's Carson Anderson. Your phone calls and feedback on this. Do they have enough defensively? Also take your tweets at Doug and Gator 971. Getting set for this stretch drive. Taking the temperature of the Lions fan base heading into the final quarter of the season. We do also have results from yesterday's Twitter question that we'll get to in the noon hour. Let's get back to your open line calls. We go to DJ in Detroit. You're next on 97.1. Hey, DJ.
What up, dog, my dog? You all right?
Yep, doing good.
Yeah, I thought about you the other day, man. I'm going to send y'all a picture, man. My hair growing, man. It's growing. It's crazy. I thought about you the other day. Man, I want to send my dog a picture. It's really growing, seriously.
That's great. Yeah. Well, you went all the way to Istanbul. I hope it was worth it.
Yeah, man.
Yeah.
So look, check this out, man. In my opinion, from what I see, the injuries are finally starting to catch up with us. Not so much what you would naturally think as far as the pass rush. The pass rush has been iffy since Hutz, even though Za'Darius Smith has done better. But in my opinion, the fact that our defensive linemen have been hurt and teams have been able to run the ball more effectively than they were at the beginning of the season is taking its toll. Thus, they're scoring more points on us. I think our cornerbacks have been stellar outside of a few pass interference calls from the rookie, which he's gotten better at. But I really think it's our defensive line, in my opinion. I think we'll get better, too.
Which defensive lineman is most important to get back at this point?
Without question, to me, is DJ Reeder. I would say DJ Reeder because the one game, and me and you in the summer when you have one yourself, we're gonna talk about the kid, Broderick Martin, man, because PFF said he stumped the other day, and he might be the first Brad Holmes bust. But to your point, I think it's DJ Reeder to stop and plug that run up, and Pascal, in my opinion.
Yeah, it'd be nice to get some guys back going into this one. We'll wait. We should get some injury reports as the day goes on today. But it's something that we're having to pay as closely attention to as just about anything else, is who is going to be available. Do they have enough defensively? And if not right here, right now, whose return is a necessity? 248-539-9797. We'll get to more of your phone calls and feedback coming up. It's Carson Anderson, 97.1, The Ticket. Carson Anderson, Gator out today. 248-539-9797. We'll see the big fellow tomorrow. In the meantime, we are talking about the Detroit Lions. We did some small picture stuff, kind of look forward to Sunday's game. We're also doing big picture here as it stands. Do the Lions have enough defensively to win the Super Bowl? And if not right now, if you don't see enough on the field right now, whose return from injury is most critical to their success? Whose return? 248-539-9797. If you want to continue the baseball discussion we had a little bit earlier, Tigers aren't particularly active down at the winter meetings. We talked to the Birchie kid. He is sensing a trade coming. There's also the Roki Sasaki thing. He has opened up the field to signing his agent, at least with his discussions with the media over the last couple of days, has opened up the possibility of him going somewhere other than a major market team. And he really looks at pitching development. Ha! We do that here. But that feels like an absolute dream scenario, and I don't even know if it's really possible. But I think a lot of markets that didn't think they were in it now go, okay, maybe, just maybe. MJM. 248-539-9797. Let's get back to your open line calls. We go to Dale in Westland. You're on 97 on a ticket. Hi, Dale.
Hi, Doug. How you doing?
Doing good.
I think your question's got a recency bias to it with the last 6 quarters.
Without question.
Just prior,
there's no doubt.
Because I mean, wasn't the 6 quarters or 8 quarters prior to the halftime of the Chicago game? Didn't they only give up like one touchdown or
I don't know that they gave up any. I think it was all. I don't think they gave up any touchdowns. It's no doubt it's a recency bias question, and like I said, my concern level goes up if Chicago continues what they did in the second half 2 weeks from now, because Buffalo's going to score points. They're going to move the football. It's just a fact. They're one of the best offenses in the NFL.
It's going to be a track meet, I think. Yep. But I think if you get Aleem McNeil can come, if he's healthy for this game, I think that'll free up Smith for some more, hopefully for some more sacks, more pressure.
Yeah, I'm got to go back and look at the McNeil snap counts in that last game, because he was that first quarter that he left the game?
It was very early in the game. It was probably the first quarter. They said a head injury, but then they said wasn't there concussion protocol they were going through?
Yeah, they were trying to be very specific that it wasn't a concussion issue. They just said head injury, but yeah, it's getting Aleem McNeil back as a run stuffer is really big for this team. He played 17 snaps in that game against the Green Bay Packers. But yes, there's no doubt, Dale. It's something that I said that I'm just paying attention to because. When it becomes a concern, when it shifts to something I'm making note of to something I'm worried about, is if Chicago has a big game offensively, and by then they might be more healthy.
Yeah, that's it. We just got to get through this game and score points, as like my brother Jerry says. Well, so just score.
Just score. I hear you. Hey, thanks for the phone call, Dale. 248-539-9797. Ticket text coming in, and look, the question is. I think we're pretty convinced the offense is good. The special teams are a strength. Do they have enough defensively? And if they don't right now, whose return is most critical? Who do they need on the field that'll really, really help the most moving forward? I'm not as terrified as others about this Buffalo game. Buffalo's lost to every good team they've played except Kansas City. Look at their schedule and their wins. Bottom feeder city. Next text, Buffalo should put a dome on its new stadium. Surely the cold weather and snow isn't the advantage they think it is. Okay, this is in probably the context of them losing at home in the last two playoffs. Last year to Kansas City, the year before they lost at home to Cincinnati. The year before that, they lost in that overtime heartbreaker on the road at Kansas City. That was also, if you recall that Kansas City-Buffalo game in Kansas City, that was in brutal weather conditions. I guess I would just say this. All those teams are used to cold weather games. Cincinnati is, Kansas City is, Buffalo is. If Buffalo gets like a Miami or a dome team like the Colts or a Raiders team coming in, I bet it's a big advantage. Sean writes in, when talking about Buffalo, not only are they stinging from recent playoff losses, but they still have the whole 4 straight Super Bowl losses that lingers around the air in North New York. Yep, we talked about that. Next text, even with all our injuries, I feel so much better than last year with our vastly improved secondary. You just get the sense that quarterbacks can't carve us up like they could last year. Well, amen to that. Look, if you take a look at what they've done defensively and you're looking for, where the players are, where are the guys that have come in and made a difference, it's the secondary. Like the linebacking core is essentially the same from a year ago. Right now, the D-line actually looks in some ways depleted at the edge rusher spot, but they did bring in Zadarius Smith. When the tackles are healthy, McNeil and Reeder are a handful. My answer to the question is that I just asked, critical to success, it's those starting defensive tackles. If they have Aleem McNeil and DJ Reeder healthy and ready to go for the postseason, that's when I will feel extraordinarily confident about this team's chances to win the Super Bowl. Because I feel like they're never going to be what we all want them to be as far as QB pressures and sacks. But the back end has been really exceptionally good. And if you can count on those 2 run stuffers, 2 guys that are alone difference makers, yet put them together, they're even that much better. I got to tell you, that would be my answer to who's most critical to the success. It's the two defensive tackles. Al writes in, guys, what scares me is the long bombs the Lions are giving up, i.e., the last half of the Bears game, coupled with Josh Allen's performance versus the Rams. Playoff quarterbacks will provide a similar threat. Well, those playoff quarterbacks, they've played playoff quarterbacks this year, and they've won the games, right? They beat Darnold. They beat Love twice. They beat Stroud. So they have defeated some playoff quarterbacks. A positive mental boost to the fan base, and if Aiden returns, would be huge. So, look, I mean, the Aiden speculation is about playing in the last game in February. And if you get there, I'm kind of in the mindset what this ticket texter just wrote about. It's more of a mental boost, because I'm not sure that you sit out for that long, return from a broken leg, and pick up where you left off. 248-539-9797. We go to Phil in St. Clair Shores. You're on 97.1 The Ticket.
Hey, good morning.
Phil.
Afternoon. I'm on retirement, man. It doesn't count anymore. Hey, listen, I think our Lions are going to take care of business. They're going to win. Most of all, we're going to see Aaron Glenn and probably with Dan Campbell, these young guys that are coming in the reserve unit, I think that they're going to have something to prove to the Lions organization, Campbell and Glenn, and they're going to come out ready to play. They're going to be higher than hell, and they are going to prove themselves that they are worthy of playing. Now, obviously, we have our regular defensive linemen that are doing a wonderful job, but these guys, I think you're going to see something, and I don't know what you call it, but something very unusual about them. They are going to be ready to go. I don't think you're going to see any antics. I think you're going to see all business with them, and they're going to be, fairly aggressive, not to cause penalties, but I think we're going to see a really good game, and I think Lions are going to take care of business with these boys.
It's
from
interesting.
New York.
Phil, I always think about, like, what did you just say that is unique to the two teams that are going to be on the field? Is everything you just said, would it also apply to Buffalo, that they want to, they're going to be, as you put it, higher than hell, which I thought was a great terminology, but isn't Buffalo also wanting to prove something after last week's loss to the Rams?
Yes, they lost 2 games in a row, I think it was. So, yeah, they're going to be out there, okay? They're going to come to play, but again, the Lions, these guys are way up in the clouds right now, and I mean, they're going to impress whoever they have to. They're going to fight hard. They're going to dig in. They're going to get gritty. They're going to show their muscles, the Motor City muscle. They're going to come out there. And I honestly believe that, this first quarter, they're going to take care of business. They're going to put their foot down, and they're going to show who's who in the NFL now. I truly believe that.
I can tell you do.
I predict about 2 or 3 sacks out of these boys on Sunday.
Hey, thank you for the phone call, Phil. And look, Phil believes it. That has become abundantly clear. I'm not sure he said anything there that wouldn't apply to Buffalo. Like, as far as motivation is concerned, he was way into the Lions are going to be so motivated to play well. But why isn't Buffalo motivated to prove a whole bunch of points? One thing I suppose is different about the two teams that Phil put out there, the Lions were up in the clouds, and the Bills probably don't feel quite as up in the clouds coming off a 44-42 loss. But other than that, I mean, it's belief, and it was woven through a bunch of cliches with Phil. But Phil could be right. It's great if Phil is right. Now, the Lions and the Bills both have yet to get to the mountaintop. Bills, as competitive as they've been, this core of Bills players is still trying to get to the Super Bowl. And when you're on the way up, I think those teams typically actually are a little bit more motivated than teams that have been there. Neither of these teams have been there. And I mean these players, like this Bills organization and the Lions. None of them have been there. The Bills organization has been there, but not this core of Bills players. 248-539-9797. More of your phone calls and feedback when we continue on Carson Anderson on a Wednesday on 97.1 The Ticket. Hey, 'tis the season to save at Sarah Chevrolet in Sterling Heights. This month, get into a 2025 Blazer LT for just $279 a month for 24 months with $19.99 down. Pay only $279 a month for a 2-year lease with a GM employee discount and Chevy lease in your household. Here's another crazy offer on the 2025 Equinox EV. Right now, Sarah's offering a brand new 2025 Equinox EV for just $39 a month. That is with the savings that come with a GM employee discount, Costco member private offer, lease, and Chevy EV private offer in your household. Sarah Chevrolet, Sterling Heights, with a guarantee the lowest price or it's free. 17.5 in Van Dyke in Sterling Heights. Get the best deals of all and say Sarah. Call 87-SAY-SARAH. Go to saysarah.com. Together, let's drive. All right, here's some good analysis. Listener responding to caller Phil and providing some good point regarding why the Lions actually might be more motivated than Buffalo. Scott writes in, the Bills losing last week, they kind of fell out of the race for the bye, but they still have a lock on the division. So the rest of the season really doesn't matter as much for the Bills as it does for the Lions. That is a substantive point. 248-539-9797. It's Carson Anderson, Gators out today. We're talking about, mostly about the Lions defense. Do they have enough right now to be a Super Bowl team? And, I talked about the last 6 quarters, how in 14 drives they've given up 7 touchdowns and a field goal. The touchdown rate in the last 2 games would be the worst in the NFL as far as touchdowns allowed per game. There's some circumstances behind it, right? I mean, the Packers twice got short fields, one off the interception, another off the 4th down try. The injuries have piled up, which is obvious, but and that's why we're asking sort of the follow-up. If this isn't enough, what they're currently parading out there defensively, if it isn't enough, whose return is most critical to their success? I debated this in my own head for a bit there and came up with it's really, to me, about the defensive tackles. As much as I would love to see other guys return, I think the biggest impact comes from getting DJ Reader and Aleem McNeil back on the field. 248-539-9797. Let's get back to your open line calls. We got a Mike on a cell who's next on 97.1 A Ticket. Hello, Mike.
Hey, how you guys, or how are you doing?
I'm doing good, thank you.
I was going to say, how are you guys doing, but how are you doing?
All good.
And I love the fact that you still say Phil, like Phil, even though that Gator's gone.
Yeah, do you know what that's from? I always wonder if people know what that's from.
I don't remember. I remember you guys saying something about it, but I personally don't remember.
It's okay. It's from the movie Beverly Hills Cop, in the scene where Eddie Murphy, Axel Foley, breaks up the guys that have come into the strip club to rob the place, and he pretends like he's drunk, and he pretends like one of the guys is named Phil, and he says, "Phil, you changed me." But that's a whole other story. This is an old movie reference. We probably shouldn't do it anymore. But anyway, go ahead.
Anyway, I'm going to have to agree with you. I don't usually agree with you, but I'm going to agree with you. The D tackles, Aleem McNeil and DJ Reader, are imperative to come back. Stopping the run on this defense is very important, and they're kind of leaky without those two. So if they can stop the run, I'm not worried about anything else because they're going to make that other team one-dimensional. We got good guys on the back end, and they're going to pick them off. So having Aleem McNeil and DJ Reader would be huge, but just praying for that, I guess.
It's amazing because the passing totals have not been astronomically high against a defense that has a shell of the pass rush that we were planning on them having here in Detroit. And so I credit the secondary. I feel like the fact that the secondary is actually back and healthy, those guys have basically they've been asked to cover for another beat or two, and it hasn't really killed them.
But imagine if they don't have to cover for a beat or two and they have these guys back that can give you a little bit more pass rush. Plus, then they got O'Connor and all these guys as like fill-ins to get a breather. You know what I mean? Like it would be huge to get these guys back.
Yeah, all the reps and snaps, guys like El-Quadin Muhammad and Pat O'Connor, and I mean that's only going to help them in their development long term. And you just think about those guys being the dudes that step in and spell these two great defensive tackles is extraordinarily helpful moving forward. Thank you for the phone call, Mike. Happy holidays. 248-539-9797. Do they have enough defensively? And if not, whose return is most critical? Who's this from? Unnamed texter. Zadarius Smith has better stats in his 4 games here than the 5 in Cleveland. I feel like with this defense, as long as they have both starting corners, defensive tackles, and safeties are healthy. I think he had 7 starts in Cleveland, and he is doing more here. 7, maybe 9. Maybe it was 9 starts in Cleveland. I'll have to look that up. But yeah, his sacks, his pressures, his hurries, that stuff has been documented. I can't remember who tweeted out the difference yesterday, but it was basically in the 4 games in Detroit, Zadarius Smith has done just about as much as he did in the 9 games in Cleveland. Let me see. I do know that in 9 games, he had 4 sacks in Cleveland and 4 games in Detroit. He's got 4 sacks. So I don't have the hurries and QB hits and pressures, but yes, that's been a big deal. Next text. Jared Goff has been to the Super Bowl and probably more motivated to get back and prove he can win it. That is from a Jared. Bills and Steelers are in a dogfight to get the number 2 seed in the AFC. So this game absolutely does matter to Buffalo. But more importantly, the Steelers are about to expose the Eagles and cause the next step in their now seemingly annual meltdown. Well, the Eagles are something that we do want to talk about. Because yesterday, we've mentioned their issues in the pass game. And this was a big topic this morning on ESPN with the talking heads. Right now, the microscope is on the Eagles. And specifically, it's zoomed in on 2 big issues. One is the pass game, but maybe more importantly, it's the Eagles' locker room. At this juncture, they're getting a little out of their pass game, and there seems to be growing discontent in the receiver room with what's going on there. And Dominique Foxworth had a great term for them today that I give him credit for it, and I quote him on this. Because, look, there's a great saying in sports that helps teams win championships that I really like. And that is, keep the main thing the main thing. And what is the main thing? Winning. It's winning. And with the winning comes the reward. Right? You win enough and you contribute to winning teams, you get the reward. You get that payday. But when you aren't contributing and you start letting the main thing, and that's what I think the receiver rooms are getting and are not contributing, and the main thing is becoming less of the main thing because Philly keeps winning, but there's locker room issues. Dominique Foxworth today called them the Philadelphia Egos. I'm like, wow, that's good. And yes, other teams have issues too. And who is it that sent this text about the Steelers? Yeah, the Steelers this week, they're a team that's battling for playoff seeding, and you're right. The Bills and Steelers seem to be locked into a dogfight as to who's going to be the number 2 seed. Right now, Buffalo is hanging on to it, which could be very important because it's a difference between playing a second-round playoff game in Buffalo or playing a second-round playoff game in Pittsburgh. Or if somebody upsets Kansas City playing all your playoff games in your home stadium. Like, yeah, the Bills do have something to play for. They don't have the bye likely to play for anymore with that loss, but they do have that 2 seed, and there is value to the 2 seed. But yeah, Pittsburgh, Philadelphia, big game this weekend for us here in Detroit. Big game this weekend. Unfortunately, it's the same time as the Lions-Bills. They're both 4:20 starts, which is too bad. Be nice if that game was in the early window and we could watch it, give it our full attention. Now it'll be just scoreboard watching for me. 248-539-9797. All right, I want to take ticket text right now. Right now at 248-539-9797. Who do you think the Lions' unsung hero is? We asked that question on Twitter yesterday and got a ton of responses, a bunch of different names. I want to read a bunch of the texts, then we'll tell you what percentage, who won it, who got the most votes, who was second, who was third. Who is the Lions' unsung hero? Right here, right now. Get your text in at 248-539-9797. There's a good chance we'll read it. Make sure you sign it. Good chance we'll read it coming up today at 12:31. And we'll tell you the results of yesterday's poll. Here on Carson Anderson on 97.1 The Ticket. Doug Harsh, Gator out today. Thanks for being with us here on a Wednesday. 248-539-9797. We asked, who is the Detroit Lions unsung hero this year? Who's the unsung hero? We did this yesterday on Twitter. I wanted to see what the texters would say, and we'll tell you what the results of the Twitter poll was, as we had a lot of response. But let me read these. From Jamie in Ann Arbor, Carlton Davis. From an unnamed texter, Liam McNeil. Paul in Clarkston, Jake Bates. Unnamed texter, Jack Campbell stepping up with the green dot. Unnamed texter, unsung hero, I'd say Carlton Davis totally transformed the secondary. Really hope we find a way to bring him back. Tom in Flat Rock, special teams coordinator Dave Phipp is my unsung hero. Jake O says Tim Patrick, he's a GOAT. Lions unsung hero is definitely Jack Campbell. He's played his butt off while Anzalone's been out. Joe in a brown truck says Brian Branch. Jake says Penei Sewell is my unsung hero. He has quietly created big runs and screen passes with key blocks. I don't think it's very quiet. It's intriguing to see all this because I think essentially these responses are motivated by the individual who sends them in. They are motivated by what name they personally haven't heard talked about enough. I don't know how many of these guys, it's really interesting how many of these guys don't get talked about enough. Because I think Penei Sewell is plenty sung. Now, is his position mean he doesn't get the attention that, say, a Jared Goff gets? Sure. But boy, do people love Penei Sewell. Around the league, his fan base, the organization. I don't know that I would say that there's much shortage of love for Penei Sewell. Brian Branch got some votes for unsung hero. And again, I'm like, wow, Branch gets a ton of love. So which one of these would I most agree with? Because it was interesting. Yesterday when Dan Campbell was on the morning show, they asked him, and maybe it's not the same question, but he said, which of the defensive players that have had to fill in has surprised you the most? And his answer was Pat O'Connor, which is kind of awesome. There were, yesterday on Twitter, there were 15 different responses. I will give you the guys that got votes, but were way down the list of unsung hero. Graham Glasgow, Dan Skipper, Zadarius Smith, Jack Fox, Terrion Arnold, Levi Onwuzurike, Jake Bates, and David Montgomery. And again, I think some of these guys are plenty sung, but these guys got votes for unsung hero. They were way down the list. There was one player that none of the texters mentioned, but finished tied for second, that I would guess is probably who I would say gets very little attention, but deserves some praise. Others that got votes, Jake Bates and Jared Goff got 4% of the vote yesterday. Liam McNeil got 6% of the vote. Carlton Davis III got 10% of the vote. Tied for second with 12% of the vote for the Detroit Lions unsung hero, Tim Patrick and Kevin Zeitler, free agent signee, offensive guard from Baltimore. I like that pick. I think that's probably who I'd lean towards. But the number one vote getter for Lions unsung hero with 18% of the vote is Jack Campbell. Linebacker Jack Campbell. And if only somebody talked about him a lot. Huh. Anyway, there you go. There's the Detroit Lions unsung hero as voted on by the people. 248-539-9797. We don't spend a lot of time ripping people that like rip our teams. Because I think a lot of times, it's just sometimes, I mean, I shouldn't say a lot of times, enough, I think somebody's just looking for attention. I'm going to say something nobody else says. I'm going to go against the grain. You know, we see it enough where I'm just like, I'm not even going to give that oxygen and let it become a thing, because it's just not a thing in Detroit. There was the guy a few weeks ago that called our quarterback a civilian in a very insulting term. And I'm just like, dude, it's so far from the truth that I just cannot even, like, give this oxygen. It's stupid. But I have noticed a pattern with one writer that I'm convinced is either A, not buying into the Lions while pretending he's bought into the Lions, or B, wants to be the one to say, I told you so. I saw this today. 2 stories on the same website. They give the Lions some love, if you will, while kind of knocking them down a peg. On CBSSports.com, they do their power rankings. And on their power rankings, this person ranks the Lions number 1, which is awesome. And then follows it up with, Dan Campbell needs to stop with the 4th down decisions. This team is too good for that. Now they face a big one with the Bills. Okay? I actually don't have an issue if you disagree with Dan Campbell. That's fine. I don't think you're seeing the bigger picture of what Dan Campbell and the Lions, like the way he coaches them, is what helps get them to 12-1. But the same person also does their predictions for this week. And he writes of the Lions-Bills game, this is the game of the week, featuring 2 high-scoring offenses and 2 MVP candidates in Josh Allen and Jared Goff at quarterback. Both defenses have issues, which should make this a shootout. The Bills are playing consecutive road games, which isn't easy, but I think they find a way to pull off a small upset behind Allen. Bills 37, Lions 35. It's the same guy who I'm just going to be paying attention now. I feel like he's either not truly a believer that the Lions are this good, or he's kind of waiting to pounce if things don't work out. The writer's Pete Prisco from CBS Sports. I'm not sensing that Pete truly loves the Lions, which is okay. It's okay. Not everybody has to, and not everybody has to agree with Dan Campbell. It's just a bit of an interesting pattern I noticed. And be paying attention moving forward. And this very well could be the loss the rest of the way. Maybe they lose a couple games. It's amazing how long it's been since the Detroit Lions have lost back-to-back games. When you think about the schedule that they played over the past couple of years, the consistency with which they've played with, at first I thought it was just a cool little anomaly. Hey, they haven't lost back-to-back games. And you know the 2 teams that beat them back-to-back? The last 2 teams that beat the Detroit Lions back-to-back came back in the 2022 season when they lost at Dallas 24-6. And then they came back and come from behind loss to the Miami Dolphins, who the Lions were leading 27-17 at the half. Dolphins scored 2 touchdowns in the second half and beat Detroit 31-27. That was 2 seasons ago when the Lions went 9-8. They didn't lose back-to-back games last year, and they haven't lost back-to-back games this year. Of course, they haven't lost 2 games, which is one of the requirements, I understand, to lose back-to-back games, is you indeed have to lose a second game. But at first I thought that was just kind of a cool little thing inspired by the schedule. You know, well, it's just kind of part who they've played in back-to-back games. And the more I think about it, the more I think, you know what? No, it speaks to the consistency with which they play and how the head coach prepares and motivates the team. I didn't think it was a thing at first. Now I think it's a thing. So anyway, the Dan Campbell criticism, sure, you don't like the unconventional stuff, Pete Prisco, that's cool. A lot of people don't. You're right. But I think big picture, this is another example of like the back-to-back games thing about how much this guy prepares his team. 248-539-9797. Funny story from one of the college football playoff participants. People on campus are not thrilled. I'm a little surprised they're not thrilled. We'll get to that today at 12:50. Open line calls, 248-539-9797. In the 1 o'clock hour, at 1:08, got an NFL mock draft I want to get to. Where are the Lions picking? And who will they be considering when they are on the clock? We don't do this nearly as much as we used to because we don't have to. It's Carson Anderson, Gators Out today. Your open line calls coming up as well, plus your feedback at 248-539-9797. 97-1 the ticket. Michigan Auto Law, auto accident attorneys. They specialize only in auto and truck accidents. Many law firms don't specialize but focus on many different areas of the law. Michigan Auto Law is board certified in truck accident law. They have the only Michigan lawyer voted into the Truck Accident Lawyer Hall of Fame. Michigan Auto Law has taught over 300 truck accident legal seminars in 26 states. Many people call Michigan Auto Law because they can't get a call back from their current law firm. Proactive communication is super important to them. Michigan Auto Law returns all phone calls within 24 hours. You will get a call back from them. They care more, so you win more. Michigan Auto Law, auto accident attorneys. Visit autolaw.com. That's autolaw.com. Gators Out today. It is the Carson Anderson program here on 97.1 The Ticket. Happy Wednesday, everybody. Talking a little bit about the Detroit Lions here, getting set for this big game against the Buffalo Bills. Some of the things we've kicked around. Who is the Detroit Lions' unsung hero this year? 248-539-9797. Who comes to mind when we use that term with the Lions? Basically, who is the guy that doesn't get enough love? Who's the guy we don't talk about enough? You can bring him up, and that means they will get their just due Who's the unsung hero? 248-539-9797. Defensively, do you think this team right now is putting enough on the field to win a Super Bowl? And if not, right now, because they keep suffering injuries, we keep pushing up against the tolerances of what they're able to accomplish without all their starters. Well, if they don't have enough on the field right now, whose return is most critical to their success? 248-539-9797. We expect to get some word today on who might be back. So just something to pay attention to moving forward. Also, we've been discussing a couple of things with the picks this week. Look, Pete Prisco kind of calls out Dan Campbell and then picks against the Lions. I mean, it wouldn't be a stunner. In fact, I wouldn't panic. I'm a little concerned that if the Lions do get a bunch of defensive guys back and look leaky defensively. But the real concerns, and honestly, all defensive concerns potentially to me center around them not being able to perform in the Bears game. If they can't get it done in the Bears game, basically if the Bears picked up where they left off in the second half of game one, they'll be like, okay, this has moved beyond sort of a small sample size, lack of concern, and more into they might have some issues defensively. Overall, though, the defensive staff led by Aaron Glenn has done a great job. The players that they put out there have done an unbelievable job, given that some of them have been Detroit Lions for just a couple of weeks. So all in all, it's not something we're completely freaking out about. I wanted to bring this up because I did find it to be rather amusing. Indiana announced they have winter graduation on December 20th. December 20th is also the day the Indiana Hoosiers play the Notre Dame Fighting Irish in the first round of the expanded college football playoff. In fact, that'll be the first game of the expanded college football playoff. That is the Friday night game. And look, it's drivable for Hoosier fans that want to go. It's like 3 hours from Bloomington to South Bend. And obviously this is going to be a huge, huge deal on the Bloomington campus. And that is a nice campus. And that is a cool town. And they're used to postseason marches. And by marches, I mean in March with college basketball. And if they hadn't expanded the playoffs, this Hoosier team wouldn't have made it. But they did expand, and they did make it. And this is the best football season they've had probably since 1968. Before many of us were born. But with that said, their winter graduation was scheduled for that Friday, and apparently they do two ceremonies, noon and 3. So if you're a student at Indiana, or you're a parent of a student at Indiana, and graduation is on the same day as the college football playoff, and specifically if you have that 3 o'clock graduation, you start getting into, do you actually want to go or whatever, would you want them to move it? Because Indiana did. They moved their winter graduation from noon and 3 to 9 a.m. and noon. Now, again, I get the sense they have two different ceremonies. Might have something to do with, being held indoors. A lot of these ceremonies are held in football stadiums to accommodate thousands and thousands of people. So is it held in Assembly Hall? I don't know. Is it held in some other on-campus facility? Again, I don't know. But the response to this has been mixed. Now, being dialed into sports, I think a lot of people listening to the station would be like, hell yeah. Move the graduation. Move the graduation. Want to either go to or watch the game. So there's no crossover. And I don't, look, let's just say if their graduations are at noon and 3, were originally scheduled for them, for those times, what's the ceremony going to last? 2 hours? So if you had the 3 o'clock graduation, you'd be done with it by 5. Okay, you can't go to the game, but I wouldn't imagine it would interfere with the game. But I guess they're trying to accommodate the students that want to go to the game. So they did the 9 a.m. and the noon thing. Some of the responses I saw posted online, as I read the story and they had a link, This is an insane decision prioritizing a sporting event over the academic achievements of graduating students. It sends a disappointing message about Indiana University's values. Another one here. No one can go, and parents and family have already made arrangements. Next one. That's ridiculous. I have to change my restaurant reservations. Okay. So a few things about this. I'm not sure changing the restaurant reservations is the end of the world. I mean, is it? Now, if you can't get a reservation because of some of this timing, but I don't even know, like, did you have reservations for breakfast? Like, what are we talking about here? It's going to interfere. Did you have reservations right after the ceremony and now you have to wait 3 hours or something? I don't quite get it. The first one, an insane decision prioritizing a sporting event over the academic achievements of graduating students sends a disappointing message about the IU's values. Does it? Does moving the ceremony send a disappointing message? Canceling the ceremony, I would agree with. Look, I'm all about the college education and, celebrating my kids' academic achievements. That's a huge deal. And it should be given, in my opinion, any kid that graduates high school, college should be celebrated for what they accomplished. But the idea that moving the ceremony, just moving it, is prioritizing a sporting event over the academic achievements of graduating students. No, it's not. It's trying to make it more convenient for those that might prioritize both, because you can prioritize both. You can say that they're both important. In fact, this is the way to do it, to say they're both important. Nobody has to prioritize anything over anything when you move the ceremony. And I could have gone through and scrolled a lot of people complaining, and maybe it's just the world we live in. Just prepare for people to complain about anything that gets changed. Now, these are problems that we would certainly love to have in Ann Arbor and East Lansing. Conflicts with the playoff game and the winter graduation ceremonies, right? I don't know. I just feel like this is another example of people complaining just to complain. But maybe I'm wrong. And I grew up in a household where my dad was a professor at the University of Michigan, and he valued and he emphasized and he talked about education all the time and how important it was. But he also leaned into the college football and the college athletics. It wasn't just college football. He loved all the college sports. There's places for both. Now, are these just straight up not football fans, people that don't care about college athletics? Yeah, I don't really care about the college debate team, but I recognize that the college debate team is important to those who participate. And I'm not the Glee Club guy, but when the Glee Club has an event, let the Glee Club celebrate the Glee Club and those that care. I just can't believe how self-righteous some people can be and think that this is not prioritizing the academic achievements. It is. It's just being moved around a little bit. No biggie, right? Funny. 248-539-9797. Now, if anybody out there completely disagrees and thinks it is a misprioritization, although I don't think we're going to get much of that because I don't know why you'd be listening to a sports station to begin with. Why would you waste your time listening to the station if you didn't give a damn about sports? 248-539-9797. With that said, I'm still kind of rooting for Indiana here. I still want to see this. Like I find myself drawn to the underdogs in this whole thing. I'm drawn to Indiana. Go Hoosiers. I'm looking for Arizona State to make a run. I'm rooting for Boise. And I'm rooting for SMU. I'm rooting for SMU, although I know some really good Penn State people, and I feel like those people have been tortured with their big game lack of success. 248-539-9797. Your phone calls and feedback here on Carson Anderson on 97.1 The Ticket. You want to continue the conversation regarding the Lions? Lots of feedback coming in with our Lions over the course of today and what they have gone. We have the unsung hero. So far, the unsung hero is Frank Ragnow. Torn pec. What am I missing? He's missing no games. That's from JC in Allen Park. Unsung hero is Kevin Zeitler. The line hasn't skipped a beat from last year. Maybe it's even better. That's from Brad in Reed City. I did get a tweet, and thank you to, I don't know who tagged me on it, but it was Mike Payton of A to Z Sports that had the comparison on the Zadarius Smith numbers in Cleveland and the Zadarius Smith numbers in Detroit. Colin Thomas. Thank you, Colin Thomas. Zadarius Smith, again, this is Mike Payton's work. Zadarius Smith in 9 games with the Browns, 27 pressures, 20 hurries, 2 hits, 5 sacks. In 4 games with the Lions, 20 pressures, 14 hurries, 2 hits, 4 sacks. Very comparable in less than half as many games. He has stepped into Detroit, and we are getting more out of him than they were in Cleveland. 248-539-9797. More your phone calls and feedback coming up. It's Carson Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. Gator Out today. It's the Carson Anderson program. Look, we started the show, and I know everybody doesn't listen to all 4 hours, but something that the people have fun talking about. I'm going to bring it up again. And that is with the absolute explosion of interest in our NFL team here in Detroit. Things have changed. Things have changed a lot. You know, we used to say, oh, nobody's talking about us. Well, nobody did, because for the most part, we weren't just irrelevant. There was apathy league-wide towards what was going on in Detroit. People didn't even really notice how bad they were, other than the 0-16 year. Like, the 0-16 year got a ton of attention, right? A ton of attention. But all the stuff that happened from, you know, the process and the clock runoff. Remember the Golden Tate clock runoff game, and 2 of our superstars retiring in their prime. And I mean, it moved the needle a little bit, but people weren't paying attention to Detroit. We just weren't on the radar. The 0-16 thing got a ton of attention, right? But I mean, we took the wind in overtime and lost that game, and we threw a challenge flag that you couldn't throw, and it nullified what would have been a challenge that was successful. I mean, there was just all kinds of ineptitude that I think someday, if we ever do make it to the last game of the season, there will be a Tom Rinaldi piece on the long-suffering Lion fans, and the rest of the country is going to watch it and look at it and go, oh, my God. I never realized all this stuff happened to the Lions. But we're starting to get that. We're starting for people to say, oh, look at this Lions team. It's been a long time. They've never seen the Lions be good, and it's kind of cool to be good. But I got an email from a listener today that kind of sparked a conversation. He had a Lions Christmas ornament that he's had for 30 years. And his tradition is he places it on the tree wherever the Lions are in terms of their record. That's where it goes on the tree that year. So like the year that they went 0-16, whatever they were when Christmas rolled around, or when he put his tree up, 0-11 or whatever, 0-12, whatever they were, he would hang the Lions ornament on the lowest possible branch on the tree. And if they were, 5-5 or 6-6 when he put the tree up, he kind of put it in the middle of the tree. And this year he was out of town. It's kind of beside the point, but I think it's funny. The Lions were 11-1 when the tree went up. He was out of town, and his wife and daughter put it, as he put it, in more of an 8-4 spot. He thought it should have been higher. But that's sort of their Lions Christmas and holiday tradition. And we ask you today at 248-539-9797, how have the Lions impacted your holiday? How have the Lions impacted your holiday in any way? We did this a few weeks ago with Thanksgiving, and how now sitting down to watch the game presents new challenges. It is not just on, well, the family gathers and talks about everything but the football. It was on with premium on the game. Turned out it was the highest rated Thanksgiving game Detroit has ever played. Highest rated ever. Highest rated in that early window ever. But people want to pay attention to the Thanksgiving game now. And people are going to have serious football discussions during the Thanksgiving game now. And that's the thing that I have respect for, is that, okay, now we're playing a brand of football that people, it's changing their life. It's changing their routines. So whether it's Lions decorations, your Lions tree, you got to get gear for Christmas, you got to get tickets for Christmas, that Bears game right before Christmas, does that become a big part of your family celebration? How have the Lions impacted your holiday? We had one family call earlier in the show, told a great story about how in the early 2000s, they used to put Lions stuff all over their tree. They packed it away. They were done with it. And they broke it out this year for the first time in 20 years. If you go back early 2000s, probably 20 years-ish. And they brought it all back out again. So 248-539-9797. How have the renewed interest in the Detroit Lions, how have they impacted your Christmas? 248-539-9797. Regarding the Indiana story, people upset about moving graduation, and unnamed texter writes in, regarding Indiana, I wouldn't be up in arms about it, but it's 100% prioritizing football. Not sure what the counter argument even is, honestly. They didn't cancel anything. They just moved something. They fit it all in. They're trying to allow the graduates to go see the game. Is moving graduation prioritizing football or making it more convenient for those that it's important to? I don't know. I just don't see it as. Is it prioritizing football over the graduation? No, it's making them both priorities to me. But let's get back to your phone calls. Open lines. We go to Ray. You're on 97.1 A Ticket. Hi, Ray.
How's it going? You know, I have 4 granddaughters, 13 all the way to 7. And Thanksgiving, I'd have to fight with them about putting the Lions on. Now, this year, they sat right there, and now they're asking for jerseys. I got to buy official jerseys. They're all into St. Brown. I want a St. Brown. I want a golf. So it taught and I explained the game to them. So it's been pretty cool. Their success has really got those kids and paying attention to the Lions when they're real young.
So when you said, so in the past few years, and you said they're 13 to 7, so they were even younger, they didn't want to watch it, huh?
Nope. No, this Thanksgiving, they were all 4 of them were sitting down watching it and asking just a ton of questions, you know?
Oh, gotta love it. Gotta love it. So how much are these jersey purchases going to set you back? They're not cheap.
You know, I got them on Thanksgiving, Black Friday. They were $90, a regular $130 a piece.
You're being a good grandparent, Ray.
All right. Thank you, sir. Have a Merry Christmas.
Merry Christmas to you. It's funny because you go back and people used to say it was irresponsible to bring your kids up to be Lions fans. You're just bringing them into a world of misery. And in this case, our man's grandkids. 248-539-9797. Danny is on a cell and next on 97.1 A Ticket. What's up, Danny?
Hey, not much. How you doing this afternoon?
Doing great.
So I was telling the call screener, hand up. I take it, die hard, live and die. Mondays are better when they win. I come in the work office. I'm miserable. Don't talk to me till about lunchtime. But a couple of years ago, the Thanksgiving game against the Bills, Josh Allen, right?
Yeah.
I remember walking home. We left, or walking back to MGM parking garage, left them, too much time on the clock. They came down and won that game. So I'm getting calls, FaceTime for my family. Hey, you coming? And I'm just bumping them. So finally I answer a FaceTime call, and I'm like, what? I'm not coming. I'll see you guys at Christmas. The whole family's on there. My parents are like, hey, you better apologize to your aunt and uncle. But this year I was also telling the screener, we're doing our family Christmas the 22nd. And now it's, the first thing my mom asked me, hey, do they have a home game? Are you going to the game? Or, can you come to, Christmas? I'm like, I'll be there. It's on the road against the Bears. So, it's funny. And the same thing with my mom, too. She's a diehard, hey, where can I get a Lions shirt at? Now she's all into it, and I love seeing it. Just, I don't want to say it brings the family together, but just,
it does. There's no question it does, Danny. I mean, the previous caller with his granddaughters, that's awesome. So I'm assuming on that December 22nd, when you guys at 1 o'clock, does sort of everything halt in terms of Christmas, and it's about the Lions for 3 hours?
To be honest, for my dad, my brother-in-law, and myself, yes. God bless my sisters and my mother. They're awesome cookie bakers, so they'll be, in the kitchen, baking cookies and all that fun stuff. But, they'll have an eye on the game, too. But for, us 3 men, we'll check in, say if they need a little help. But, yeah, from about, 1 to about 4, we'll be focused on the game.
Well, make sure that if they don't win the game, you don't let it ruin Christmas.
It's funny. I get that. What was it? 2 years ago, that game against Carolina. I got a reminder of that when my mom called me this year. She's like, "We don't need you like you were a couple of years ago." So, and I promised her I wouldn't be. But I love you guys, love the station, and go Lions.
Danny, thank you for the phone call. 248-539-9797. It's Carson Anderson, open lines, 97.1 A Ticket. All right, Twin Peaks fans, it's hump day, and you know what that means. Bourbon and Brews is back at Twin Peaks. Every Wednesday, your favorite Twin Peaks girls will be dressed to impress in their finest black lingerie, serving up samples of special bourbons and beers. Get there between 5 and 7 for sampling opportunities of those high-end bourbons and whiskeys and some of their famous craft cocktails. Enjoy them with the beer of the month, Stella. What's better? Well, the beautiful Twin Peaks girls are there serving up those Ostrom drinks. And then you pair it with the great scratch-made food that they have there. As far as restaurants go, few can compare. Hand-cut New York strips, house-smoked ribs and brisket, the best wings in the state. Have you seen their wings? Hand-cut and battered to order. All their boneless wings, their smoked wings, their naked and breaded wings, enough to tackle any appetite, biggest ones you'll see. And what pairs well with wings and all your favorite sports action? Great beer. 29-degree cold beer. Twin Peaks, your destination for sports all season long. They deliver the best game day atmosphere apart from actually being at the game. Game audio, 50-plus TVs, and the best food and drinks in the state. Ask your Twin Peaks girls about the awesome drink specials during every football game. Twin Peaks eats, drinks, scenic views. All right, this song's awful. It's Carson Anderson, 97.1 a Ticket. Happy holidays. Gators Out will be back tomorrow. We're talking a lot about the Lions and the holiday and how it's changed things. And brought up a little bit earlier, the news today, Will Johnson is leaving the University of Michigan. He will be entering the NFL draft. Got a mock draft. Did we get the mock draft music? We did. All right. We were supposed to do it earlier, but we got sidetracked. We will bring it up. It's just interesting to see where the local guys go and who's on the board for the Lions, where they project the Lions picking, what they have them doing, what would you would do. We'll get to that coming up shortly. But how have the Lions impacted your holiday season in any way, whether it be you got a Lions-based tree now, you have to shop completely differently, you planning around the game on the 22nd? Does that become a big Christmas thing with the family? Are you actually having to get Lions tickets? Are you road tripping? Are you war chesting for what you hope to be big postseason games? And we've had some people say, yeah, they're war chesting to make a trip, they hope, to New Orleans for the last game of the year. 248-539-9797. Don is next on 97.1 The Ticket. Hi, Don.
Tom.
Okay, Tom, go ahead.
Hey. Yeah, I just want to say this is the greatest year for shopping for my family because everybody's asked for Lions gear. And half my family, some are in Indiana, some are in California, and all the way down to my granddaughters. Everybody's saying, yeah, just give me some Lions gear. So it's wonderful. And for the first time in many years, actually my wife sits and watches the games with me.
All right, so we'll start with this. So probably also for the first time in many years, Don, it's kind of easy to shop. I mean, if somebody's asking for Lions gear, A, I know where I can get it. B, I know what it is. It's not like, sometimes my kids ask for something. I'm like, I don't even know what the hell that is. But Lions stuff, I know what that is. I know where to get it. I don't have to guess. And the wife watches the games with you, huh?
Oh, yeah. She's fired up, even wears her Lion gear.
Does she ever make observations that you're like, yes, you know the game?
Oh, yeah, she's gotten better and better. In fact, she said on fourth down he should go for it.
That's awesome.
Thanks, buddy. I love listening to you guys.
Appreciate it, Don. Thank you. 248-539-9797. How the Lions impacted your holiday planning. We go to Rob next on 97.1 The Ticket. What's up, Rob?
Not much. How you guys doing?
Doing good.
Hey, I was telling the screener that I was Lions free for almost 15 years or so until the last just three because of mainly Hutchinson coming to the team and Campbell definitely changing the whole mood of everyone. And I used to make fun of people that were wearing Lions gear because I felt like they were just encouraging why would you change?
You're the worst.
I'm sorry, but I've changed. But I've gotten. I know I am. There's
nothing wrong with being Lions free, but when you're making fun of the people that were still the fans, that to me, and now you're back on board, that to me is the worst.
No, I'm not. I'm not yet. I went and I didn't make fun of them like I never. But in my head, I'm like, oh, those so poor people. I felt sorry for them. But last year I went to a game. A friend got season tickets, and he took me down to a game, and we got stocking caps. And my daughter, who is in high school, she loves it. And she actually asked, she wanted to go to one of these games. I went looking for tickets, and like you were saying earlier, they're like pushing $500-600 for nosebleeds. And so unfortunately, I don't think we're gonna be able to make it. But it's impacted. Like I'm watching the games. I never even knew. And it was good because I had a kid. I got my Sundays back to myself, and we were able to do stuff as family. But I'll tell you what, man, they are a fun team to watch. I never really saw Megatron play because I was so Lions free, and then people are like, dude, you missed out. But I was a Barry fan. I traveled to go see Barry all the time back in the day, and I'd go to Thanksgiving Day games. But that 0-16 team, and it was like, man, they keep putting out bad product, but they keep filling the stadium, so why would you change?
Thank you for the phone call. Look, I struggle with Lions free guy that makes fun of people who were into the Lions all along. Like, everybody has the right to do whatever they want. When you declare you're Lions free and then ever set it up as if I'm better than you, I don't feel like that person's allowed back on the bandwagon. Oh, you only want to be a fan when it's rewarding. You only want to be a fan when it's easy. Now, he said he didn't make fun of them. So maybe he's not the worst. He said he was thinking it in his head, but I'm like, So when it's really easy and super rewarding, you're on board. You can do whatever you want. Got it. But when you make fun of the people that choose to stay fans all the time, I don't know. But if he didn't make fun of him, he doesn't break my rule. 248-539-9797. Vicky is next on 97 on a Ticket. Hi, Vicky.
Hello.
What's up?
Well, I was listening to you guys, which is something I have never done in all the years I've been a Lions fan. I've just never been into sports radio or anything. My husband and my son are really big into you guys. And sometimes when I'm driving home from work, I'll turn on the game on Sundays. But this year, how it's affected my holidays. Number one, I asked for a Jake Bates jersey.
Wow.
And, yeah, I have not had a Lions jersey since my Jason Hansen jersey. I've been a Lions fan since I was about 18, but the roller coaster ride it's been.
Yep.
But my and I've apologized to my sons so many times for raising them as Lions fans. So it's cool that I can stop apologizing now, and I want a Jake Bates jersey, and I've been tuning into your show lately just to
change it. I like it. I like that a lot. Vicky, is it easy? I haven't actually tried to find a Jake Bates jersey. Is it easy to find one?
I have no idea. I'll find out for Christmas. When my boys asked me what I wanted, it was right after the game where he barely made those two long ones, and the gift was the football with the yellow paint on it.
Yeah.
That's when I asked for it. And then it was
the Houston game.
And yeah. And so I don't know. I haven't looked for them myself. I always buy Lions gear for Christmas because I have these massive men in my life that love the Lions way more than I never hated the Lions, and I've always watched them because of them. I was kind of the mom, wife Lions fan, and and now I can really get on board again. I mean, I can't remember the last time I was really, really, really on board. I think it was 1979 or something, Gary Danielson and Billy Sims. It's been
another one bites the dust. Lions, yeah. Remember.
Well, I mean, yeah, they were amazing, and of course, then there was the Barry years that were always so fun to watch.
He was fun. Vicky, enjoy the holiday. I got to get to this. Appreciate it. We'll get back to your open line calls in a moment. I promised it. Let's go to it. So this is put out by ESPN today, and it's interesting for a couple reasons. And we don't do this as much, but I just want to do the little exercise and see what people would do. With the first pick, the Giants take Shedeur Sanders, quarterback, Colorado. Second pick, Cam Ward, quarterback, Miami, goes to the Raiders. Third pick, New England takes Travis Hunter, wide receiver, corner from Colorado. At 4, Carolina goes Abdul Carter, edge rusher, Penn State. We're not going to read every pick. We're going to work our way through it with interesting picks for local reasons or guys the Lions might be interested in. The Jets at 6 take Mason Graham, defensive tackle of Michigan. The Jags at 8 take Will Johnson, cornerback, Michigan. Michael Williams, edge rusher from Georgia, goes to the Saints at 10. He would have been a great Lion. The Bengals at 11 takes James Piercy Jr., the edge rusher from Tennessee. Dallas takes Ashton Genty, running back, Boise, at 12. Other picks of interest. At 14, Derek Harmon, former Spartan, defensive tackle from Oregon, goes to the Colts. Skipping ahead, at 19, Tampa takes Nick Scorton, the edge rusher from Texas A&M. Colston Loveland, the tight end from Michigan, goes to Denver at 21. Other names of interest, working our way towards the Lions pick. Where do they pick? Tyler Warren, tight end, Penn State, goes to the Chargers at 24. One of my personal favorites, Mike Green, edge rusher, Marshall, goes to Baltimore at 25. Emeka Egbuka goes to the Bills at 29. And at 32, the Detroit Lions are on the clock. That's right, at 32. Here's who's on the board for the Lions. Jalen Milroe, quarterback, Alabama. Donovan Jackson is the next best interior offensive lineman, Ohio State. Jahad Campbell, as athletic a player as anyone in the SEC, he's the next linebacker available. He's on the board at 32. And Jordan Birch, 6'6", 295, 8.5 sacks for Oregon, probably their best pass rusher, the number one team in the country. Those 4 players are all still on the board for the Lions at 32. We ask you, if it's your pick, who do you take? Milroe, the quarterback, Donovan Jackson, the guard from Ohio State, Jahad Campbell, the linebacker from Alabama, Jordan Birch, the edge rusher from Oregon. I will tell you one of them is the pick, but which of those 4 would you take? We'll read a bunch of your texts next, 248-539-9797, and we'll tell you who the Lions take at 32. That is straight ahead here on Carson Anderson on 97.1 The Ticket. Got another local player declaring for the NFL. Montori Foster from Michigan State has posted on social media that he is declaring for the NFL draft. Will Johnson did it from Michigan earlier today. Just an update there on a couple of guys that are going on to the next level. Congratulations to them. 248-539-9797. All right, we asked you before the break there, who would be the guy that you take? We gave you a field of players that wanted to know who you would take in this mock draft as put together. This is a Field Yates special on ESPN.com where the Lions are picking 32nd. Stephen Madison Heights. For me, it's the interior offensive lineman. Can play guard or center. I take interior lineman. I'm not taking the edge rusher from Oregon. Dave, working from home in Troy. Jordan Birch, edge rusher reinforcements. I'll take the offensive lineman from Ohio. They need to start reloading in that area. Next one, no way the Lions take Milroe, he means Milroe, but Jalen Milroe in the first. We don't need more losing Alabama quarterbacks. The most losing Alabama quarterback in recent memory. I think they go after a Decker replacement or go to the edge. Next one, Skip writes in, edge rusher from Oregon. Skip at Auburn Hills. Matt W. says, I'm taking either the interior offensive lineman or the defensive end. Either one works for me. John and Ipsy, if I had a chance to select a pick at 32 for the Detroit Lions, I would trade out of the pick of the names given. No picks of interest. Stock up on more second and third rounders. Yeah, well, John, we don't really have that option because they don't know what the trade offers may be for the 32nd pick. With that said, the pick is in, and according to Field Yates of ESPN, the Detroit Lions at 32nd would take Donovan Jackson, guard, Ohio State. The Lions seek out tough and selfless players. Jackson fits that bill. He's one of the better guards in college football, but he kicked out the left tackle to replace Simmons for Ohio State this season, playing more than 50% of his snaps out of position. The willingness to play a new position speaks volumes for his draft stock and would help Detroit as it eyes future of its interior O-line with starting guards currently 32 and 34 years old. So there you go. That's what the pick would be according to Field Yates. 248-539-9797. Thanks for all your responses. Let's go to Joe next on 97 The Ticket. Hello, Joe. Wow, Joe. Joe, you're going to have to take us off headset or something because it's way too loud. Can you take us off Bluetooth? Joe?
Sorry about that.
It's all right.
Is that better? Hello? Can you hear me?
Yeah, it's not much better. Are you in a wind tunnel? Yeah, Joe, this isn't going to work. 248-539-9797. More feedback coming in. My wife for years only called sports by the name sports ball. She never cared. With how good the Lions are this year, she's taken to learning the game. She knows their record. She even has stated and asked, did we win? The Lions have inspired a new fan in her. Another one here. Great show as usual, even without Gator. I'm planning my holiday travels around being able to watch the Lions on TV. That's from Mike in Buckley via the Odyssey app. Did we sort it out, Joe? Are you there?
Yeah, I'm here. My bad, guys.
It's all right. Way better.
Hey, yeah, so I was actually calling. Yeah, mine is kind of complicated, I guess. So I was a junior in high school. Barry Sanders mailed in that retirement. So, it kind of broke me. I mean, I watch him. I'm interested, but, I haven't really, cared either way. Even on Thursday, I was watching my son. It was kind of cool, but he fell asleep.
Yeah.
And, I woke him up just for the kick. But, man, I mean, I'm hoping maybe I can get that kind of excited about it. But I'm enjoying the run. But, yeah, just ever since that, man, I just haven't had the passion.
Look, let me be clear on something because I kind of lit a guy up earlier this hour. I have no issue with people that didn't pay attention for years, like yourself. The Lions gave you reason to not watch, and that's understandable. What I have an issue with is the people that bragged about being Lions free and made fun of people that were fans that now want to jump back on. It means you weren't really Lions free. You were just trying to play the I'm better than you card. Because if you were Lions free, you wouldn't care no matter what the results were. And obviously you're not portraying that you did that. You're just saying you couldn't get into it. and I understand.
Yeah, no, not at all. And I mean, whenever they were on a little run or something, you basically would just wait for the wheels to fall off, and they always did, And I definitely enjoyed Matt Stafford, and I was glad when he won the Super Bowl. I thought he was a really good quarterback, and a lot of people are hating him on different not around the league, but around here, on the radio and whatnot. But no, I mean, it is really cool, and I'm really excited to see the team, and I'm hoping my kids can get into it too. And maybe eventually I will be back on. I haven't really gotten any Lions gear, but maybe eventually it will happen. We'll see.
Well, now would be a decent time to start paying attention again. You can do whatever you want, but now might be a decent time. I hope I've made that clear. Okay, one of the most shocking developments, it looks like it's going to happen. There are now multiple websites reporting that Bill Belichick is going to take the North Carolina job. The 24/7 site that covers the North Carolina Tar Heels has reported it. I think there's one more here. Again, these are college sites mostly. On3 is reporting breaking. North Carolina is finalizing deal to land Bill Belichick as its next head coach. I'm stunned. I am stunned. Maybe I shouldn't be. Because maybe it's just more of a sign that the game is more like the pro game than it's ever been before. Maybe it's more how recruiting has changed. You think about Deion Sanders' approach. He signs like 8 to 10 guys out of high school, and the rest he just loads up on the portal. And the portal recruiting's way different. I feel like portal players come to you more than you have to go visit them. Because the idea of Bill Belichick going on the road recruiting didn't seem like something he would do. Now, I guess he was really dedicated to going to pro days when he was preparing for the draft. So maybe Bill Belichick is more wired to recruit than I give him credit for. But I never in a million years would have imagined that Bill Belichick would take a college job. And he's not only taking a college job, he's kind of taken a challenging college job where they have had trouble maintaining success. Now, maybe that's the perfect place for him to go because there won't be as much pressure if he took a big-time job. Look, it's North Carolina's a Power 4 job. It's not like he's becoming the head coach at William and Mary, but he's taking a big-time job, but not like a top-tier blue blood job. Maybe that's why it works for him. And maybe, he talked about it earlier this week that he'll put it in the pro model context. We're going to run a pro model program. But, wow. That is as shocking a development as I've seen in a long time. 248-539-9797. We'll get to more of your phone calls and feedback coming up. It's Carson Anderson, Gator out today. He'll be back tomorrow. 97.1 The Ticket. Hey, there's still time to get great tasting, worry-free water for the holidays. Save $1,000 or more from CGC Water when you bundle a Kinetico Premier Softener with a Kinetico K5 drinking water system. Call 855-339-4242 or visit cgcwater.com. If you're not filtering your water, you are the filter. Don't be the filter. CGC Water Treatment and Plumbing can take care of all your plumbing needs, too. You can save 10% off a Navien tankless water heater. We got one from CGC Water, and we love it. And all the kids are home, and there's a lot of people working their way through showers in the morning. We never run out of hot water. Check out your local independent Kinetico dealer, CGC. Call 855-339-4242. Doug Harshgater out today. He'll be back tomorrow. Look forward to it. It's Carson Anderson program. Lions taking on the Buffalo Bills this weekend. News today. Michigan's got their offensive coordinator. It appears they're bringing in Chip Lindsey, who was the coordinator at North Carolina. They had the 23rd best offense in scoring in the Power Four, which is good, not great. But when he had a quarterback to work with in Drake May last year, put up big numbers. The guy that he really is a protege of Todd Monken, who was hired him as OC at Southern Miss and was the coordinator at Georgia and now is with the Baltimore Ravens. But anyway, he had Drake May, had a top 10 offense. Now he's got Bryce Underwood. We'll see. Just, go let it rip. Portal update. I mentioned that probably my favorite portal target for Michigan is now out there. USC wide receiver Deuce Robinson. 23 catches for 396 yards and 5 touchdowns. I really think that kid has incredible potential. He's also an outfielder on the USC baseball team, but he's in the portal now, so I imagine he won't be playing baseball for USC, but that speaks to the kind of athlete he is. And he's 6 feet 6 inches tall. And I feel like I can count on one hand how many of the Michigan wide receivers this year were able to go up and get a contested catch. And that's a big part of what you have to be able to do. So that would be the number one guy I would target if I were out there doing Michigan's portal to-do list, portal wish list. In the meantime, 2 guys, one from Michigan, one from Michigan State, have declared for the league. Montori Foster, wide receiver from Michigan State. He's declared for the NFL. Michigan will send Will Johnson. He is going to the NFL, which doesn't come as a huge surprise at all. The one that's going to be interesting to me is Kenneth Grant. He is not as projectable into the first round, at least what we're seeing in mock drafts, as the others. And guys that aren't first-round picks, depending on where they fit into the second round, look, it's up to individuals, but it feels like we've gotten to the point where if you're not a first-round pick, NIL can keep you in college. So if you're a college sports fan and you hate the change, one thing that NIL has done is it's allowed some of your favorites to maybe stay a little bit longer. I know it happened in Michigan with Blake Corum a couple of years ago and others. I would imagine that the one more year fund that was popular to bring back Corum and Zinter and Keegan and players like that would be executed this year for guys like Kenneth Grant, maybe, Ernest Hausman, Rod Moore, Jason Barham, just to name a couple. But anyway, that's the very latest there. Yeah, it appears, it's going around that Bill Belichick is going to accept the North Carolina job, which is about as stunning a development as I can remember. Some people aren't surprised. I'm pretty surprised to see him go back to college. But I also think it might be another commentary on how the college game has changed, and it is more like the pro model. It is more like a pro model where if you are recruiting the portal, it doesn't feel like you have to go on the road as much. It's becoming more and more popular, recruiting out of the portal, beating recruiting from the high school ranks. So just something to pay attention to as he takes over that job, what it means for the North Carolina Tar Heels moving forward. College basketball, Michigan loses to Arkansas last night, 89-87. Early season, non-conference college basketball. It can be interesting. You can learn a lot about your team, and I still think this Michigan team perhaps has Final Four potential. However, that was a wild-ass game last night. Michigan built a 16-point first-half lead, only to see it turn into an 18-point second-half deficit. And that is a wild swing. They went from 18 down in the second half, cut it to 1, had the basketball, but a couple empty trips late cost them 89-87 to Arkansas. Pistons in Boston tomorrow take on the Celtics. They've been off since Saturday, I believe. Game with the Knicks, so good rest for them. We'll see if they show it tomorrow night. Red Wings are in Philly tomorrow. That's a team that is finally got some goal production the other night after just not scoring. And then they won that game in a shootout 6-5, which was good to see to get them back on the winning track. There is news out of Allen Park. Brad Galley who we follow on the Twitter from Channel 7, tweeting out injury updates. Are you ready? These are all important. According to Dan Campbell, Levi Onwuzurike will practice on Thursday. Alim McNeill will practice today. Josh Paschal will practice today. And DJ Reader might practice on Thursday. So we've been talking about what they have is enough defensively. Much of the discussion centers around who they will get back to really know the answer to that question. But I don't know if it was a consensus, but when we talk about the most important people to get back, it felt like a lot of people felt like it was the defensive tackles. And if you take a look at that news at Allen Park, it sounds like it's trending good for them to be back on the field in what is shaping up to be an awfully interesting game. Coming up on Sunday, when the second highest scoring offense in the NFL will show up in Detroit for a showdown with the 12-1 Detroit Lions. Rico Beard has made his way in studio, sitting across from me. Hello, Rico.
Hotly followed by the 11-2 Minnesota Vikings.
They just won't go away.
They won't. And you know, it's going to be an interesting discussion because I wonder if the Vikings are going to kind of go through what the Lions went through when they got Jared Goff, but then they drafted Hendon Hooker, thinking, well, Hooker's going to be the future, until Goff said, wait a minute, you're not. What are you going to do with Sam Darnold and JJ?
It's a good question, and it's
if I'm Minnesota, I mean, yeah, you're kind of doing pretty well.
So JJ had to have 2 surgeries too, which is, it's not great. You don't see that happen very often, so hopefully he's okay.
I mean, maybe he goes the Jordan Love route where you're going to sit for a while, son. Yeah. But, hey, you got a job.
Not our thing here.
Right.
We got Detroit's got it all sorted out. So what do you guys got planned coming up next?
We're going to talk about one of the things is why is it that, like, when you hear about the Detroit Tigers and everything that's going on with them, that everything seems to revolve around, well, they're trying to do things inexpensive, and it's and cheap kind of becomes the first word that comes out of everybody's mouth rather than just going out and getting the best player. And we're going to actually start with something off the wall, going full tinfoil hat conspiracy. But
you got one, huh? Is this your conspiracy or is it?
Oh no, this is
this a Mike special or it's?
No, Mike pointed it out to me because I've been on vacation, so I kind of shut down the laptop and just been out of touch. But what's going on in the drones flying around New Jersey?
Really? All right.
I don't know if you've seen it, but there's like SUV-sized drones just kind of flying around and nobody has answers.
Really?
Yes.
SUV-sized drones.
Doug. Yes, I can show you some video. Like people like off their Ring door cameras are like, wait, that's real. Like, yeah, like chasing each other, and people thought maybe it was UFOs. And nobody has answers.
Okay. Well, that's going to be an interesting discussion. Sure. All right. Well, what do you think of Bill Belichick?
Yeah, that's something else we may get to today. My question is, how long does that work?
Yeah.
I guess if you're Belichick, you're a coach, man. Every coach has an ego, and to check every box. You can do what only Switzer and Jimmy Johnson have done.
Yeah.
Win a title at the different levels. Nobody else can do it. I mean, Bill Walsh tried to go back to college. That failed.
Mm-hmm.
Like, why are you doing this? Because I thought it was a joke. When it first came out, we were like, ha, ha.
When the wording of those reports when they first came out, they were like, Bill Belichick is in discussions with North Carolina about their coaching job. They didn't say interviewing.
Yeah.
They said talking to or in discussions. I'm like, he's not interviewing for that.
Because when I first heard it was like, well, North Carolina reached out. I'm like, well, of course. You know what? That way you could tell your fan base, hey, guys.
We tried.
We are trying. And we're turning over every rock. And now you're like, wait, what? I mean, it's going to lead itself to jokes because, he's on campus with a bunch of co-eds.
All right. Well, look. Yeah, exactly. Have a great show. Stay safe, everybody, and treat each other with respect. 97.1.
Brought to you by Lady Jane's Haircuts for Men. The Lions are slowly getting healthy. Coach Dan Campbell says that Levi Enzowerke will practice tomorrow. Lee McNeil is back today. D lineman Josh Paschal may join him as well. Representative Josh Williams introduced the Ohio Sportsmanship Act in an effort to make flat planting at midfield and at the state of Ohio a felony. In an interview with Tony Paul of the Detroit News, Williams says, quote, the attempt to plant a flag at the center of Ohio Stadium led to a violent encounter and risked the safety out of law enforcement officers. The intention was to signal to the Big Ten the NCAA are private and public colleges and institutions in Ohio. They need to come up with policy and procedures, end quote.
Wah.
Michigan corner Will Johnson is officially declared for the NFL draft as well. The Red Wings are off until tomorrow. Derek Lalonde is hopeful that Cam Talbot will be available. Alex Lyon still a few days out. Lyon, Talbot, and Husso all skated today. According to Yahoo writer on X, Ross Dellinger, quote, NCAA President Charlie Baker says progress is being made around expanding the NCAA tournament to 72 or 76 teams. He doesn't expect it to move past 76. TV partners have expressed an openness to it, end quote. Commanders wide receiver Noah Brown will likely not return this season. Dan Quinn says he sustained a significant internal injury. This just in as well. Garrett Crochet, the White Sox ace, heading to another Sox. The Red Sox, they get back one of their top prospects. At the Corwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Jeremy Otto. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
Good afternoon. Oh, boy. The band is back together, everybody. And just for Rico, it feels appropriate for this song. There it is. All right. Listen, we are going to get to the sports news of the day, but we have to break from the script, so to speak, because I want to let you guys in on the conversations off the air. And if we're all honest with each other, here are your Detroit sports headlines today. The Lions will never lose again. The Pistons aren't that good. The Red Wings hate fun. And the Tigers don't spend money. There you go. All right. We'll talk to you tomorrow at 2. We are obsessed.
And Will Johnson announced for the NFL.
Bro, he announced 2 months ago. You just didn't know it. Who are you kidding? I love how he came on the morning show. Yeah, I'm not really ready to make that decision. 10 minutes later, I'm going pro. So look, primarily and then because I'm obsessed with these two stories, the guys I'm talking to, Rico, Kenny, David, Jimmy, Evan, come to find out, I had to clue Rico into one of them because he's been on sabbatical, but I'm obsessed with these two stories. Mm-hmm. I can't think of anything else. I don't care about anything else. People, I need to know. 1, I can't get enough of these SUV-sized drones, mystery drones over New Jersey. I don't know if you're up on this. These things are flying over nuclear power plants, military bases. The FBI doesn't know what the hell they are, allegedly. Then it's, they're coming from the ocean.
Yeah. Mike, you got people who saying, I flew my drone up in the air to see what it is at full battery, and 3 minutes later, it crashed. It's dead.
It's changing the time in people's cars. Nobody knows where they're from. And by the way, headline, SUV-sized. Mm-hmm. They're following U.S. vessels. I can't get enough. Mm-hmm. The other one, and it's not just because I was there this weekend, the other one is this Brian Thompson murder. And now... we caught the guy. And I'm like, that's not the guy. That doesn't look like the guy in the pictures. You don't grow bushy eyebrows in 3 days. Take it from me. I'm a chia pet. I got to shave every 8 minutes. I go, that's not even the same nose.
You saying a conspiracy?
I'm saying I just, well, here's the one thing I said. I said this to Evan and Powers. I go, how is it I know more about Luigi Mangione in 4 days than I know about the guy who allegedly shot Trump? So I wonder if I can't get enough.
What happened when I was gone?
Everything.
This is oxygen to me because, I feed into this stuff.
Everything.
And you always tell me, come on, buddy, it's not like that. It's like this. You're with your UFOs and your aliens and blah. You're saying that that's not even the real person?
I'm just saying, I'm like, wait a minute. It seems too convenient. He did everything not to get caught, but then he showed up with a "Hi, it's me" sign at a McDonald's in Altoona. That doesn't make any sense. I can't. And literally, the guy who shot Trump, I don't even know his name.
Nope.
He disappeared in 4 minutes. They cremated the body in 7. And now Luigi Mangione, I feel like I've known this guy my whole life all of a sudden, where I know what books he reads, what his interests are, likes, dislikes, friends, family. It's unbelievable. I still can't believe you could even pull off an execution like that in Midtown Manhattan at 7 in the morning.
Well, the fact that you could pull off the execution and disappear, and then a few days, that's how you get caught?
I still need someone to explain how a 3D printer can make a gun. I'm obsessed. Between drones in New Jersey and that murder case, I got to be honest, it's hard for me to even be upset that Kosa's going to get sent down. Well, we did that yesterday. Kosa came in, provided a spark.
Yeah.
We're like, you know what? Why don't you give him 3-4 starts here?
Yeah. I saw Happy Kenny, followed by Sad Kenny, followed by Happy Kenny again.
Now we're all the Kenny meme. I want to ask you guys a question. Are any of you up on these stories? Are we just out of our minds following these two things? Do the drone thing? Did you see I forget who it is. Evan just showed me a clip. There's a politician who claims to have sourcing that the drones are from an Iranian mothership. I mean, we got all kinds of things going on.
All I know is after you told me that, and I'm sitting there looking at some of the clips on Twitter, and it's like a Ring camera, and it's like cats and dogs chasing each other, except it's like gigantic drones. I couldn't imagine what I would do if I looked out and on the Ring camera in my house, like, why were there 2 drones flying that close to my house that I could almost read drone across the side of it?
Dozens of them. And the best part is if you do an overlay of where they've been sighted, there's nuclear power plants. All those locations have nuclear facilities. Come on. I can't listen. Guys, sports is my life, but I'm telling you, these 2 stories, this Brian Thompson murder and this Luigi Mangione character, and then now these drones in Jersey the size of SUVs that change the time in your car, that apparently knock out communications, and all of a sudden, we can't figure out where they're from? We're the United States of America. Anyone going to follow these things?
Thank you. You're just going to let them sit up there?
Oh, they come from the ocean. Then follow them to the ocean. What's our military budget?
Once again, Mike, this is oxygen to me. I will gladly have these conversations with you.
This guy is all bricked up over there. He's got a garbage bag over his crotch. But we're going to get this done today. Rico, I don't think Rico's ever been happier than to hear these stories emanate from my mouth. And he goes, wait, you're not making fun of these. I go, no.
Right, because normally it's like, oh, you're the guy in the moon and all and the geosynchronous blah, blah, blah. I'm like, so you finally, yes. When I look at this is, it always amazes me when people just play stupid. I have no idea what you're talking about. Look up. They're right there. They're flying around. What are you talking about? Right there.
Everybody claims they got no idea what's going on with the drones. And I'm like, oh, boy. Literally on Capitol Hill. And the guy from the FBI sitting there and he's going, nope, we got no,
drones? Who said anything about drones?
Cars and food and clothes.
It reminds me of that Chappelle skit when they were in front of Congress. Who's saying drones? Who said anything about drones?
I want to ask the people. Just if you're out there, guys, we'll get to all the depressing Detroit sports. Don't worry. Are you following these stories? And are you with us? I mean, these are riveting. And listen, this Brian Thompson murder on surface, how that happened, then a 5-day manhunt, and all of a sudden, very conveniently, oh, yeah, we got the guy. And I'm going, that's not the guy. You look at the still photos, that doesn't even look like the same guy.
They released the first photo to look for this guy. I'm like, that's not the same coat.
But then he did everything in his power not to get caught and did an amazing job of it, mind you. Only to be mowing hash browns at McDonald's and have a "here it's me, I'm guilty" starter kit with him. Like, first of all, can anyone explain how you print a gun? What a marvel that is.
3D printing, my friend.
I know.
No, I'm saying it's scary. The things you can print with a printer now.
The point I'm making between that murder case and these mystery drones that are besieging New Jersey, the size of SUVs by the dozen, the government doesn't know where they're from. I mean, I got a buddy who works down at Picatinny, the military base down there. The base is claiming they don't have clearance to shoot them down. I don't know what to do.
It's a national security threat. What do you mean you need permission to shoot it down?
David?
Shoot it down.
I'm not happy that Kosa's getting sent down.
David?
I'm not happy we paid for Alex Cobb, but these are the stories that are on my mind.
Unless they're part of everything. They're part of
You can't say that. But I'm
allegedly.
But I'm there. Now you can say that.
Allegedly. I'm just saying, when all of a sudden it's like, when you don't see the sense of urgency, it kind of leads you to wonder, well, maybe you know.
Think about SUV-sized drones flying over the state of Michigan right now. Oh, there'd be a sense of urgency in the air from our listeners.
Hi. I mean, the last time it was when they had the plane flying over Spartan Stadium and nobody knew where that came from. Now imagine you got all of these drones that somebody knows something.
I'm obsessed with these stories. That's all I'm telling you. Now, if you're not, that's fine. And we'll get to the Wings later because they're going to disappoint us again. They are. No, they are. The news reports are going to ruin everything we talked about yesterday. And look, Lions, guys, there's nothing to say. It's Wednesday. We're going to talk Lions the next 2 days. Wow, the Lions are great. 2-4-8. I mean, that's pretty much sounds like every show on this station. But my God, these two stories have taken over Earth. And I'll tell you, people who don't care about anything in this office are all over these stories. That murder in New York, and then these mystery drones. If you're not hip to this, just type in New Jersey drones. You won't sleep tonight.
Trust me. Yeah. Wow.
When like some guy pointed a laser pointer at one of them, and 13 more of them showed up immediately. They're following vessels. Huh? Look, now listen. The Chinese spy balloon is one thing. This is a whole nother thing.
Right. This is almost like some Area 51 type of stuff where
I thought, and for you, listen, it's not my business what you do when you're on vacation. I'm thrilled you got time off. But for you not to have known about this until we introed it to you today tells me you were in some exotic locale. You were doing something great.
I was teaching a class.
Jesus. Because this is, if Rico could design a story, it's this. Not Mangione, the drones.
Wow. Yeah, I'm looking at it just like, Mike, what are you talking about? You're like, where have you been? It's been
me
everywhere.
Saying that to you.
On vacation, I shut down the laptop, and yeah, that was it.
Watched
a couple games, and that was it.
They are in our airspace, and we're not shooting them down. This is what bugs me about this. Why follow them? The hell do we have a Navy for?
Unless.
No.
Allegedly.
Okay.
Unless.
And that murder in New York, forget the drones. I'm sorry. You got to be a pro to pull off that kind of hit. You do. And to escape and to plan it. Here's what I love. How do I started the show with this. How do I know more about this guy in 10 minutes than 4 months later than I know about the guy who shot a potential U.S. president? Mm-hmm. How? How is that possible?
Yeah. I mean, look, this ranks right up there with just certain conspiracies where it's like, well, what do you mean? Like, sports related, kind of goes back to like Michael Jordan and his father and what happened with him. And it's like, wait, what? Didn't make sense that apparently these two guys robbed him and then the next day they were killed.
Well, just say it. I know what you want to say. You don't want to bring the Michael Jordan thing up. Who shot JFK? Just say it.
Uh-oh.
Just say it.
Well, you got to watch Oliver Stone's hit film JFK. You had newspapers in Europe printing it before we knew stateside. What the hell's going on?
Only thing I know is the Lions got purchased that same day.
There you go. Look, we'll get to the likely news that Kosa's getting sent down. Why? Because the Red Wings hate fun. We'll also get to the Tigers not spending money. I don't know. They're going to try for Sasaki. Yet, newsflash, every team can try for him. It's an international posting.
Bingo.
You put up the pool money. He gets 3 years and becomes a free agent like Ohtani. You got to sell him on your franchise. What we wanted, actual like players now, here.
Yeah, I was just reading that the Yankees are now getting ready for their pitch. So
Well, and again, we got Max Fried today. No, I manifested Fried yesterday. We're manifesting this today. Kyle Tucker in pinstripes. King Tuck, pinstripes, Yankee Stadium. Come on. No. This guy's got a different bat in his hands. 248-539. All right. I'm sure Brian from Moran will be thrilled with that segue. We'll tell you about Moran Buick GMC. Very simple. Holiday deals, competitive offers. They've got them in spades. Moran Buick GMC, the 24 Sierra four-wheel drive crew cab edition, $246 a month. The 25 Encore GX Preferred, $249 a month. Guys, if you need certified service, just stop in MoranExpress.com. You get that certified service and the loaner. And if something's off, they got you covered. It's Moran Buick GMC, where you always get the best price period. It's on Telegraph, just north of Eureka and Taylor, or visit them online, MoranExpress.com. It's Moran Buick GMC. We are professional grade. You want to know why we didn't open with sports today? Because our teams hate us. Sebastian Cosa option back to Grand Rapids for more consistent playing time. You know where he can get consistent playing time? Here, because his team blows. There's an option.
I don't think they don't feel like they've hit that point yet where just go ahead and play him.
We are asking probing questions because, well, the sports can wait. The Tigers won't spend money, and the Red Wings hate us, and the Lions are awesome, but we're going to get to them the next 2 days. So here's the deal. These two stories have dominated my life, and apparently it is more than a guilty pleasure because Kenny and David and Evan and, look, Rico was at least on one of them. Now Rico's all in. Oh, you should have seen the commercial break. Oh, now Rico's all in with these mystery drones flying over New Jersey. I showed him the congressman who goes, oh, no, they're from a mothership, an Iranian mothership. I'm going, what? But which of these stories has dominated your attention? This Brian Thompson murder in Midtown Manhattan? I mean, that was a Sicario hit. Guy disappears. Gone. Vapor. I mean, New York is an Orwellian city. You're on camera all the time. Smile. This guy manages to go into Central Park and disappear. Gone. 5 days go by. That's impossible in 2024. Then all of a sudden they catch a guy in Altoona, Pennsylvania. Luigi Mangione. No relation. And the point is,
can't say that.
They blame me for flying the plane over MetLife. I have to tell you, no relation.
You did fly the plane over MetLife.
I didn't fund it. I didn't fly it.
Do we have proof?
The point I'm making is this guy doesn't look like the guy in the security footage. And I'm not even going down the full rabbit hole here. I'll just tell you when you start looking into some things and I go, oh boy. But I wanted to know because I'm sorry. I'd be lying to you if I told you I cared more about Sebastian Cosa than I care about the drones. The Cosa thing we talked yesterday. He provided a spark. I wanted him up here. Why not? You start him for a few games. Dylan Larkin said it provided energy. What do our teams do in this town? Oh, wait, the fans want to have fun? F them. Send them down glacial pace. Mm-hmm. So, yeah, we opened with this. Now, David is saying this. Now, I want to hear from the people, but the ticket text is out of control. I would love phone calls, and we have some.
See, I think we'll probably get more ticket text for this because when you go conspiracy, people don't want to put their name and their voices to something.
Don't be embarrassed. It's okay to be fascinated by these two stories. David, go ahead. What?
If the drones are around those areas, isn't it common sense it's another country marking our areas and scouting? Be ready for war with China and Russia. It's coming. It's highly suspicious that Rico isn't up on the latest conspiracy theories. Was he teaching a class at a secure location in Langley, Virginia? Ron, Mexico, in Philadelphia. Getting in my car and hearing Mike go off on this topic right now. Oh, my gosh. I love it. Spot on. Jacob in wrestling. That's the first real name we received.
But Jake, can anyone answer the question, how do we know more about Luigi Mangione in 4 minutes than we know about a guy who shot a potential U.S. president who is now going to be U.S. president? How?
Fair.
Well, the very first picture we received of him was because apparently he was flirting with the front desk lady at the hospital.
That's Mangione. Right. But that's not the same guy.
Not the same guy.
I swear to you, it's not the same guy.
No, you're right. I mean, it's not. It won't be the first time that it looks like a lookalike had to take the place of somebody we're looking.
You know, I don't want to humble brag now, but little do you know, I happen to be an expert on Italian noses. I don't think that's the same nose.
Nose job?
Not in 4 minutes.
4 days.
No, because the first time you showed me, you were like, that's a professional hit. I'm like, that's not a professional hit. He's re-racking the gun. Blah, blah, blah. Well, now if it's a 3D printed gun, then yes, he would have to do that. Because I'm thinking a professional hit, you're just gonna boom, 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 and you're done. And then he just hops on a electric bike and he disappears.
David, go ahead.
A 3D printer can print plastic, anything from dildos to Tupperware containers. Most of the components of a gun are plastic, You can buy the separate parts elsewhere.
I don't think you can say that.
What just happened here? What is going on here?
I can't believe a pastor just said that.
The funny thing is, I don't think we can even clip that.
No, absolutely not.
You wanted to start non-sports? We got non-sports for you.
Somewhere Cars just drove his car off the road.
Did they just say?
That's not respectful. Oh, dear Jesus. David, go ahead, please. Proofread those a little more.
Agree with you. That's not even the same nose, eyebrows, and mouth. They're all different shapes. Look, Valeni, finally embracing our UFO ancestors. Nice. They believe that those are, okay, UFOs. My conspiracy theory, they use these drones to try and find the shooter. They don't want to tell us that's what they were doing. Dude did a professional hit in the heart of Manhattan.
Yes.
I hear it's busy there. He just vanishes only to get busted by catching.
Mowing hash browns with the same untraceable gun. What is the point of an untraceable gun if you're going to carry it on you?
It's untraceable, but I have it with me.
None of it makes sense.
No, it makes no sense. Mike, I'm equally obsessed. So many questions. That is Al in a van.
I can't get enough of, and then, but like even if we just stop with the very theory where I go, those two people don't look the same. Think about the actual story. You have a health insurance company that has this insane denial rate on claims, right? And this guy, Brian Johnson, and using AI to deny claims, and you're going, man, I understand healthcare and health insurance. That's dirty business. That's tough, man. Like, but when you started looking at it, and then you go, well, wait a second. He was under DOJ investigation for insider trading, and he sold $15 million of stock before it went public. And you're going, oh, the layers on this thing. But then you get to this and the video of the killing, and you're like, I can't get enough. I can't get enough.
Yeah, because when I saw that, I was like, well, geez. Maybe he just got tired. Why? Like, you've evaded the cops this much, and this is where you get caught at a McDonald's? Like,
none of it adds up, Rico.
I'm just so proud of you right now.
I'm proud of David.
Because David's full of something. I don't know what. Can't wait for that message this Sunday. From Tupperware to...
Nope. Nope.
Is that going to be the name of the sermon?
Nope.
Sure.
Yeah, David just told us of the hidden apostle. Go ahead, David. We'll get to the calls in a minute. Go ahead.
Oh, the drones are planning on vaporizing MetLife Stadium to save Mike from his misery. That is Matt in a UFO.
Matt, that's the only place they're not flying over because there ain't nothing going on there.
Someone says, shoot one down and see who shows up.
How haven't we? Think about that. They're SUV-sized drones. Mm-hmm. They emanate from the ocean. Really? Perhaps we should go there. If only we had wait for it, Navy. What on earth?
Air Force.
Air Force, right.
Which leads me to believe.
It's just too bad we don't do any defense spending.
They're too busy trying to come up with some pass plays.
248-539-9797. Your phone call's next. Yeah, we'll get to the sports. Just cool your jets.
Let's just stick with this.
No, I want to because none of the news here is good. What am I going to do? I'm not going to yell about Alex Cobb.
Well, Lions are good, but that's
right. But we'll get to him the next 8 hours of radio tomorrow and Friday. All right, if your furnace isn't running right, you need reliable service. You need Mastercraft Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. Now, they've got you covered 24/7, locally owned, over 40 years, and they back their work with a 5-year warranty. Mastercraft, your one-stop shop. Heating, AC, plumbing, and electrical. They got generators, too. And if Mastercraft can't get to you for same-day service, they'll knock $50 off that next-day service call. Ask about their winter bundle-up discount as well. Just go to mastercraftheating.com. All right, straight to the people. We've opened up off the rails. We go to Tim in Clarkston. Tim, what's going on, buddy?
Hey, Mike, how you doing?
Excellent.
Good. Well, I have, you asked for people who've been following those stories. I have been following those stories, and particularly the New Jersey one. And I had a couple of points for discussion, that maybe you guys can chew on. To answer your question, I looked up the U.S. defense budget is $840 billion this year, 2024. So I'm kind of with you. I'm like, well, it's one of two things. Either A, you mean to tell me we spend $840 billion on our defense budget and we can't prevent unknown aircraft from coming in and flying over New Jersey and Washington, D.C. and New York City? That's definitely a disconnect. That can't be right. You know what I'm saying, Mike?
Exactly.
That can't be right, and the responses from the federal government so far, and there have been, in New Jersey, city councilmen, mayors, even the governor. And the U.S., they had the FBI guy testifying in U.S. Congress yesterday. He's like, yeah, we really don't know. Shrug the shoulders.
We just hope they go
can't
away.
Figure it out. So it's either we've been wasting all that money, and anybody from China to Iran to Alpha Centauri can come and fly over New Jersey anytime they want, or they're not telling us. They know, right? I mean, come on. It's got to be one of those two things. And the second point I had there, Mike, was in the media coverage, think about this for a quick second. Why are they calling them drones? They say we don't know what they are, but they use the term drone. Oh, we know what drones are. We know that drones are man-made, unmanned aircraft, flying. We've heard about them. We've seen them in Afghanistan. We've seen them covering sports events. We've seen them in Hollywood. Why do they call them drones instead of UAPs? If they know they're drones, then tell us why you think they're drones. If not, call them UAPs. So
I never thought of it. No, Timmy, listen, your biggest point, that's the one we focus on. I mean, it's crazy to me. It's not like they're flying over Nome, Alaska, or some faraway place,
middle of Nebraska.
This is all over the state of New Jersey, off the eastern seaboard, one of the heaviest populated places in the world, and you got these things by the dozen besieging. And it's changing the clocks in people's cars. They're active. That like if you lock onto them, they go dark. If you find one, more of them show up. Come on, that's like a Rico space movie,
dude. The fact that none of them seems like have been shot down just kind of feels like there are a lot of people in the know who are okay with this, or there's a bigger plan. There's something else going on.
There's an ISER plan.
Yes, it may take 10 years, but just wait for it.
What happens first? We figure out the drones, or the ISER plan gets moving? Kenny? Let's go to Christian, 97.1. What's up, Christian?
Hey, guys. How y'all doing?
Good.
I just have something interesting to say about the Luigi situation. He has a YouTube channel, and he has a video posted right now that said, well, it actually kept on getting taken down, but I saw the video. It said, if you're seeing this, I'm already arrested. And in the profile picture of his YouTube channel, he was smiling with a bag of McDonald's in the profile picture. So I think that he got arrested on his own, and that's what he wanted to do.
Fascinating. Yeah, Christian, when you look at the pictures, it doesn't look like the same guy.
It doesn't. It doesn't look like the same guy, but he must have known that this was going to happen some way, shape, or form. And I heard that his mom she had some bone disease or something, and I don't know if they made that up or not, but it doesn't look like the same guy at all, but it seemed like he knew it was going to happen. And he was holding a bag of McDonald's. Like you said, he was an Ivy League student, and he was like the top of his class in high school. So
he's valedictorian at the Gilman School.
Yeah,
guy in 4 years gets a BA and a master's at UPenn. It's like he did everything. The guy assassinated somebody in Midtown Manhattan and got away with it. Only to, cutscene, get identified by a fry cook? It just doesn't add up to me.
And in the profile picture, he was holding a bag of McDonald's in it, and it's all weird. It's weird. It adds up.
Wow. Oh, Christian, thank you for this call.
And he said that in the video, he said more information will come out on the 11th, which is today. So I don't know what's going to happen with that.
My goodness. Christian, you're doing the Lord's work. Thank you for this.
Thank you, guys.
Yeah. I've been
it's
obsessed.
No, and it's funny because on the flip side of that, we talked about it in the pre-show meeting. We know nothing about the guy that allegedly went after Trump in Pennsylvania.
I don't know his name.
Nothing.
It just shows you a little coverage.
Tell you, hey, this guy graduated here. He loves McDonald's. He does this. His mother has this. Blah blah blah. I know nothing.
Right. You would have thought the guy was bred by a cat and a dog, and we can't talk to either one. Don't know his parents. Don't know his family. Don't know where he's from. Nothing.
Nothing. Just dead. Now he's gone. Don't worry about it. Can we see the body? Nah. Cremated. Okay.
I'm telling you. But the drones, man. The drones.
You know what? Let me see. The drone things happened. I was on vacation. Trump getting shot. I was on vacation. I'm not going anywhere.
Yeah, you're done. You're landlocked from now on. Let's go to Jeremy, 97.1. Jeremy, what's going on?
Yeah, that's Jeremy, last name from a burner phone.
Mr. from a burner phone. Go ahead.
So I had property in Colorado, allegedly, and certain special forces people would rent it, and they had drones that they would fly 6, 7, 8 hours and practice in the mountain ranges and stuff. So the only thing I could ever get out of them was America's biggest vulnerability is 100% drones, which now scares the living crap out of me because seeing our special forces working with these things, knowing that we're going to be attacked by drones, I didn't think anything of it, and then now I do. And the second part was I have a 3D printed suppressor. It's a metal ink null. It's legal and everything. But guns can be 3D printed, but what they have to do is get a clone of like a Glock or a SIG, take the internals and put it in the 3D printed part.
Jeremy, I'm not being disrespectful in any way, shape, or form. I have no idea what that means.
Means you got to take the guts of the real gun out and put them into the plastic gun.
This sounds terrifying.
Yes.
I got that right, Jeremy?
Yes.
Okay. But Jeremy, this drone thing in New Jersey, I don't know how more people aren't talking about it. And today
I am freaked out.
A congressman comes out today. Now again, I don't, again, take it with a grain of salt, I guess. He goes, oh no, I've got it on very high authority. It's an Iranian mothership off the coast. What?
Yeah. You know what? This leads me to think that this congressman, he's not at the inner circle because this is one of those that know, don't tell, and those that tell, don't know.
What's scarier, though? That or when that Kyle kid was in Kenosha during the riots, satellites followed him, different area codes, as he's getting hit with a skateboard. He's shooting people. These satellites followed him the whole way and had perfect footage, but this guy just executes somebody and disappears to McDonald's.
Oh, Jeremy, totally. Look, in New York, it is one giant episode of Candid Camera. Yeah. You go, New York is one giant flock camera. So, yeah, Jeremy, for me, and again, as someone who spent obviously a lot of time in New York, it is an impossibility to pull off what he did. And then, oh, look, I'm eating a hash brown. Caught. Like, wait, what?
Yeah. Oh, look at my eyebrows now. I didn't trim them.
Jeremy, I'm telling you, it's so hard for me to look at that and go, that's the same guy.
A double plant.
Rico, the nose wasn't the same. The eyebrows aren't the same.
There's been a couple times where it seems like, I don't think that's the person that you should be. Okay.
And if you weren't following these stories, I hope you are now. Because they are some seriously riveting pastimes.
The drone footage is so ridiculous. It looks like something straight out of a movie. It looks like something.
I'll take the drones over bowl season. No. Not the playoffs. Bowl season.
You know, you say that.
I mean
until
that.
all of a sudden, wait a minute. What do you mean in the Pop-Tarts Bowl? It's 37-38. And then you get drawn in.
David,
you get sucked into the game.
He's forgetting the segment I did last year, and I'll do it again this year, where I preview the bowls and I tell you how many players have left Is the coach there? Who cares? And even at the end of it last year, Rico went, all right, you're right. This stinks.
No, it does. Until all of a sudden, a buddy calls and says, hey, are you watching this Pop-Tart game? No, what's going on?
No, I'm watching a drone floating over my house.
It's like 40. It's tied up at 45, and then you yes. I don't think you're going to watch any of the lesser bowl games from start to finish, but I do think if it's close, you jump in progress.
Let's touch the table on some football, shall we? Next, 97.1. Paulson's Audio Video, your technology partner. We're on a Super Bowl drive. Lions, your setup, whatever you need, Paulson's has it. From televisions to sound bars, speakers, even home theater furniture. Paulson's is your one-stop AV store. Their showroom is the best in the state. They have audio-video professionals. No moonlighters. These are pros. And they offer the most competitive pricing in the industry. So stop in, check out their website, paulsonsav.com. They've been in the game since 1991. There's nobody better. It's Paulson's, your technology partner. All right. David, We could do the blitz over this if you like, but that's probably inappropriate. Music, let's go.
All right, Mike.
Oh, God, it's you? All right.
I missed you too. All right. We don't have to speculate anymore. We don't have to do my own power rankings for the college football playoffs. They're here. So what we're going to do is what we normally did on Wednesdays. Let's break down each of the games and look at the paths that the teams have.
Okay.
Let's start off with Clemson winning their conference title by a field goal, 56-yarder. They get the right to travel to Texas.
Yeah.
Texas playing a home game.
They'll get their doors blown off. They're going to get murdered. And if Texas has a brain, at a minimum, Arch Manning should be a huge part of the game plan, and at a maximum, I'd sit Ewers. He's immobile on that bad ankle, and I'm convinced his shoulder's never been the same since last season. He can't put anything behind that football. Plus, his face annoys me. I think Texas blows their doors off.
This game you watch?
No. No, I mean, yes.
No, I mean, yeah, I know you but if you were just Michael Smith,
no,
are you watching this game?
No, that'd be a honey-do list game.
There's no way Clemson should be in the playoff. They should not be in the playoffs. I understand they won the ACC.
Okay, the funny thing
they
is,
should not be in the playoffs.
You two should love Clemson because Dabo is old school. I don't do the transfer portal. I only talk to Jesus. That's it.
What now? Why would that appeal to me?
Because he doesn't want the whole portal thing and all of that stuff. He's just old school football, and he talks to Jesus, David. That should appeal to you.
But he's not good. He doesn't go to the portal, which he should, to make his team better.
Yeah, I don't like people that don't evolve. So I'm with David in that regard. Yeah, that game doesn't do anything for me.
Winner of that game goes on to play Arizona State.
I would probably tell you it's a free square because Arizona State, first of all, amazing performance against Iowa State. When they lost Tyson, their version of Plaxico Burress, it does make them a little bit more one-dimensional. I got a hard time believing Texas is going to come in with that defense and Arizona State's going to turn around and hand it to Scatterbo 50 times. I think Texas would win.
Okay.
Fun story, but that's all I can do for you.
Let's head to the number 10 Indiana Hoosiers in state. They're staying there. They're going to travel to South Bend to take on Notre Dame.
Love it. Most attractive game of the first round. Geography, you know me. Two teams who won't play each other. I dig it. Obviously, I lean Notre Dame, not just because they're at home. It's that defense. They got a good injury report. They're getting Cross back. I think they'll be able to slow Indiana's running game. And if you make Rourke one-dimensional, dead a winner, this ain't Purdue, man. I think it'll be competitive. I'll be surprised if Indiana gets the doors blown off. But I'll take Notre Dame.
See, I expect Indiana to get their doors blown off.
Why, though?
I don't respect Indiana. I don't respect anything about Indiana, and I think Notre Dame is that much better than them. So I think they're going to get their doors blown off. I hope not. I do want a close game. That may be and could possibly be the only close game, but I don't see it.
So you guys would watch this?
Oh, 100%.
Yeah.
Okay. Now my problem is it's Friday night.
It's the only game.
I know. I don't need it on a Friday night, but I digress. I'll leave it alone. It's not what the segment.
Really? No, you a Friday night primetime game, only game out there?
Am I not allowed to have a life?
No. Oh yeah, there'll be TVs on wherever you go.
Just go ahead. Keep it going.
Winner of that game plays Georgia, who may not be looking that invincible.
I'll tell you right now, I would take Notre Dame. Notre Dame's got the defense. Georgia out of nowhere stopped the run the other night. Now, I don't know where that was. It sure wasn't there when G-Tech was putting 260 on them or when they got gutted routinely this season. I would need to see it from Gunnar Stockton to believe it. He's a backup for a reason, and I know the slander on Carson Beck has been high. That's still a kid who's going in the top 10 of the NFL draft. Notre Dame's defense, ability to slow down Georgia, I think ND would be favored in that game.
I think they actually would be. They released odds and a couple of different sites that said, what if Georgia played Notre Dame? What if that was the path? It's like -1.5 for Notre Dame, something like that.
Yeah, I would actually take ND. I don't mind Notre Dame plus 850 to win the whole damn thing.
So, yeah, they'll be in the Sugar Bowl. So, Kenny, is that okay?
Yes.
And no slander, right?
No, that's not slanderous at all. Backup quarterback, you don't know what's going to happen.
Let's head to Columbus. Number 8, Ohio State hosting the Tennessee Volunteers.
No interest.
Really?
Negative quotient. Tennessee blows.
What happened? You liked Tennessee at the beginning of the year.
No, I did. No, that's Cookies.
Oh, okay.
Cookies has been sleeping with Heupel. Not literally. I just mean he loves the program. Wait a minute. That came out wrong. Not
to
literally.
You and David.
No. Sometimes I forget we're not podcasting. Not literally. I mean, he's just in bed with the pro. He loves Tennessee. I think they suck. No interest.
No interest?
None.
SEC, Big Ten, up in Big Ten country?
No.
Okay. David?
I'm tired of Ohio State, if I can be honest with you.
Okay. Well,
is it because they lost to Michigan? Is that why we're
They're not. Ohio State's not this year.
I don't want to look at Ryan. How about this?
Kenny?
No matchup in the history of the sport has featured two coaches with more punchable faces. Day, Heupel. Heupel, Day. Finkel, Einhorn.
Let me talk to Kenny, please.
Sure.
Kenny.
Yes.
Any interest in this game? This is SEC Big Ten coming up. Like, are you full SEC right now?
This is like a 5 out of 10. Like
you're not team SEC rooting for Tennessee to come up here and destroy. We could play in the North.
Not really.
Okay. Winner of that game goes on to play Oregon in the Rose Bowl.
Wave goodbye
to Oregon's going to beat them?
Whatever one of these scrubs wins.
Gotcha. I thought you were talking about that to Oregon. I'm like, wow. Oregon showed me they were a complete team.
I don't think Oregon's that good. I just don't think anyone is.
No, they're not a good, but they're complete.
Yeah, and Ohio State clearly isn't.
No, you're right. Final first round matchup.
Oh, this scab of a matchup.
I saved the best for the last.
Oh,
yeah. SMU, number 11 seed, traveling to Happy Valley, but in a perfect screw you to James Franklin.
I know.
I'm going to play this game at noon. So you're white out. Doesn't really matter. It's a noon game. Ohio State gets the late night game.
Look, if there's a window here for SMU to do this, I would just say, look, that Big Ten title game, that was a disgrace by the Penn State defense. Now, if you told me Penn State scored 38 points, I'd tell you they would have won the game going away. For that defense to play that way, my God.
And the receivers, and when Oregon scored, they were wide open or they're just running unabated down the field. Like, they were toying with small game James.
SMU's a little misleading. They primarily got their ass kicked in the Clemson game. That was a late game choke by Clemson. I just don't think Jennings is going to have the type of success needed. I mean, he will have to drop back 40 times. Not a good game.
David?
I just hate that SMU's in here because Ward Manuel, I mean, he said some things that he shouldn't have said. Oh, the conference championship games aren't going to hurt these
David,
teams.
He is your athletic director. Show some respect.
Once he said that, there was no way SMU was not going to get in. They should not be. South Carolina should be here.
Really?
Yes.
I think it's a Penn State.
Not Alabama.
Penn State win.
Give me Bama then. Fine. Yeah. But it shouldn't be SMU. Shouldn't be Clemson.
David, Bama's not that good. If you don't want to miss the playoff, don't lose to 6 and 6.
No, I hear you.
Come on.
Right, but then you saw this. We'll get into this later, but you saw the stat of the teams, the top 20 teams or whoever the Alabama beat versus these guys, and it's like, what do you value more? But here's why I saved this one for last. Winner of SMU Penn State plays Boise State for the right to go to the semi.
The only reason I would watch is because it would be so delicious for James Franklin to lose to a team like Boise. I mean, if James Franklin doesn't make the semifinals and I were a major donor at Penn State, I'd want him fired. That's me as a fan. Like,
what
this
if he
is
loses the first round?
Oh, that's Rico. There's no excuse for Penn State not to be in the semis. This is the easiest draw by far.
Because we talk about Ryan Day all the time, like, oh, you keep losing to Michigan. James Franklin, you keep losing to Michigan and Ohio State.
That's right.
So if you lose to SMU in the first round?
Oh, I don't know how you come back from it.
Well, those are your playoff matchups.
Yeah, aren't they scintillating?
Oh, they are. Starts Friday night. Can't wait. 97-1.
Next Friday.
Next Friday.
All right. If you're in need of a little boost, FanDuel, America's #1 sportsbook, has you covered. They got midweek parlays every Wednesday. You get a parlay boost on everything spreads to totals, even player props. So you don't have to wait for the weekend. And again, maybe middle of the week, you dip into college hoops a little bit, or the NBA, Kenny with the hockey plays, whatever it is, FanDuel's got it. FanDuel.com/ticket. Make every moment more with FanDuel, official sportsbook partner of the NBA. 21 and up, present in Michigan. Opt-in is required. Max wager amount applies. Bonus issue, non-withdrawable profit boost tokens. Restrictions apply, including token expiration. See terms, both offers, sportsbook.fanduel.com. You got a gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Brought to you by 24 Seconds Bar and Grill. After a solid relief appearance the other night, Sebastian Cossa is heading back to Grand Rapids. That likely means that Talbot is good to go tomorrow, given that Lyon is still a few days away from being ready. Levi Enzaworke, Josh Pascal, and Aleem McNeil were all spotted at open practice today for the Lions. DJ Reader was also working on the side. Michigan and Michigan State both released their football schedules today. The Wolverines will start with New Mexico in Week 1 on August 30th at the Big House, followed by Oklahoma and Central Michigan. They'll travel to Nebraska for the first Big Ten game on September 20th as well. MSU will open up their campaign with 3 straight games in East Lansing against Western, Boston College, and Youngstown State. Their conference opener will be at USC. The in-state battle will commence October 25th at Spartan Stadium as well. The White Sox have dealt their ace to the Red Sox. Garrett Crochet lands Chicago-Boston's number 4 overall prospect Kyle Teel and 3 others. The Rule 5 draft saw the Cubs take Tigers' third base prospect Gage Workman. Workman hit .280 with 18 home runs at Erie this year. He was the 29th best prospect in the system. The catcher Liam Hicks, who the Tigers acquired in the Carson Kelly deal, also headed to the Marlins. Pete Thamel reporting that ex-Patriots coach Bill Belichick is close to a deal to become North Carolina's head coach, but there's still issues that both sides need to work through. At the Corwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Jeremy Otto. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
Rico, we have an update. The Pentagon denies that the flying objects are coming from Iran or any other foreign entity or adversary. Back to you.
Somebody's early Christmas present?
Okay. Hey, if you missed the first hour, I'm sorry, but this mystery drone thing in New Jersey, it is these things are the size of SUVs. Nobody's claiming responsibility.
Right. It is. I'm sorry to cut you off, Mike. It is why I said for the size of those things, somebody knows something that you're not seeing an all-out panic from the government.
So listen.
Sure.
So let's focus. Gentlemen, I want to ask Rico the question we asked yesterday because he didn't have a chance to comment. And the topic really was with him in mind. So, okay, you are the playoff truther. I'm the yell at clouds boomer. It's here, right? You just did this segment. Here are your matchups. Here's what it looks like. Did you get what you wanted? Is the actualization of your hope, dream, desire, did you get what you wanted?
I think I got about 80% of what I wanted.
Okay.
There's a lot of leeway for some changes. It was not perfect, but I didn't expect it to stay this way. But yes, for about 80%, it was what I wanted because normally around Halloween, we already know the 5 or 6 teams that are going to the 14 playoff. In this final week, going into Thanksgiving weekend, there was probably up to 20 different fan bases who had an outside chance. If this happened, if we win this game and they lose, then maybe we can. The Big 12 had no idea who was going to their championship game. So I kind of like the fact that there was intrigue. It wasn't just Alabama and it's going to be Georgia, it's going to be Ohio State, and then there's 2 other people invited to the party. Now the party got opened up, and yes, in the end, there was some, okay, should it have been SMU? Should it have been Alabama? Should it have been South Carolina? There was some controversy. There's always going to be controversy. If you put in 20 teams, the 21st team will have a reason why they should have been in. But yes, I actually like what they did because it brought intrigue in a lot of games that I probably wouldn't have paid attention to so late in the year because it wouldn't have mattered. A lot more games mattered.
Well, hold on. Now, counterpoint, because this was the crux of our discussion yesterday. Did it matter who won Texas and Georgia? Nope. Did it matter who won Oregon and Penn State? Nope. Like, these games were rendered useless. Oh, SMU and Clemson? Doesn't matter. So the give back, you're right. It's like the week prior, it expanded the intrigue only to kill the conference championship games.
No, but not really, because had Clemson lost, they were out. Clemson had to win that game. SMU was going to be in regardless. I get what you're saying.
Right, but like, okay, take the best 2 conferences.
Yes.
Every year, here's what we're going to encounter. The Big Ten title game and the SEC title game, which I'm not trying to be sanctimonious, but those are the 2 that people care about.
They're both going to be in.
They mean nothing. That was hard for me watching Texas and Georgia. Because SEC title game has usually been this.
But see, here's what let's walk it back 1 week. Not the title game, but the final week of the season.
You nailed it. It expanded 2 weeks ago.
Because if Georgia loses to Georgia Tech, I don't think Georgia's going to be going anywhere.
Well, if Georgia had beaten Texas, they're in.
No, but I'm saying if Georgia would have lost to Georgia Tech in that 8 overtime game, that's a moot point because somebody else is playing.
Here was the question I wanted to ask you: and I think I know your answer. It was more, all right, now that this is here, first of all, 12 is stupid. You're either 8 or 16. It's stupid.
I'm with you.
Could we at least agree 8 is the number?
Yes.
It'll never happen. We're going to go to 16. Yes. They're going to finish ruining everything.
Yes.
But if we're going to stay at 12, the only way this is doable is reseeding. These draws, hey, Oregon, you're 13-0. Congratulations. F you. You got to reseed.
Brother, the whole time they did the thing, even Herb Street was saying, okay, this is just confusing because you're the 3rd ranked team, but you're sitting in the 9th spot. Why not just call it what it is? That's the 20%. Remember I said 80% of what I got. 20. You need to just put the best 4 teams, give them the bye. And I would even be so benevolent to say, here's the thing, Notre Dame, you're not in the conference. So your caveat is this. You have to go undefeated if you want one of these 4 spots. You lose a game, there's no way we're going to give you one of these 4 spots because you're not in a conference.
You're nicer than me.
But the top 4 teams get the bye instead of this, well, we're going to give Boise a bye. Why?
Yeah, see, if you and you know what happens, people? You go to 8, it takes care of all of it.
Yeah.
No,
8 was the original number because 8 meant, okay, the conference winners.
Yep.
And then you leave yourself, okay, you could take a group of 5 if you want and 2 at-larges. So it would have been Notre Dame and one other team. That's it.
Yep. No, the 12 never made sense. And look, they're going to go to 16, guys. This is all a money grab. Okay, I wanted to ask you because you weren't here, and the topic hit yesterday, and it was probably 50-50. I think there were a lot of people who agreed with me, and there were a lot of people who agreed with you primarily. No, I like it. It's fun. It just, I think everyone came to a conclusion. This can't be the model.
Right. Now, here's the thing. This all falls apart. What I just said, if next week all 4 games are just horrible blowouts, and it's just like, okay, well, that didn't work out quite how we thought.
Yeah, no bueno.
But if all those games are like the conference championship games, even the Oregon, only Arizona State had a blowout game. Every other game may have started off one way. Like I thought Oregon was just going to kill Penn State. Then Penn State came back. Then Oregon was like, no, we're Oregon.
Penn State.
I didn't. You did. You did. I thought about you. I was like, maybe Mike will be. No,
I was Bart Simpson at the chalkboard. I will not bet James Franklin in a big game. I will not bet James Franklin in a big game.
I didn't even want to bring that up, but
that's okay.
You look at, Georgia and Texas, and Texas probably should have won, but
Texas should have won by 50 if Sark wasn't a bitch.
But
he coached so scared.
It's the famous phrase.
Not that I had Texas -2.5.
And as Big G told you this a long time ago as a kid, field goals get you beat.
They do. Dude, all I did was move mashed potatoes around the plate last weekend. I had Arizona State and Army. I had Texas and Penn State. Here, I was the Kenny drop. I did nothing but move potatoes around. But that Texas, no one cares. But the Texas game plan was booty. Ticket text, and then I want to just spend a segment on why the Red Wings hate us. David.
Take it a step further. Did it matter that Michigan beat Ohio State?
No.
Yes.
Wait, what?
What?
No, it didn't matter.
It mattered for a fan like me.
No,
but it didn't matter for Ohio State.
It did. You want to know why? Because
the bye week.
Ohio State was looking at, they were going to be in Penn State's spot. They had a auto bye all the way to the semifinal, and now they got to play some teams because they gagged the game away.
Well, let me say this. I think people like us care about seeding. I don't think the average fan gives a rip. We do, but I don't think the average fan cares. Is that wrong?
No, I think you're right. Just get in is what the regular fan is thinking.
The average fan, no, but like everybody in Ohio, the Buckeyes are like, if we would have just beat Michigan, we would have been Penn State. We would have did this. We would have had that easy slot. And now Penn State has stumbled their way into embarrassing themselves because they won't make it to the semifinals. I can promise you that. James Franklin will find a way to screw this up.
Oh, man, let that happen.
I will put it up on the board. They will not make it there.
You do realize if that happens, there will be one less listener of this show. Caller Nick will go into exile. That poor guy will not be around.
I'm sorry.
Loses marbles.
He was probably so angry because Penn State just would not go away in the Big Ten championship game. It's like, just lose with dignity. Okay, you want to keep trying. Okay.
That guy's wired so tightly. I worry about him if they lose that game.
It'd be a scary scene.
Genuine heart attack might happen.
All right.
But if we could just get Notre Dame and Penn State and get those two callers next to each other, that would be.
Oh, caller Rob and caller Nick? Yeah. Have those two teams play. Do you remember when they finally played each other in the early 90s? The snow game?
Yes.
And it was this big thing of, oh my God, ND and Penn State are playing. Those were the good old days. Well, that was the magic before Rico ruined it all. All right, here's Rico. Be curious. I have a question for Kenny and sports fans at large in this town because there was a bit of news in the first hour that makes no sense to me. We're going to talk about it next.
Hey, is your family obsessed with Wicked? Well, you're probably wondering how much streaming and memeing your internet can handle at your kid's next Wicked-themed sleepover. Well, Xfinity Internet has enough power to handle hundreds of devices, so you can get a magical connection with fast speeds and amazifying power, even when everyone is online at the sleepover. With Wi-Fi that is truly thrillifying, one might even say Xfinity engineers are secretly wizards themselves. Now through December 22nd, get thrillifyingly fast 150 megabit Xfinity Internet for just $35 a month for 12 months with no annual contract and free Wi-Fi equipment included. Plus, learn how to get a free 5G phone with Xfinity Mobile. Go to Xfinity.com to learn more and keep the magic going from your screen to the big screen and see Wicked in theaters now. Restrictions apply. Requires paperless billing and auto pay with a stored bank account. Taxes and fees extra after promo. Regular rates apply. Currently $54 a month for internet service and $15 for Wi-Fi equipment. Actual speeds vary and not guaranteed.
Being number one isn't easy. It takes years of experience, dedication, and determination. Number one mattress, purchased by millions every year. It's Serta. They've got the experience with 111 years making the world's most comfortable mattresses, and they are made right here in Michigan. So get a great night's rest this holiday season on a great Serta mattress. Go to Serta.com. Find a retailer near you. That's Serta.com. All right, 97.1. So, Rico, yesterday we had a really fun topic. and there was hope in the air. The holiday season, the Kosa era had started, and we had said no one's going out of control here. But Kosa is put in that game. They're down 3-2 after a terrible first period. They're very fortunate to only be down 3-2. They win the game 6-5. And Dylan Larkin says, the kid provided a spark. So Kenny and I had said, look, if you guys want to make fun of me, a hockey idiot, I said, why not give the kid 3, 4, 5 starts here around the holidays? Audition. The first 28 games have just not gone well. And this kid is so well regarded and so well thought of. Maybe he could be your name elite goalie, right? Your Shesterkin, your Swayman, your, again, insert goalie. And I said, is it totally crazy, partially crazy, or not crazy at all? The vast majority of people said, no, it's not crazy. And here's the other thing I said, and I want your take on it because you weren't here. When Kenny told me Kosa was in the game, even though I wasn't feeling well, I stopped not feeling well for a moment to turn the game on because Kosa was playing. Right. Nothing else the Wings have done this season has moved you to want to turn the TV on. So naturally, their response to it is, Kosa sent back down. We're going to roll out the same crap and expect a different result. Mm-hmm. I'm bothered by that. Am I unreasonable?
No, you weren't, because all of a sudden you saw the players out there playing for him, and I think he got that young guy, new goalie bump where it's like, you know what? Yes, I want you to succeed, and we're going to look out for you, and we're going to play a little harder. And it's sad, but yeah, it seemed like, Kenny, am I wrong? It looked like they were playing a little harder than they normally do. But for the Wings, if you leave him up here, it's a possibility you're waving a white flag saying we're done with the season because he's not.
I said 5 games. I was careful because I didn't want to deal with, I played beer league hockey. No. I didn't say start 35 of the next 54 games. I didn't say that. I said a holiday audition because what do you have to lose? You're already at the bottom of the East.
You're not playing the wheels off the kid. That's the point. And Rico, you're right. The team did look a little bit more energized, or something was different in the water with that team after they put him in.
Yeah, it was like what you call it? What's it? Stockton, or the quarterback for Georgia?
Yeah, Gunnar Stockton.
And all of a sudden it's like, wait, you guys didn't play this way all game, and now you know what? Now we are. Let's go. You saw that with the Wings, because when you sent the text, I was like, oh, okay.
I only think you're wrong in that. What was your expectation? Because I think this was always the plan.
No. Okay, you're not wrong. I want to just clearly state to you my expectation doesn't align with reality, because I think the Wings are a joke. I think this glacial pace is a joke. I think the idea that they're 28 games into the season and their coach isn't fired is a joke. I think the fact that we are waiting on all of these young players in year 6, it's a joke. I think the fact that we're so afraid to unwrap some of these presents because they need more seasoning, they need more conditioning, they need more consistent play time. Guys, they don't look like a playoff team. I don't think they're better than last year in an offseason where they had all that money. So, Kenny, you're right, because their plan doesn't align with what anyone wants. See, this is the problem I do have with the Tigers and Wings. Both plans don't align with what the customer base wants. That's the issue. So, yeah, you're right. We'll send Kosa back down. To do what? Just keep dominating scrubs? He has nothing left to prove down there.
And that's exactly what it is. And it's also, it's almost like that Family Guy bit. Oh, the mystery box could be anything. It could even be a boat. Or you could have the boat. You know, like.
Or you could have.
That is the best thing Kenny's ever said.
The mystery box could be anything. A boat's a boat, but the mystery box could be anything. Even a boat.
Or you could just have that boat.
Or you could just have the... And by the way, you're never going to know what you have in Kosa without at least peppering in a couple of starts. Nobody's saying run the wheels off the kid. And if he gets peppered for 40 shots in a game, you sit him down for a couple and be like, all right, that's what it's like.
What's the harm?
But you're never going to learn what it's like if you never do it.
And my point is, in year 6 of this rebuild, where it doesn't look like it's going to be a playoff year, yes, they have time, but they don't have that much time. Plus, candidly, your 2 additions, in heavy quotations, Kane has stunk and Tarasenko has stunk. So, like, how's that going to get better? I don't know. They're both half 100. So it's this idea of they operate so scared. And we had one caller. I'm not going to make this a thing because, no, there were no Yzerbots except one guy named Donovan who identified himself as an Yzerbot. And he basically is like, well, look, man, we're going to be good in 27, 28. You lost me.
I don't know if it's scared as much as it is stubborn. It's, we have this plan. It's going to take this long to do this, this, and this. And if Costa comes up, it's because it's an emergency. And now that Talbot's healthy again and skating again, all right, back to Grand Rapids.
So let me ask you a question. Let's say the season's still going the way it's going and it's February. Is that the time? Is it March? Like, what scenario, if this season doesn't turn around, do you not turn to Costa? Or Danielson's another guy. You know, I can't change that Palika's not on this side of the pond. But there has to be, I said yesterday, a starting of the parking meter on Yzerman, meaning no one's using the F word. But you've got to bring up all the alleged smart things he's done, because Lord knows the roster he's put together, not smart. You got to bring up some of those things so we can validate or invalidate what Yzerman's been doing all these years.
Or weaponize them, use them in a trade to bring somebody who's ready now. And that's the only other option that I see. You have all this draft capital, you have all these players in the minors that you're like, oh, these guys are going to be really good in 5 years.
The Tigers are far more likely to weaponize their prospects and make a trade than the Red Wings.
I don't care which of them. Somebody do something.
No, I want to stay on the topic, but I was making the point to you.
No, you're right. You're right.
I just don't. That would break character. No?
It would break character, but it would always send a clear message of now we're ready. And I thought that's what was going to happen this year, this past offseason. Clearly not.
I would love to know from the people. You know, and again, Rico, most people were like, look, we're frustrated. They're not interesting. They're hard to watch, and they're bad. Why not give the kid a few games? And they couldn't even do that. They sent him right back down.
Because the thing is, you see it, a lot of the people see it, they don't see it. They don't see that they're bad. They see that they're just so close to being right where they want to be. At least that's my mentality of that.
Okay, this summer, though, we talked about this. It wasn't going to be acceptable for them to just be in chase mode late in the year and make one of the last spots. We wanted to see a real step forward by this team. So with that seemingly, unless they go on some St. Louis Blues type run, with that off the table, you have to evolve in real time. I'm willing to accept them being bad if it's with the kids.
Right. But that's it. They don't think that they're bad. You see it.
Well,
I see it.
The numbers, the metrics say they're bad.
They do, Mike. It's called denial.
If that's the case, fire everybody in your pro scouting system. Because look at Mike's right. Look at every single metric that you want to, whether it's as easy as shots or scoring chances or as complicated as Fenwick. I don't care. If that's your attitude, fire everybody.
See, this is the thing. No, he didn't say that. That's AI generated. The point is, like, it's one thing if Yzerman's doing great work with the farm system, but the pro level, the pro acquisitions, he's the guy who brought Comfer here. He's the guy who brought Kopp here. He's the guy who has saddled us with Sherratts and Holes, giving away Wallman for nothing. Why is Petrie still here? These are the calls we take every day. So there is some truth to it where it's like, look, if the plan is just to wait for the filler to be done, then I call into question the entire thing, because there's no scenario you hired Yzerman to wait till year 7 to make the playoffs. Not the Stanley Cup. The play. I sound like Jim Mora. Playoffs?
I'm with you. I understand, and I get it. I just don't think that they...
Then they're delusional. At least the Tigers tell you who they are. They don't want to spend money.
But do they, though? They just kind of dance around it. And they
tell you who they are by every move they make.
Right, but they just won't come out and say, guys, we're cheap and we're not going to spend any money.
They don't need to. Just look at the roster. The Wings spend money. They just don't do it wisely. Now, the one similarity they have, neither will give term. They won't. So both Ilitch properties take themselves out of getting elite free agents because they won't give term.
And when they do, it's a disaster. Signed Baez, signed Andrew Kopp. That's what happens when you give term. That's what you have to look at. Andrew Kopp. That's the guy we gave term to.
You weren't excited about that?
He scored last time. Ooh.
Okay, then, Northville Lumber. By the way, 248-539-9797 if you guys want to chime in on it. Costa sent down. Totally kills the vibe. Totally kills any excitement. They wouldn't even give the kid a chance to start against Philly. We couldn't get a little Mishkov Costa theater. And for what? So we can run another nobody goalie out there? It's a glacial rebuild. Northville Lumber, oldest company in the state, largest Trex decking outlet in the country. Nobody stocks or sells more Trex than Northville. Moved enough product to cover 26 football fields, and there's a reason they can do it. It's all in stock, all in the warehouse, mile down the road. Some of it $1.59 a foot. So all you need to do to beat the spring rush, get on the schedule, you'll get the best pricing, and you'll get the schedule that works for you. Call today. They'll intro you to a Trex certified pro. Just call Northville Lumber or go to northvillelumber.com. That's northvillelumber.com.
Brought to you by Precision Garage Door Services of Southeast Michigan. MLB writer John Heyman said earlier today that the Tigers are interested in Alex Bregman, but he may be too pricey. His agent Scott Porras was asked the interest level on Bregman's and, quote, I think he's open to any team that he thinks is someone that can be competitive and kind of a dawn of a new age. Obviously, he knows some people in Detroit very, very well, end quote. Michigan and Michigan State football each releasing their schedule today. The two teams will meet up in East Lansing on October 25th. Both teams have byes in weeks 5 and 11 as well. Michigan corner Will Johnson has declared for the NFL draft. He last played versus Washington on October 5th. He gave an update on his injury today. Troy Vincent, the executive VP of football operations for the NFL, says the league is looking to outlaw low blocks. Quote, every block should be above the knee but below the neck. This is the right time to remove the low block out of the game, end quote. At the Corbel Health Sports Desk, I'm Jeremy Otto. More at 4, 97.1theticket.com.
All right, couple of ticket checks. We'll get to them. I want to get to the people, though. And again, I'm not yelling and screaming about it. It's just the Tigers and the Wings, neither of them. I just feel like there's a complete disconnect between the customer base and the franchises. Mm-hmm. You know, the Wings, if you gave Kosa a couple of starts, it gives us a window into the future, maybe sparks the team. What do they do? Nah, back down, more seasoning. It is a glacial pace that it moves at. For the Tigers, it's simple. Everything with that team always starts with financial caveats, meaning report Tigers will only offer 1 year for a starter. Well, why? When you hear another report that says they really like Walker Buehler, well, you weren't getting Buehler for 1 year. That's how you end up with, and I'm sorry, everyone I've talked to, it's not even about Alex Cobb. Cobb can be average to maybe slightly above average. That contract is ridiculous. That could be $17 million for Alex Cobb for a year. What? You could have got him. You got him for $7 in 2 months. But whatever. But everything is it's all of this rigidity, and I don't understand why.
Well, I guess the good news is if you're paying him $17 million, that means things went well for you.
No, it means that you've paid $30 million to have him and Maeda on your team, and your payroll's $90
or that.
Jeff, 97.1. What's up, Jeff?
Hi, Mike.
What's going on, buddy?
Not too much. I'm just saying, I know I'm not going to be popular for saying this, but I think if the Red Wings aren't really close to being the last playoff team by February 20th or somewhere in there, I think the general manager is fired, and so is the coach. And I'll tell you why. Al Avila, he got 8 years, right? And then they let him go. Why do we give this guy more? Because he's a hockey player?
I mean, you Jeff, you know why. You know why. Because he's the hero, and these people had Stevie Y pajamas and a poster. See, I don't care about any of that.
But Mike, tell me something. These guys have been slipping like the Red Wings. They haven't looked really all that good since, I don't know, maybe 2016, 2017. Like, they're not even looking like they're getting close. At least the Tigers, they got into the playoffs, and it was a mistake, and they're looking much better.
Listen, I'm with you. And again, I can't, Jeff, I can't say the word patience. I would just be more tolerant. If this team is going to be this, let's do this with interesting, allegedly good prospects. Got to. You got to call up some young players because I'm sorry. This roster is just, it's morbid. And even if you are a neophyte as myself with hockey, they're not athletic. They're not exciting. Then you just get to the metrics. Like, even an idiot like myself knows this team sucks even strength. Come on, man. Yeah. But they just keep bumping on here. We'll do the same thing and expect a different result. Mm-hmm. Go to Mike, 97.1. What's up, Mike?
Gentlemen, how are you? I wanted to make 2 points real quick. Number one, you had name-dropped the 2018 St. Louis Blues a few minutes ago. let us remind folks that they fired their coach, Craig
Correct.
Berube, halfway through the season and replaced him with Drew Bannister. And they only went on that run after they made significant changes to their coaching staff and the way they played the game. Number two, what's really troubling me, and I'm not on board with the F word here yet, but what troubles me is we're seeing a lot of eerie similarities to the kind of 2011, 2012 Red Wings teams under Kenny Howland. Back then, we had Gustav Nyquist at age 24 still sitting in Grand Rapids before Howland brought him up after the start of the year, and we had Gustav Nyquist starting that same season in the press box. So Kenny Howland could play guys like Michael Samuelson, Todd Bertuzzi, Dan Cleary, who we had signed for the 100th year in a row. So I'm seeing some eerie similarities here that we've got these veteran players, these Cops, these Petries, these Hull, Hussos that we're trying to rely on when it's just proven night in and night out they're not getting the job done. We're dead last in the NHL in defense. We can't clear the puck out of our own zone to save our own lives. Husso is a bum in net, and I don't think that you could do much worse with Kosa in net and at least giving him some opportunity. Again, like you said a few minutes ago, it's not about having him up here for the rest of the season and making him the starter, but give him a handful of starts here. Give him 5 starts in 10 games and see what you've got with
And Mike, maybe it triggers something like what didn't the Blues call up Brian Bennington and he caught fire like that?
I was about to say, what if all of a sudden he goes 4-1? Does he have to stay now?
Yes, but the point would be he would have sparked you, because I'm with Mike on this. Like, none of these guys up here seem like they're going to be the spark. You're over a third of the way through this thing.
Right, because in their mind, it doesn't look like they think that he's ready, but yeah, it's like, what if he all of a sudden, you're right, if he goes 4-1, it's like.
Same thing with the Tigers. They're not going to start Job. He's not going to start with this team.
No, you're right.
You already hear Scott Harris talking about, we got to work on him throwing strikes. Okay, why don't we just say service time? Can we do that? Like, it's like the Spider-Man meme. The difference is the Tigers had a 45-day Disney movie where you had the happy ending. The Red Wings were a dog's purpose.
Good. I like that.
I'll try. We'll get some ticket text coming up next. And hey, people, I have an update. NBA, FanDuel, America's #1 sportsbook. They have got you covered. More betting markets than anyone else. If you want to play the role of Adam Sandler minus Russian mob connections, you can bet opening tip. You can bet first to 15. You can bet dunks. What'll happen in the next 3 minutes? Will the Jumbotron fall on the mid-game? I don't know. You can do whatever you like. They got more betting markets than anybody. FanDuel.com. 21 and up, present Michigan. First online real money wager only. $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued. It's non-withdrawable bonus bets that expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms. Sportsbook.fanduel.com. You got a gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. David, a few ticket texts, and then I have an update on DroneGate. David.
Red Wings are not in a big hurry to do anything. They have lost a lot of one-goal games, and they will hang their hat on that. They can sell everybody on the fact that they were so close, just need to get a little better.
David, they're not selling anyone on anything. They've been booed off of home ice at least 3 times this season. We do not have many people call this station as season ticket holders, including season ticket Costa. People are not happy. This is where there's a disconnect. And look, the Tiger offseason is going to play out. Maybe there's a miracle and they get Sasaki. Maybe they do swing a big trade. I don't know. The point I'm making is Tiger fans are not happy. It is a disconnect between these two Ilitch-run properties and their customer base. Oh, we have the 1901 Society. No one asked for it. Right. And second of all, why am I going to spend more of my money when you won't spend more of yours?
That's it right there. You want to be frugal, cheap, whatever you want to call it.
Fiscally responsible.
Fiscally responsible, but you're asking people, your fan base, hey, go ahead and splurge on us.
Right. Alex Cobb doesn't sell a single ticket.
That's not fair. That's not fair to the people. If you're asking them to spend their money, you should be willing to spend your money.
Rico, they haven't even locked up their own ace. This was the other thing I talked about when you were gone. I said, look, the Juan Soto sweepstakes or any big free agent, those updates are left, right, and center. All right? Nothing happens without that bobblehead Jeff Passan reporting it. If the Tigers had countered, had made a better offer, or if the Tigers...
They're close.
The offer would be out there.
Right.
Hey, Tigers have countered with X. There's nothing. The only thing we've heard about their Scooble negotiations are non-competitive offer. So I just feel there's a disconnect with it. And look, we all want the team to win, but how you win and how you operate matters. In 2024, when you want people's money, yeah, you know what people would like? To hear that the Tigers are involved in trading for Kyle Tucker. How about that? Now, that's not going to happen, but it's like they're nowhere. I will Birchfield, and I love Birchie Kid, right, but I can't wait till I see him in the office next Tuesday. Well, there might be some interest in Yandy Diaz. Yandy Diaz sucked last year.
Or you don't want to hear, well, we like Bregman, but he's asking for too much money.
We like Walker Buehler, but we only want to do 1 year. There's always a caveat. Instead of showing your fans Bregman and Buehler, you could have.
And that's why every time it just seems like, why does everything have to begin with cheap with them?
I don't want to hear we like a guy, but I want to hear we like a guy. We just signed him.
And look, if their offseason is Cobb, let's say they got Sasaki, and they make a trade for a bat, we'll be good. But I still put their odds of landing Sasaki at like 1%. I do. And that doesn't mean no. I've heard the agent and how he might want a medium-sized market, all of that. That's wonderful. But I got to see that to believe it. And also, Rico, how much more pitching do you need? We need bats. Hats for bats.
Yeah. I guess unless you want to do more chaos.
I want none of that. May I offer you something? I have an update on security experts share their startling theory about who may be behind the mysterious drones flying over New Jersey. Now, these are SUV-sized drones. They are following Coast Guard vessels. They are hovering over nuclear plants. They are swarming. This is not normal. The FBI was on Capitol Hill. We ain't got no idea what's going on. All right, so this is now...
That's encouraging.
I know. Quote, my first guess is they are potentially government programs that are kept within what's known as Special Access Program, which is purposely put together to keep even the highest clearance levels out. It truly is kept a secret. This is Clint Emerson, a retired Navy SEAL and owner of a security company called Escape the Wolf. Okay, that just sounds badass. That's awesome. Quote, that's why the government is like, we don't know. They're being truthful. The circle could be as small as a dozen officials. They don't even know the program exists.
I truly agree with that. That's why I said, if this was something big, I think that, you know what, you would see chaos going out there. This tells me somebody picked up the phone and said, hey, this is going on. Don't worry about it.
But
we should do it above your pay grade,
but to
and this
be
conversation's
so
over.
brazen and do it over the entire state, the highly populated state of New Jersey, causing panic. Now, here's where it gets really scary. Emerson said it's about the secret technology they're carrying, not the devices themselves. It could be different types of collection capabilities. Example, different types of cameras, thermal, infrared. A second payload, for instance, could be hardware that grabs all the cell phone data in a given environment. How much data can we collect with this? Let's say we have 10 drones. They fly in a grid. How much cell phone traffic can we pick up? Not actual conversations, but the signatures of millions of cell phones. What can 10 do in this amount of time? It's a legitimate test.
And here's the thing. It sucks for the people in New Jersey, but you know what? We needed a test. And it's you. And if you can find out who we are, you can go ahead and sue, but you're not. So deal with it, and we're going to move on. And we're going to act like this never happened.
The beauty of the special access program, Emerson says, is they're their own lawless little world. They can do whatever they want, and they don't have to tell anybody.
David, Kenny, you know what this is?
Don't say it.
You won't understand. This is Real Life Shield.
I don't know what that means.
Oh, yes, you're right.
You're
right.
In the whole Marvel movies, that was an organization, Shield. They did this type of stuff. They didn't answer to anyone.
Well, it's almost like in the military, there's like interstellar clearance. Very few people have it. Where like you're cleared.
Yeah.
You could walk into any base, anywhere, anytime, and you have that. Like,
yes,
there's the 10 people who have it.
Yes. And like, Mike, you saw some of the Sam Jackson with the iPad. He was the leader of S.H.I.E.L.D.
I still don't know what you're referring to, but I'll
You remember in the
Samuel
movies? He walked in, black leather coat. He had the eye patch on one eye.
I remember him in Django. I remember him in Pulp Fiction. Snakes on a Plane.
He was yes, he's the leader of this badass organization.
Okay.
He just shows up.
He's mentioning Sam Jackson and everything else.
Right.
But
I've never seen said movie.
He showed up in the one that Rico told you to watch. Yeah, he's Nick Fury.
He's Nick
That's a
Fury.
boxer.
No.
At the end of Infinity War that you watched, he was there pressing the button on the pager.
Yes, at the very end of
when
the
they
movie.
crashed.
When all of a sudden they were like, everything was going to chaos and people were disappearing.
Is this before or after Thanos was having a personal picnic on a lonely planet?
No, this was after. Thanos had already snapped, and then it was after the credits had gone through, and then he was sitting there driving, and a plane flew into the building.
Guys, this may be a lost cause.
You know what?
What about Kosa getting sent down?
All right. So a lost cause.
It is.
Let's do a little football today, shall we? There's your update for... We'll do some football next, 97.1.
Brought to you by Michigan Hair Restoration. The Red Wings have sent Sebastian Cossa back to the AHL. Cossa made 14 saves in relief of Husso on Monday. That likely means that Talbot will be available tomorrow. Good news at Lions practice today as a lot of their defensive line additions were back, including McNeil onto Werke and Pascal. According to MLB writer Mike Feinstein, quote, there's a sense that Alex Bregman could be the next big free agent to sign. The Astros, Red Sox, Yankees, and Tigers are among those in the mix, unquote. Scott Harris also confirmed last night that the Tigers were working on putting together a pitch to Japanese star pitcher Roki Sasaki. ESPN announced they'll have an animated Dunk the Halls alternative broadcast on Christmas Day featuring the Knicks and Spurs. The game will appear as if it's taking place on Main Street, USA in a Disney park. Commanders wide receiver Noah Brown will likely not return this season. Dan Quinn says he sustained a significant internal injury. At the Corwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Jeremy Otto. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
All right, we'll get back to business momentarily. Now, music of a different variety. Let's talk a little bit of football. David, what do you got? I have no idea what's happening. I'll tell you, Rico and David secretly communicating. This is exciting. What do you got?
No. This is all on David.
After what David said in the first hour, I'm just very fearful.
David, go ahead.
Now, I don't even want to talk anymore. You all both don't have no clue what I'm going to do here. This was what I'm going to do. Mike, I asked you this question yesterday regarding Russell Wilson. So every day, because there's a lot of questions with quarterbacks, well, they'll be next year.
Yeah.
I'm going to give you another one. Rico, you can comment on this as well. Let's talk about Sam Darnold today. What do you do with him? The difference between him and Russell Wilson, of course, is age. He's 27 right now, will be 28 before next season. What do you do with Sam Darnold?
I'm not paying him. Because here's what I'm going to do. I'd ask Rico the same question I asked you yesterday. We did this Russell Wilson thing. Do you believe you can win a Super Bowl with Sam Darnold? No, not paying him. That's my line of delineation when it comes to a 4-year, $200 million deal. You're not winning a Super Bowl with him. And you drafted J.J. McSizzle. We got to get meditating. I'm not paying him. Where is he going to go? I don't care. Not my team.
I would pay him because I'm looking at the results that this team has, and they are out there playing for him. They're actually getting better. I don't think every game is going to be him throwing 5 touchdowns, but he's able. You know what you don't hear? You don't hear other receivers complaining. That means he's keeping that wide receivers room happy. They like him. I think they're going to walk in there and say, hey, I know we drafted this rookie, but maybe let's see if we can sign this guy to a 3-year deal. I think he sticks around. Can you win a Super Bowl? I think he can get you there, and then after that, you got to get lucky. Is he going to be the perennial Super Bowl favorite? No, but you're going to pay him, Mike. I mean, the same way you pay Jalen Hurts. Is he going to win your Super Bowl? I don't know, but he's good enough to get his team there. I think Darnold is proving he's good enough to get him there. I know he's a ginger, but let that go.
So I wanted to give you a little stat here, Mike, because you keep telling me this and I keep looking it up. Yes, the Giants are 16.5-point underdogs in their game this week.
So you're saying
they were 17.
There is a chance.
Right. They were 17.5-point underdogs last year in a game against the Giants. So things have gotten just 1 point better for them this year. But I looked it up. In the last 10 to 12 years, what do you think is the largest spread?
For the Giants?
Not the Giants, just in the NFL.
Okay, the largest one that I think we've tracked
I want to see if you remember this.
The tank for 2 a year. Weren't the Patriots 21.5-point favorites over the Dolphins?
They were, but there's one larger than that in 2013. It was the Jags. They played the Denver Broncos. That was the Peyton Manning Denver Broncos, and they were 26.5-point dogs against the Denver Broncos.
Oh, was that Manning's 50 touchdown season?
Oh,
okay.
Yes.
All right. That
was wild when I looked that up. Could not believe that.
Things are going great in East Rutherford.
Yes, they are. Speaking of, we are so close to putting this title on Bill Belichick as the next head coach of the North Carolina Tar Heels. They are set to possibly do their board meeting or whatever they have to do to approve the contract. So it is getting close there in North Carolina.
Here's my thing. With the new wave of Rico Beard college football, it is kind of like the pros in that you do turn your roster over and you do shop. Could it work for Belichick? Well, we already know he likes hanging out with 21-year-olds, so that's a positive. But there's also, if they're going to spend, I don't know, why couldn't it? I mean, I think the whole thing is bananas, but it could work.
I had this conversation earlier today with a friend. Here's going to be the problem. Belichick's going to realize, yes, you can spend like the pros, you can have free agents like the pros, but believe it or not, these kids are going to say, Coach, I couldn't make the meeting. Why? I had class.
But yeah, look, being in your 70s in college football now is not a good idea.
Yeah.
I don't know why Belichick is doing this. I think he's partially losing his mind, but whatever.
Really?
Well,
it's a very simple answer.
What?
Mike, it's ego. Because if I do this, I do something that only a handful of people have done.
Have a 50-year age gap between you and who you're sleeping with?
A lot of people do that. I'm talking about Jimmy Johnson, Barry Switzer. Like, you won in college and you won in the pros. Saban couldn't do that. A lot of people can't say, I've done it. He can. Bill Walsh tried it. Failed miserably.
Well, here's how I look at it. What dominant program do you have in the ACC?
Clemson.
Again, what dominant program do you have in the ACC?
You don't.
So if you spend and you do it right, you can dominate the ACC and win.
I think he'll get the same bump that Deion got at Colorado, where you're going to have a lot of kids who are curious, a lot of kids who are going to say, hey, I'm going to play for Bill Belichick, and I'm not in the NFL. But if anybody can get me ready for the NFL, it's him. So he's going to draw people. The question is, at what point will he get frustrated and bored? That's for me. Mike, I think it's purely ego driven. So I can say that I did it on all levels. That's every head coach has that ego.
All right.
Well, we go from one old guy to the next old guy, and that is Al Michaels. He is set to return to Thursday Night Football for next season. He will be 81.
Go golfing. Al Michaels hates being at work more than we do. I mean, legitimately, the guy shows up and he's just like, Herbie, take it away. It's just, why is he there? You have more money than God.
He's getting $15 million more. That's why he's going to be there for another year. And yet, for another year, the NFL is going to Europe, and they're adding Berlin to it. They will be going to Berlin in 2025. Now, there's no yet announcement on if they're just adding this one along with all the others they have, or if they're eliminating one. But why? Why keep doing this? Brazil.
You know why?
Germany.
Money.
Berlin.
It's money, and it says that we're an international game. Look, people love us all around the world, and you see the commercial where they're singing the John Denver song, and it's like, okay, but no one cares. I've said it before. It's the same reason why they keep trying to give us the soccer games here, and most people don't care. But you do have the hardcore fans who will show up and say, see, it is an internet. Like, so what? And you got a few people over in Germany or England or wherever, they'll go to the games, but it's a money grab because the players don't want to go. They don't want to play in this game because, now I got to fly and you have less time to prepare for the team because you're on flights. You probably got to go over there and shake hands and kiss babies. It's a bad idea that's never going to go away. Because I do think that long-term, they want a couple teams overseas.
Yeah, I think you're right about that.
Look, it's all greed all the time. That's it. That's the answer to everything. That's all this is. It's another chance to have a game on at 9 a.m. and charge NFL Network or Amazon or whoever, I don't know, the CW, charge them $100 million to show the game.
So what's worse, Sunday morning, 9 a.m. or Friday at 8 p.m.?
I'd say the Sunday morning. Because I don't want to lie to you. I want to be honest. Mm-hmm. I find the Sunday morning thing so invasive. I mean, Don't even get me started on it.
I've yet to run across a Sunday morning game that I'm like, oh my goodness, I have to watch. Most of the time,
hey,
you turn
look
it on.
What's happening tomorrow?
And you're like,
one of the biggest games of the year in the NFC West, and it's on a Thursday night. On a 72-hour turnaround in the month of December. That's not right to the players, and it's not right to the product, and that therefore it makes it not right to the customers, the fans.
You could have been playing that game right now and just hand it to the Rams.
Yeah, after the Rams just battled hard against the Bills.
Mm-hmm.
Turn around 4 days later. So let's do this.
It's the Niners, David. They'll be okay.
Okay, all right.
We're going for draft.
Let's close it out with this. So our belief on this show, everyone has said this, that the Kansas City Chiefs are not winning or making the Super Bowl. So right now in the AFC, give me your top 3 contenders to take over and beat them in the AFC.
Well, David, first of all, I want to go back and amend that because I do think that the Kansas City Chiefs will make the Super Bowl because they are just not losing. They have the real voodoo. Like, no matter what, they find a way. But if I had to pick a team in the AFC, I guess you're looking at Buffalo. That's the first team. Like, okay, they can handle that. The Ravens, I guess you have to say the Ravens. Other than that, I don't know if there's a third team that I'm willing to say, okay, this team is good enough that they can knock off the Chiefs.
Chiefs blow. There's my take. I'm so tired of their lucky asses. They suck. But they can barely get to 20 every game.
Who's overtaking them?
But at some point,
Bills. It's Josh Allen time.
But see, I
Lions, Bills, Super Bowl, the world ends.
Come
on.
No, I just think that the Bills, it's almost like that Ohio State going against Michigan.
Yeah.
You should beat them. But in the end, Mahomes will celebrate and point and laugh at you and plant the flag right there in the middle of the bill.
Yeah, the disrespect. No,
did you expect us to say Pittsburgh?
I did.
Really?
Why? I did. They got Highsmith back, and their defense has been on fire when he's playing. They only lost those 3 games.
Who's your quarterback?
David, you know what?
He's been playing really good.
Who's your quarterback?
He's been playing
Yesterday,
really good.
you just told me you can't win a Super Bowl with him.
I said overtake Kansas City to make the Super Bowl.
Hey, David, I'm going to say this, and I'm going to make fun of a team that I like, but
the Chargers?
No. You know what the Pittsburgh Steelers are? They're MSU basketball. They make the tournament.
Woefully unathletic?
But they just don't win. Oh, no, they're very athletic.
No, I know. I'm busting your balls.
No. But they make the tournament every year.
They just don't do anything.
And they don't do anything. And that's the Steelers. You make the playoffs.
So who's the Jackson Kohler of the Steelers?
Oh, that's Russell Wilson.
Is Kohler a weird kid?
No, he's not weird.
We should probably stop this.
All right. That is in football today.
Guys, you hear us having fun every day on the radio, and you may be sitting there saying, you know what, I would like to take my chance, and maybe I can get on the radio as well. And you know what, maybe you can. Let Specs at LTU help get your journey started, or maybe you want to go into television or you're a graphic design artist. Specs at LTU can help you get your journey started. It's very simple. You just need to be curious. Visit the website, ltu.edu/specs, and you're going to learn more about the broadcast media arts, the digital media arts and graphics communications program taught through Specs at LTU right here in Southfield on the campus of Lawrence Tech. You're going to be taught by people who actually work in the business. And you're like, Rico, what does that mean? It means you're not going to get your time wasted. You're going to learn from day one in the lab what it takes to make it in your new industry. And with the hands-on approach and the expert faculty, you're going to learn the practical skills you need to succeed in today's media industry. So once again, what are you waiting for? Be curious. Visit the website, ltu.edu/specs. That's ltu.edu/specs to learn more. Then make magic by enrolling in Specs at LTU certificate program. Do that today.
When it comes to an IRS collection or audit, you need a law firm that specializes in the resolution of all types of tax problems. You need Maurice and Jerry. You need Abraham and Rose. They're best in the game, and they will advocate for you, which means they'll go on the offensive against the IRS in your defense. They will craft a plan. You will no longer communicate with the IRS. They handle it all. Do not let your tax problems get worse. Make the call and save your time and money. Visit abrahamandrose.com today or call 248-539-5040 so you will never have to deal with the IRS again. All right, 97.1. So I want to read something, okay? And this comes by the way of James Anthony Costa. And I want to, the question is this. Why is this acceptable to you? That's all this is. And if you believe it's acceptable, all you need to do, unlike other shows where you will be berated and hung up on. No. Literally, the people who disagree with us get longer than those who agree. I want you to explain yourself. Per John Heyman, the Tigers are interested in star free agent Alex Bregman. But ultimately, Bregman might be pricey for Detroit. James Anthony Costa sent the following below that. Reminder, the Tigers have one of the lowest payrolls in baseball. Rico said something in our pre-show just hanging around. Why is everything with the Detroit Tigers always come with a financial caveat? For instance, the Tigers' top pitching target, Walker Buehler. Who brought up Walker Buehler before anybody else? Me.
You did.
But they're only interested in one-year deals. Tigers covet Alex Bregman, but he might be a little expensive for them. So,
you're missing one, Mike. Tigers trying to keep Scooble here.
And non-competitive offer.
But that was the offer.
Why do now, guys, I want to remind you of something. Chris Ilitch is one of the 7 wealthiest owners in the game per the last release I saw from Forbes magazine. He has more money than Hal Steinbrenner. Let me repeat that to you. More money than Hal Steinbrenner. Now, he doesn't have Hal's TV deal. Respect. I'm also not asking Chris Ilitch or the Tigers to spend $300 million on a payroll, or $250 or $200. Alex Bregman is seeking roughly $200 million over a 6-year term. Sound about right to you? Mm-hmm. Okay. Why do we have to accept that last line in there? Bregman might be priced for Detroit. Really? You just dropped $17 million on Alex Cobb. I want to understand, and there won't be any yelling, but I don't find that acceptable. This is a great sports city. This is not a small market. Mm-hmm. This team doesn't have payroll problems, right? Like Rico, if we were sitting here today and the Tigers had $182 million payroll, I would understand not wanting to go from 182 to 210. I would get it. I would have to tell you, guys, you're getting in the danger zone. Mm-hmm. But see, here's my problem. And this is not a Chris Ilitch thing.
You're not even at 100.
Right. No, this is not a Chris Ilitch thing. This is a baseball thing. 2/3 of these owners, they're just not reinvesting in their product. Mm-mm. They're making money. They're not reinvesting in it. Mm-hmm. See, I want to share something. May I with you? I want to show it's the holiday season. Let me share with you. Steve Cohen. Heard of him?
Yes.
Now, I understand Steve Cohen.
Very busy.
He just spent $765 million. Now, I don't care how wealthy you are. If you have a payroll like the Mets and you spend the way Cohen is spending and you don't win and people don't show up, you're not going to make a lot of money. You know what Steve Cohen said? When owning a team is a civic responsibility. Mm-hmm. He goes, none of us want to lose money long term and spend a ton and not win. He goes, I bought this team because I want to deliver a World Series to the people of New York. I want to make money, but I want to win.
Mm-hmm.
I can't accept sitting here after this team had one of the most magical 45-day runs ever, made the playoffs, and I have to read something like that and give that to our listeners that the Tigers like. Now, mind you, Bregman plays third. You need a third baseman. Bregman played for Hinch. Bregman's a leader. Bregman checks all the boxes. Mm-hmm. But he might be a little pricey for Detroit.
It leads to the question, what are you saving for? Like, are you trying to buy a house? Like, I don't understand. Like, why won't you spend money? What is the problem? Because your payroll is one of the lowest payrolls. You're nowhere near 200.
Right. Now, again, here's the key, because I know these calls are coming from the bots. If you don't like Bregman, I'm not mad at you. I'm not telling you Bregman's the perfect candidate. Do you know who likes the Tigers? Or excuse me, who likes Bregman? The Tigers. You don't get to call in and bitch at me. I'm not pitching this. Right. The Tigers are interested in Alex Bregman. Ultimately, money, blah, 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 blah.
But it's, hey, Alex, baby, can you cut us a deal? We're a little short on cash.
It's not how baseball works.
I understand, but that's how they. It's like every deal is like, hey, can we haggle over this because we're a little short?
They love Walker Buehler, but they only want to do a 1-year deal. They like Alex Bregman, but he might be pricey for him. Why is there always a financial caveat with this team? And I know the reason for me, but why is that okay? So let's just check the notes here. I'm not screaming they must do this. Report is they want him. So why is money the issue? You don't have a payroll. Like, think about here's like what we've got so far. Got to re-sign Skubal, non-competitive offer. Want Walker Buehler, you get Alex Cobb. Want Alex Bregman, might be too pricey. All three of those are financial caveats.
Mm-hmm.
Why? So I want you guys to explain that. 248-539-9797. And again, I'm not going to yell at you. And I don't care. If you tell me, Mike, I don't love Bregman, not mad at you. The Tigers do. So you can yell at your team. And if you made a mistake with Baez, yes, you did. But everyone on planet Earth knew that was a bad deal before you signed it. That's Al Avila's fault. He ain't here. I'm not going to sit here and be like, well, they made one mistake, so I'll never do something again. Now, if it comes out that Bregman wants an 8-year commitment, I'm out. 7 years, I'm out. 5 all in, 6 questionable, 4 no-brainer. The point I'm making is, why do we have to accept this? They have the money. I just, and again, in a year, they want you to take money out of your pocket and go sit in their new fancy seats. It just doesn't jive.
No, that's the thing. They have no problem asking you to spend your money at all. But for them, well, can we get you on the layaway plan?
And look, do I think trades could be a better path if money's the issue? Of course I do. Do I think the Tigers will make a trade before the season starts to acquire a bat? Yes. But
will they, though? Because they value their kids so much. Like, are you going to actually be willing to part with some? In order to get something, you got to give up something.
And again, I can't speak to that. I think they're motivated to make a trade. Look, but Jake Berger's off the board. Remember the name that they were associated with? He's gone. I want to get to the people on it. And just tell me, like, are you okay continually reading things like that? And I'm not turning this into whether you like Bregman or not.
Right.
Because it's the Tigers who do. It's what I think is immaterial.
Right. Every deal always starts off with, but person wanted too much money or Tigers offered too little money.
248-539-9797. David, a couple of ticket texts before we get to the people.
I'm done with the Tigers.
No, you're not. Stop. They made the playoffs last year. You're not done. You're emotional. You're not done. Now continue the rest.
He says, no need to purchase the streaming service to watch this. This is a 1 in a million season, and now we're back to losing ways next year. If Ilitch spent any money, we'd throw a parade down Woodward for him. How can he not see the ire that he draws in this town?
Does he? This town doesn't really pressure owners. Hell, I read an article earlier today. I mean, Birchie was live. You would have thought Alex Cobb was Dizzy Dean. Go ahead.
Tigers won't pay for term, just like the Wings won't. Short-term contracts on mid-players and in-house options are not acceptable.
So what's the common denominator?
Did Pete Alonso sign with anybody? We could definitely use a first baseman, and I really like that guy. This is James Anthony B. in Davison.
I don't know what to make of the polar bear.
Me neither.
I don't know what to make of him. And again, Boris was asked about it, and he went into a proverb, and he got very weird about it. I don't know what the Alonso market is. Plus, they're busy pimping torque, telling you, I don't know if they'll. The guy I wanted was Christian Walker, if you were looking for a first baseman. But again, let's stick to this. Why do we always have to have that line at the end of anything the Tigers are reported to be in on? And by the way, if you're going to call up and be annoying and go, well, they're going to try for Sasaki, that's an international signing. Every team has an international pool. You will sign him to the same deal as every other team. It will be 3 years. He will hit free agency. That is not the same. Hang up the phone. I'm sorry. I don't want to do clean up on aisle.
Nope, I got you.
Please. 248-539-9797. Your calls are coming up next. All right. It's not summer. I know. Crazy, right? But if you want a taste of it, limited run Tangerine B43 from Old Nation Brewing. You can reminisce about better days being outside without being dressed like Randy from A Christmas Story with Old Nation's Tangerine B43. Get it wherever great beers are sold. Better ingredients, and it is done by Old Nation. Support local, truly independent brewery. 21 and up. Old Nation Brewing reminds you to please drink responsibly. All right, straight to the people. Works for me. Let's go to Tim. He's up next, 97.1. Tim, what's going on?
Hey, how you doing there, Mike?
Good, Tim. What's up?
Hey, so I just kind of want to be the voice of reason a little bit here for these, Tiger fans. Because I'm not on the same page as you here with this Bregman deal. And because I sort of, and kind of like you alluded to a little bit there with Javi, but I think that the Bregman deal could be the same sort of kind of travesty in about 2 or 3 years. So I kind of like what Scott Harris is doing. So he's kind of building. I mean, Bregman's not going to – we're not going to win with Bregman. I mean, what are we going to win, a couple more games? You know, so it's like, let's see what we got.
So why do they want him then?
Money.
So why yeah, what part of this is – it's not Mike Valenti is interested. It is the Tigers are.
I mean, okay, so you're hearing that. I never heard Scott Harris say it. I don't think it's going to happen. I don't think he's signing Bregman for 6 or 7, whatever Bregman wants. I don't think he's going to do that. Now, what I would rather see him do is trade some of these young guys and go get – I know it's crazy. Go get a Vlad Guerrero.
It's not crazy. It's not crazy, Tim. And if you're giving me a choice between the two players, absolutely. The difference will be it will cost you everything.
I would give up our farm. I would give up Riley Green. I would give up Max Clark. And I would give up both of them for Vlad Guerrero.
Okay. All right. You just started the call saying you're the voice of reason, and now you want to trade your best player and then the number 1 overall prospect in baseball and have to hand Vladdy the better part of $500 million.
You're telling me Max Clark is a number 1 prospect. He's not.
He
is.
He's
a 19-year-old kid. He may not even play in the big league.
Yeah, well, he's the number 1. Tim, he's the number 1 prospect in baseball. I don't make it up. I'm just telling you what it is.
That said, he is not the number 1. But anyway.
Okay.
What I'm saying, but to the Bregman point though, I understand what he's doing, what Harris is doing. We're trying to build something here, and why spend $25 million this year when it's not going to help you? Let's see what we have.
It's not going to help you.
25 to 35 next year. It's
Tim,
not
how can you say it's not going to help you when you're going to be running out of Frankenstein at third base again versus a guy like this? I don't understand that mindset.
Okay, go compare Matt Vierling's stats with Alex Bregman's stats last year. They're nearly identical. He had a couple more home runs. You're getting a Matt Vierling. That's what you're getting last year.
No, you're
Go
not.
look at him.
Oh, my God.
Tim,
I know the stat. Tim!
I just looked at him. I know what they are. I looked at him.
Great. Okay, how many home runs?
26.
Okay, how many did Vierling have? 15?
16.
Okay, so not a couple more, 10 more. And that's a down year for Bregman. More. Okay, so let me ask you this question.
On the downside of his career, you think he's going to be better next year?
Hold on a second. Downside of his career, how old is Bregman?
31.
Okay, then why are you going after 37-year-old Paul Goldschmidt? Why are you signing 37-year-old Alex Cobb?
Okay, for a 1-year pitcher, I don't see any harm in that for $15 million.
But you mean to tell me a guy at age 30 is in the downside of his career? Age 30.
He'll be 31. Mike, look at the stats. Yeah, look at Javi. I mean, Javi.
Well, first of all, I didn't want Javi here. I didn't want him here.
No, I didn't either. I didn't either.
It was a terrible sign.
No one foresaw that downfall as quick as it happened. Now it was slow.
Tim, the point I'm trying to get to is this. Tim, hold on. Here's my point. See, you did exactly what I can't stand. You're missing the effing point. Why do we as Tiger fans have to constantly have the financial qualifier in every report for this team? Forget about Bregman. Launch him into the sun. Walker Buehler was their number 1 target, but they wouldn't pay the freight.
Let me tell you why. Next year, when the Tigers are ready now, they're like, hey, we think we're 1 guy away. Now we got this stone at third base that we're paying $30 million that we can't trade. We got Javi, we're paying some extra money. Now they're trying to sell that to Tiger fan. Well, we wish that we can go get this free agent. Whoever's free agent next year, I haven't looked at it.
Why can't you have both?
Let's see what the hell we got. Let's see what we got this year. Let's go play them. Let's go sign a couple guys. Maybe trade some of your young guys. Let's get younger, not older. I don't want to get older. I want to get younger.
Okay, fine. Don't get older. I don't disagree. You don't want relics. But I think your slander of Bregman's a little off, Tim. Also, I think you're out of your effing mind with your trade proposal, acting as if, no, I'd rather do this. I'll trade Riley Green. The words trade Riley Green left your mouth, I stopped listening to you. And if you want to do player A, player B, that's fine. Bregman last year in a down year, superior to Matt Vierling. Period. Now, if you want to say, well, it's not awful and good. No, you're right. Vierling had a good year. Bregman had a bad year. Bregman's still better. Bregman's a better defender. Bregman is also a World Series winner who can be a leader in the clubhouse on this daycare center roster. This is what I mean. Don't slander Bregman with me acting as if I'm pushing that. The whole point of the call is, why do we have to hear about the money when they never spend any money? Oh, and then Tim, Mr. Bean Counter over here goes, no, I want Vlad. Now you're going to spend $500 million. And by the way, we don't even know if Vlad's available because Toronto's going to do everything in their power to keep him. They just tried to get Soto. And if they don't, they're going to be forced into a rebuild. Fine. But when you said trade Riley Green, you lost. You totally lost me.
Along with your top prospect.
Which I'm fine trading Max Clark, but then
Right.
Tim is busy slandering Max Clark. He's the number one prospect in the game. I don't know if he'll be any good, but you can't attack the pedigree. There are times I feel like I'm on Planet Nebular. And I'm fine. You don't want Bregman. Bregman wasn't the top of my list. What part of the Detroit Tigers are interested falls back on me? It wasn't a John Heyman report that said Guido idiot interested. Don't lay that on me.
First of all, you're not a Guido idiot. Second of all, it's not like you didn't say, hey, guys, I'm not married to Bregman. I'm just using this as the example.
All right, but then here's the other part that kills me. If you want to tell me, listen, the back end of that contract is going to hurt, I don't disagree. This guy's calling up and going, well, he's a stone, he's a bum, I go, okay. I can't help you.
You're right. He's Matt Vierling. Well, we're all wrong. All the numbers, everything's wrong.
The home runs are just slightly off.
I had more home runs
in a down year.
Right.
That's what's fun. It's just slightly off. Tomato. No.
Yeah, try 10 for a team that finished 23rd in home runs this year. Oh, man. Okay, that was fun. Let's go to, you know what? Let me take a timeout because we're up again. But again, I told you, people who disagree, we give them more time. Right. Now I'm out of time.
It's okay.
You got something to say here, maybe? No?
We said we weren't going to yell about this. First caller in.
Dude,
he's an idiot.
No, the guy called up to say trade Riley Green.
That's dumb.
I'm the voice of reason. Listen to me and Matt Vierling. And then
I haven't heard Scott Harris say that we want Bregman.
Right.
What?
Right. Okay, so let's just disavow all reports. Don't use them. Then what are you calling me for? You knew the tenor of the topic when you called. This is why I don't have kids. I deal with them all day.
I was supposed to say, when?
Okay. And we were all the way back.
Hungry Howie's, Things, Pizza. Listen,
eat your feelings, buddy.
It's very simple. If you're frustrated that your favorite team doesn't spend any money, order some Hungry Howie's. $25 or more, you get a free Howie bread. You just got to go to hungryhowies.com and order some pizza. So look, college football playoff coming up. You got the big Lions game against the Bills. Hungry Howie's got you covered. $25, hungryhowies.com. They'll throw in the free Howie bread. It's that simple. Get it done today. Limited time only deal at Hungry Howie's.
Brought to you by National Benefit Plans. Michigan and Michigan State both released their football schedules today. The Wolverines kick it off against New Mexico on August 30th. They'll travel to Nebraska for their first Big Ten game on September 20th. MSU opens up their campaign with 3 straight games in East Lansing against Western, Boston College, and Youngstown State. Their conference opener will be at USC. The Paul Bunyan Trophy will be handed out October 25th at Spartan Stadium this year. Tigers pitching coach Chris Fetter has been named Baseball America's Coach of the Year. One good pitcher is departing from the AL Central today. White Sox ace Garrett Crochet has been acquired by the Red Sox. The team announcing the move on X, simply posting, quote, switching the Sox, end quote. Everyone Chicago received is considered a top prospect, including Boston's number 4 farmhand, Kyle Teal. He's a catcher. The MLB Rule 5 draft has come and gone. The Tigers sat it out. 2 teams plucked away their players, though. Number 29 prospect catcher Gage Workman is headed to the Cubs, while his Erie teammate Liam Hicks is now a Marlin. Hicks was just picked up in the Carson Kelly deal. Levi Onzuwerke and Josh Pascal were limited at Lions practice today. DJ Reader was listed as no practice, although he was spotted on the side. Taylor Decker and Aleem McNeil practiced in full. Dan Campbell on the team's approach this week. At the Corwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Jeremy Otto. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
Drone Gate. No, in all seriousness, we've been obsessed with the mystery drones flying over New Jersey. But I will do this one more time, and I'm going straight to the people. I'm not going to have another call like that. I mean, I stated clear as day, per John Heyman. It didn't say per at Guido Genius 971. No, it said John Heyman.
Is that your new Twitter handle?
No. It said the Tigers are interested in star free agent Alex Bregman, or according to caller Tim, rock-headed loser Alex Bregman. But ultimately, Bregman might be pricey for Detroit. My question was, whether you like Bregman or not, swap the name out, do what you like. Why does every report for your Tigers always come with a financial qualifier? They love Walker Buehler, but the term might be too much. They're interested in Bregman, but he might be too expensive. Only willing to give out 1-year deal to starter. Non-competitive offer to Skubal. So I had asked the question, why is that acceptable? They've one of the lowest payrolls in baseball. They've got a lot of runway. This isn't an issue of a team that if they spent now, they couldn't spend next year. No. No one's asking him to spend $300 million. Not even $250, not even $200. So if they like Bregman, which according to this report, once again from John Heyman, go get him. Why is it pricey for Detroit? What's the limiter? Now, if you're going to call up and try to do this where it's, they hit the same amount of home run. No, Tim, they didn't. The guy had 10 more in a down year. Alex Bregman's down year is better than Matt Vierling's one-time breakthrough. And also, by the way, roster flexibility. You could play Vierling somewhere else, and it's kind of a 2-for-1. My point to you is this. Are you accepting of that? Like, is this just what it has to be? Because I don't get the financial qualifier that is attached to everything you hear Tigers. I don't think that's acceptable. And if you don't like Bregman, that's not what we're talking about. I'm not pounding the table for Bregman. Am I, Rico?
No.
I like him. And unlike Matt Vierling, who went like 2 for 30 in the playoffs, a guy like Bregman, who's been to 7 ALCSs and is a World Series champion and has flourished in the playoffs, right? Playoffs are big boy school. You know, I wouldn't mind it. Now, do I think the back end of the deal might hurt? Probably. Signed any deal. Mm-hmm. But to me, yes, you're better with Alex Bregman. Hitting in that top of your order, top 3, to insulate a Riley Green, right, to insulate a Parker Meadows, to be that right-handed bat that could space those two. Mm-hmm. Yeah, pardon me, Tim. I do believe you'd be better.
No, but I think he thinks it's going to be like Javi or Miggy's contract, where you're just going to be hating life because they're still on a team they're not producing. But we clearly said it's the fact that every deal starts off with, And
I'll tell you what, let the Yankees sign Bregman. He'll be my cross to bear. I'll deal with, as he called him, a stone at third base. Can I go to the people? Are we good? Did I miss anything? Let's do it. Let's go to Joey, 97.1. Joey, what's going on, buddy?
Mike, I heard the question. Why is financial considerations always an issue? And then I heard the answer. Trade Riley Green. I don't get it. I don't understand people call in and answer something that wasn't asked. So I'm going to try to answer the question.
Thank you, Joey.
I believe that Chris Ilitch is trying to be a man of the people by saying, I like it, but I can't afford it. I like that Ferrari that I just saw, but I want to get it at my price. I would like to fly first class around the world, but I just can't really afford it. I want to do it at my price. Now, I think that's his concept. Let me feel like I'm part of the people. But what he's missing is that the people, when they have a little bit of money, they're willing to spend it. They'll go into debt. I got a little bit of money. I really can't afford that house, but I'm buying it anyway. I'll figure it out after I get it. And that's where the disconnect is. He's got plenty of money, but he's trying to be like everybody else where I'm not sure I want to spend it all.
Yeah,
and that's not what owning a baseball team is about.
No, and look, Joey, it goes back to what I said, and I know for Steve Cohen, who has $21 billion and Chris has got $7 billion, I understand it's easy to say it, but I'm the type of fan, I do believe you have a civic responsibility that if you own a team, you got to put your best foot forward. No one's asking you to go broke. Nobody's asking you to end up on the street. You got a business to run. But come on, there's a middle ground between where they're at and where they can be. You know what I mean?
Try. Show your fans you're trying to put the most competitive team out there on the field, especially coming off of a playoff run that no one saw coming. Let's add to that excitement. Yeah. Let's add to the how people are feeling about this team.
And here, both to Joey and you. Fellas, here's how I could rationalize, quote, overpaying for Bregman, if that's what you want to do. $13 million off the books in Maeda. Okay? Well, that'll lessen the blow of Bregman, right? Mm-hmm. Then, at the end of this year, you'll have Cobb off the books. All right, there's another 17. Well, now Bregman's basically free starting in 2026. But if you want me to go even further, look at every player you have that's on an ARB deal or a pre-ARB deal, and those guys are basically free. So you have salary allocations that don't even involve Javi Baez. Guys, they can spend. So, Joey, am I crazy in viewing it that way?
This team is so far away from even spending league average. I may be wrong about this, but I heard yesterday they could buy 2 Juan Sotos and still be below league average in what they're spending.
I'd have to. You know what? It's tough to give you that answer now because we're in the middle of the off season. But you're not crazy. You're not that far off.
The idea is that. Look, I regardless, to your point, I'm not arguing for Bregman, but the point is, if you see somebody you like, go get him. You've got the money to do it. Just get me to league average. That's all I'm asking. Right. You don't need to spend $300 million. Get me to league average, and then we'll talk.
Yeah, and Joey, that's the point, right? Like if they were sitting where like a Texas is and they were at a $220 million payroll, it's a different conversation, and I respect that. And I can't ask that in the city of Detroit for us to be able to spend that way. But when they're sitting with one of the lowest payrolls in baseball, players coming off of the books soon, and a gaggle of players they don't have to pay till 27, 28, 29, I don't want to hear about, man, they, not me, they like Bregman, but he might be pricey. What are we talking about? At the end of this, let's say Bregman wanted 6 at 180, 30 a year. Cobb and Maeda off the books. That's $30 million.
When you break it down that way, yeah, it seems like a no-brainer. It seems like, okay, you're not really spending
and if you don't
anything.
like the player, that's different. But we trust reporters. Oh, I know what we do. We don't trust them when they say things we don't like.
Bingo.
Got it. Let's go to Dave, 97.1. Dave, what's going on, buddy? How you doing?
Oh, not too bad. Thank you. And yourself?
I was okay before caller Tim. Now I'm just annoyed.
Yeah. Unfortunately, Mike Ilitch ain't still around because we wouldn't even have this conversation. He would have got Bregman and Walker and a pitcher in progress. But, yeah, I don't know what's wrong with Chris. I'm not judging the guy, but the guy's got the money. He thinks, he's going to take it with him or something. Like you said, take a trip. I mean, dang. Like you said before, you get a good product in there, you're going to get people through that turnstile. It's only benefit his whole ordeal if he's money crazy. I mean, I don't understand. I don't get it either. But
so let me ask you the question, though. I want to ask you the main question. When you see these reports and they always have the financial qualifier on it, does it unnerve you the way it gets to us?
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of things that we don't know about what's going on, and I'm 60 years old, I love Red Wings, and they're another team that I can't believe they're going down, but I think they need a new coach. But the Tigers, they need hitting. Last year, they couldn't get runs. They lost games so close. And now you got Bregman who can hit the ball, like you said, and you got Walker, and you could get a pitcher. You got the core. You don't need to trade Riley Green. That's the last thing I would do. He's part of your core. And Meadows.
Oh no, that was insane. That was an insane take. There's nothing to do.
Yeah, well, whatever. Everybody's got their own opinion. We know how that goes. But I don't get it. I just wish Mike Ilitch. I knew the guy vaguely. I was young, but because he went to the same church I did, and the guy, he would have spent the money. I don't know what's wrong with. They're acting like they're on freaking welfare or something. I don't get it. But anyway, thanks for taking my call.
You got it. Yeah, no problem. And again, I don't ever expect them to spend that way again. But there's something between that and where they're currently sitting. And I get tired of again, guys, I'll say it again. When Scott Harris says publicly, hey, once we see something we like, we're going to pounce on it. Well, you don't like your Cy Young winner? Why is Skubal not signed? Or better yet, why are we not hearing formative conversations on that? And before you say, well, Scott Boras won't do that, wrong. You haven't been paying attention because Scott Boras has gone 180 from last offseason. Mm-hmm. This is his revenge tour.
He's signing everybody.
Everybody's signing. And we don't have a report that they've made a real offer. So it's just nothing points towards spending. Now, I do think Scott Harris will make a trade at some point because, candidly, they have to. Now, that doesn't mean it's going to be the type of trade that's going to excite you, but they need right-handed bats, plural. Well, I know some people, face of franchise Matt Vierling, Babe Ruth, we're all set. But I don't know, man. It irks me to read the reports because they're always couched with, but it's the same thing. I mean, I like Walker Buehler. I think Walker Buehler has last year good Flaherty upside, right? Mm-hmm. They liked him according to baseball. Oops, almost broke my microphone. According to Baseball Insiders, they liked Walker Buehler. Money in term is what stopped it.
Yeah.
So you end up with Alex Cobb. Why?
And that's the question of why is everything money related for a team that's, I mean, it's almost like they really want to convince, they want to convince everybody else. They've convinced themselves they are a small market team. We are poor. We're literally passing the hat around trying to get players here. It's like, actually, you're not. You can spend. You can do this. But they are going out of their way to just show you we are a small market team.
248. Oh, David, go ahead.
Yeah, I have some breaking news on Alex Bregman when we get back.
Lovely. What a tease. He normally reserves that for his wife. Rico?
Not really. He's got a bunch of kids. All right, guys. New Year's going to happen soon, and you're like, you know what? I want to get into the gym. Don't wait till then. Start right now. And now through December 20th, all you need is just $1 down. That's it. $1 down, and you can get a membership at Planet Fitness for just $15 a month. Planet Fitness is the home of the judgment-free zone where anybody, and I mean anybody, including you, can go and feel comfortable and work on their fitness goals. Like I said, don't wait till the new year. Start now. Planet Fitness is a place where you can experience a squeaky clean gym. A lot of places have brand new strength and cardio equipment, friendly, knowledgeable staff, and totally judgment-free environment. That means if you're not looking the best, don't worry about it. Planet Fitness will not, no one there will judge you. No one. And all Planet Fitness memberships include fitness training at no extra cost. So $1 down is all you need to get started on your Planet Fitness membership. Go to any local Planet Fitness to get started, or you can go to planetfitness.com.
Hi there. It is winter. It is reckless driver's paradise. If you're on the road, you're at risk. If you are injured in an automobile accident, you have one phone call to make. It is to an injury attorney named David Femininio. So you can pick up the phone right now and talk to David personally by calling 855-65-CRASH, or you can go to that website at getpaid.com. The King. Excellent Christmas music right here. You know, Rico, we were saying it. Nah, it's inappropriate. I'll leave it alone. Listen, here's. Oh, yes, David's breaking. Well, it's not breaking news, is it?
So I've been informed and I've gone to double check. It's going to be a great Christmas for everyone in Detroit because Alex Bregman has recently gone on Instagram and started following Max Clark, Miguel Cabrera, and Spencer Torkelson. All right. He's coming to Detroit, guys. Here it comes.
I hope so. Is that real?
He is following them, yes.
Well, that
doesn't really mean anything. No, it doesn't.
Oh,
mean
I'm like,
anything.
is that something that players do, and then it means they're signing here?
I don't know.
It normally does. It means that, okay, yes, a lot of times when they start following people from one particular team, it's the precursor to the announcement, I'm going to this team.
Hopefully.
Listen, if you don't like the player, I'm not mad at it. But I'm not going to slander the guy.
He's no Veerley.
No, listen, I like Alex Bregman. I'd be totally fine if the Yankees signed him. I think it would be a really nice signing here. By no means is it the guy that now cements you as a dynasty, but I think you take a step forward. I think he's a leader in the clubhouse. He's a guy that's performed in the playoffs. He's a guy that's won a World Series. He's played for A.J. Hinch, and he's a pro up there at the plate. He will give you a quality at bat every single time. That's everything the Tigers want. But again, part of this is going to be on Chris, and part of it's on Scott Harris. I mean, from day one, everything they do, it's like I'm watching Brad Pitt and Moneyball. Yeah. That's his jam. This is what this guy likes. And again, Doug Karsh, of all people, said this the best. They can build the team however they want. It doesn't really line up with the way we want it built. I wanted to stand and applaud, except I was driving. It's the truth. They can build the team whatever way they want. It's their prerogative. We don't have to like it. It's just, you're not going to win a World Series this way. 29 of the last 30 years, you got to have a top half payroll in order to win the World Series. And these other teams are war chesting.
Yeah, and I really wanted them to invest in this team based off of how you finished the last season. You saw, man, you win, people show up, people were excited. Outside of the Lions, you were the hottest thing in this town. And you almost want to say, okay, guys, I know, but we're not going to do this every year. Give us time. We want to go back to the way we want to. We want to build this thing, the slow process. It's like how you finished last year expedited that. How you, to me, it's like taking a step backwards.
Yeah, and again, I don't dismiss things like Gold Glove third baseman. All right, like I'm not telling you Alex Bregman is Mike Schmidt, but he's a Gold Glove third baseman, and I do think he's got, call it, 4 really good years left. And if I got to pay the tax by signing him to a 5th or 6th year, I'd deal with it. I wouldn't be mad.
Yeah, but if in those 4 years it meant you went to a World Series, you're okay with that.
Right. And again, they don't have in-house solutions that long-term are sustainable. Do you want to buy the pedigree of Alex Bregman or the 1-year pop of Matt Vierling, which, by the way, still didn't equal a down year for Bregman? So, I don't know. I just wouldn't stress about it. It would be really awesome if they signed him. All I can tell you is the report says, yeah, they're into it, but he might be pricey. But David's little social media report, I guess Alex Bregman's a Tiger. All right, that sounds fun to me. Let's go to Randy, 97.
Well, it ranks, Mike, real quick, it ranks right up there when you see the athletes. I'm deleting the account of the team that you're on.
Okay.
It's that type of thing.
Okay. I don't know. All I can tell you is everything you're hearing and reading is the Bregman is the next free agent to sign, that it could pop tonight. Where? No idea. It sounds like there's 4 teams that are really into it. Yeah. And all that was attached to the Tigers is, but he might be expensive. And that was the crux of our topic. If you're just getting in the cars, why do we always have to hear it might be too expensive for us? Mm-hmm. We got no payroll. It's Jesus. Let's go to Randy, 97.1. Randy, what's going on, buddy?
Not much. How you fellas doing?
Good. Hey, what's on your mind?
Well, that kind of stole my thunder a little bit, the fact that Bregman may potentially, could, possibly, might be signing. But no, I had a fear on that. I was called conspiracy theorist, but my fear with that success was that it validated the not spending money.
What do you mean?
So far this offseason, it seems like that's right on course with what they're doing.
and it irks me, man. Any team that keeps Javi Baez on the roster is not serious about winning. Period.
Well, that part I agree with. I again, they still have an out and a way for him not to be here, and I think they're playing it out through the offseason. And there's no look, if he's here opening day, yes, Randy, I think we all reserve the right to go crazy. But I'm not going to do it yet because Scott Harris was very careful in how he spoke. AJ's very careful. Again, I grew up in a different way. Like, I grew up watching a team owned by George Steinbrenner. Steinbrenner would load him up into a boat and shipped him to the North Pole. It's just different. It's just a different thing.
No, to piggyback off that point, and I really hope I'm just being cynical and wrong, but you guys have touched on this before, and sports franchises, it's a bank account. It keeps growing no matter what you do. And that's my fear with Chris Ilitch as an owner is that, the old English D is always going to sell. The Red Wings logo is always going to sell, and he's content with that.
Yeah, it's true. And again, I think the problem is, like Randy, the issue I take when people want to, I don't know, it's like then if you don't want to spend big money or you're okay with how they're doing it, then you should be really not okay with $17 million on Cobb, $13 million on Maeda. Like you're talking about, those are big expenditures if your payroll is going to be sub $100 million. Mm-hmm. I mean, factually speaking, Cobb, Baez, and Maeda are about $50 million of your payroll. That's really bad. So why are you mad at me if I'm like, look, if you give me a choice of spending 17 on Cobb or 30 on Bregman, it's a no-brainer. That's just how I approach stuff. Yeah. I just view it different. But I also look at it it's about winning a World Series. And I haven't seen a team do it this way and win. So I got to wait and see.
It's not even, yes, you want to win a World Series, but to me, it's about taking that next step because your fans got a taste of success. Don't deny them and send them backwards.
Listen, maybe they'll have Bregman tonight, and it'll be a happy show tomorrow. Okay. I'd love to do that. And then I'm sure caller Tim's head would explode. Like, oh, grumble, Bregman. I mean, there'll be one guy in town who's not happy they signed Alex Bregman. It'll be some guy named caller Tim.
He'll be okay.
No, I'd be thrilled if they signed him.
Yeah.
No, I don't think it means you're going to win 100 games. But I think it is nice knowing that AJ could pencil in the top 4 of the order. Top 3 because Carp only plays against righties. Parker, Alex, Riley, every day. Lefty, righty, lefty. And let's go. Like, now you're building something. Would they still need more help? Yeah, of course. Not a finished product.
No more Frankenstein.
No, thank God. And you're getting a Gold Glove third baseman. Mm-hmm. And by the way, you just signed a ground ball pitcher in Alex Cobb. So not bad to pair that up. What was part of the justification, like when Cookies and Rieger wanted Matt Chapman so badly? Gold Glove third baseman. Mm-hmm. And it's not like the Astros don't want him back, by the way. It's that the Astros are already at a payroll of $260 million. That's the difference.
Not 90.
Not 90. The Tigers are like 56.
Well,
whatever
I'm giving them the benefit of the doubt.
I know. We'll see. Maybe it'll spend some money tonight. It'll be exciting. Midweek Profit Boost, FanDuel, America's #1 sports book. The Midweek Parlay Boost and the Reward Stacks. Every Wednesday, you get Profit Boosts on everything, from spreads to totals, even player props. You don't have to wait till the weekend to have a good time. Just sign in. You'll see the Profit Stack there. And again, whether it is college hoops, NHL, or anything in between, FanDuel's got you covered. FanDuel.com/ticket. Make every moment more. With FanDuel, official sportsbook partner of the NBA, 21 and up, present Michigan. Opt-in required. Max wager amount applies. Bonus issued as non-withdrawable Profit Boost tokens. Restrictions apply, including token expiration. See terms for both offers at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Brought to you by CGC Water Treatment. Representative Josh Williams introduced the Ohio Sportsmanship Act in an effort to make flag planting at midfield in the state of Ohio a felony. In an interview with Tony Paul of the Detroit News, Williams says, quote, the attempt to plant a flag at the center of Ohio Stadium led to a violent encounter and risked the safety out of law enforcement officers. The intention was to signal to the Big Ten, the NCAA, our private and public colleges and institutions in Ohio. They need to come up with policies and procedures, end quote. Taylor Decker and Aleem McNeil were full go in practice today for the Lions. Reeder did not practice, but he was seen doing some drills on the side. Randomly, Tracy McGrady and Vince Carter are also now a part of the Bills ownership group. Bill Belichick finalizing a deal to become North Carolina's head coach per Adam Schefter. At the Corwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Jeremy Otto. More at 6 or at 971theticket.com.
Next time you're outside, take a moment. Look at your roof. Are you really ready for another Detroit winter? Let's get the answer. Call Victor's Home Solutions. They offer a free 21-point roof inspection. They'll check everything from the top of the roof to the attic and catch even the smallest issues. And at Victor's, they are the only roofer in the game that when they offer a perfect installation, they back it with a 50-year leak-free guarantee. So get your 21-point free roof inspection today. Call 734-773-1100, or you can visit them at victors.com. That's victors.com. Okay, I was just asking Rieger. You know what's funny? Rieger's way more negative about it than I am. I said, by the time we take the air tomorrow, is Bregman a Tiger? Rieger won't even allow the possibility of it.
He shot it down
I'm like,
quickly.
Jeff, if they're one of the 4 teams in, you don't see a scenario where A.J. Hinch pounds the desk and is like, that's my guy? I'm like, I wouldn't rule it out. I'm not expecting it, but I'm not ruling it out. It sounds like it's Tigers, Red Sox, Yankees, Astros. I'll be more surprised if he signed with the Astros than the Tigers, because the Astros are they're out of money. Their payroll is up towards $260 million, and they've got to pay Kyle Tucker, who's going to be a free agent at the end of next year. Now, they may trade Tucker, But if you trade Kyle Tucker, why would you be signing Bregman? It would signal a little bit of a rebuild there. So I don't know. I'm just he's giving it no chance.
Yeah, I've been seeing stories. This isn't going to make you happy, Mike, but reports have said that the Cubs are in on Tucker. Real big talks there, and they're just trying to get one of their prospects along with Suzuki.
Yeah, I know for Kyle Tucker, I know one thing allegedly they're asking the Yankees for is Luis Heel.
Yes.
Which I'd be fine with. That's a egregious neck tattoo.
So it's probably really
going
to depend on the top prospect they can get because they're trying to get one of the top from the Cubs, trying to get the top from you. So we'll see.
Yeah, there's a difference, though, between a prospect and the AL Rookie of the Year. If the
Very
Yankees
much so.
offer you Luis Heel, that's a rotational guy. You're going to get 160, 170 innings out of next year. I'd do it. Oh, if I have my choice between Bregman and Kyle Tucker, I'll take Tucker. Hell, I'll take them both. I don't care. My team spends. It's not my money. But this is the problem. Teams like the Yankees, the Red Sox, the Blue Jays, Dodgers, it's bad for the sport. Because on one end of the pendulum, I'm sitting here going, F it, get them both. A day after we just signed Max Fried. Mm-hmm. Then you come to a town like this, and I'm talking to you guys, and we're like, help me, I'm poor. Like,
right, they're pulling out their coupons. Can I use this?
Right, and
has it expired?
Part of it is Scott Harris, how he wants to build a team, but part of it is this owner, this town. I'm hopeful we get to do some happy shows. I'm hopeful they surprise us.
To deviate really quickly from the Tigers talk, yes. North Carolina and Bill Belichick are united. Bill Belichick is the new coach of North Carolina Tar Heels. Contract is expected to be 3 years, $30 million deal.
I knew he liked 21-year-olds. I'm just really surprised still.
Whoa! Hello.
I expect a little more out of you and Wojo.
I do think it's bizarre to hire a coach in 2024 with the way this thing goes on a 3-year deal. I mean, but again, he's 100.
I believe he's 72 if you're talking about Mr. Belichick. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. And the lady that he has now proves that he can recruit, I believe.
Oh, come on. You've seen that all over the internet, Wojo. That is not an original thought.
Well, what?
By the way, I just did say I wanted to state for the record, Rieger is way more negative. Like, for me, I wouldn't rule it out that the Tigers get Bregman.
I wouldn't rule it out either. He's completely more negative.
What
I'd be
indication
more
have they given
surprised. None. But what if it's AJ's seminal moment? I'm a man. I'm 40. He gets up there like Mike Gundy. I want my player. I don't know.
Okay, do you believe that's going to happen? I mean, AJ.
I don't know.
Okay, but AJ and the Tigers love their flexibility.
Okay, but this is a Gold Glove third baseman
don't
who played for him and who's gone through the wars with him and won a World Series.
Rieger's default is always negative, and it won't happen.
I mean, Carlos
even when it
Correa
does
won
happen.
a World Series with him, too. You saw how that turned out.
Okay, I'm making a point. I'm leaving open the possibility of love. I want to do happy shows, Jeff. I don't want to continue to do this stuff where
Michael,
we
I
have
agree
no
with
payroll and no players.
Now, the meetings are ending today. I know you can still keep doing it.
teams are taking off, but the thought process is Bregman signs tonight.
Well,
it'd be great.
Do it before 8 p.m.
My guess is Red Sox. It's my guess, but I'm not ruling it out.
But here's my question,
I
though.
don't think the Yankees are going to do it.
If you
how do you sign a right-handed batter who's got like 10 opposite field home runs in his career in Yankee Stadium? You know what I mean? Come on. What are we doing?
Plus, do you guys sign the cheaters that cheated you guys out of a World Series?
At this point, I'd sign
You
Satan.
good with that?
I don't care. I got to win a World Series again. This is
fair
ridiculous.
enough. But let me ask you this: if the Tigers
Satanist
identified
switch
their guy, right? They identified they like Alex Bregman. Their payroll is minuscule. Let's say he does cost $210 million. Who cares?
It doesn't matter, right?
Just pull the trigger, make it happen.
I don't get to make these decisions.
No,
Why is he yelling at me?
Yeah, I know. The more Rieger talks about it, the less likely it'll happen, I think.
I mean, the funny thing is, you guys are leaving open a chance. The door is pretty much closed.
Yeah. I don't think the door is
now,
closed.
honestly, I hope you clip that, and then when it happens live on the show,
I am happy to be wrong.
Do you know how many doors he's closed?
Yeah, dude, do you realize how many times I've been wrong? It happens.
A lot.